Chapter 1080. In Bishan district, there were those who were happy and those who were sad. Those who were happy were those who knew their place. They had long pledged allegiance to the county yaman's Feng Guan and the other officials. Those who were a step slower were worried that if they wanted to become the honored guests of these important people, they would no longer be able to do so with just 1 or 200 taels of silver. County Magistrate Feng Guan could be said to be riding on a wave of success. Yanji County's County Chief Hong Shandong personally came to the Bishan District Yamen to commend him. The county's wealthy Zhu family also took the lead in donating 3,000 taels of silver. In one night, they had gathered nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Of course, the eldest grandson of the Zhu family was also able to enter the county Yamen's torture chamber. However, Zhu Zhengli wasn't too happy about it. This was because even though Brother Su had survived the disaster, he clearly had no place in Bishan district anymore. He heard that Feng Guan had mentioned, intentionally or otherwise, to the prefectural governor Hong Shandong, that this young registrar had done many strange things on Golden Chicken Mountain. If it weren't for head of patrol officers Wang Shiwei's guarantee, the registrar position that Su Qi had spent so much money to buy would probably be in jeopardy. Zhu Zhengli specially made a trip to the private residence and brought back 2 jars of Jiannan spring wine. He originally wanted to say a few words of consolation, but in the end he was so angry that Su Qi, this bastard, could still smile. Instead, he gave him a basket of red-belly golden chicken, saying that if he didn't play with it himself, it would definitely be worth it if he gave it to the children of Yanji County. Zhu Zhengli was not in the mood to play with the basket of rare birds. He was worried that Su Qi would soon pack up and leave Bishan district. When that time came, who would he find to drink with? Zhu Zhengli had no choice but to reveal his secret. He said that his family had accumulated some incense in Yanji County, and that he could help Su Qi put in a good word. He didn't dare to say that he would be promoted, but he had to at least keep his registrar position. He didn't expect that this bastard would not appreciate his kindness, and instead spouted a bunch of reasons. He said that his Zhu family had not had a young person who could shoulder the burden for so many years, and that the incense that his seniors had accumulated in the officialdom would be used up every time they were used. He also said that it would be difficult to make a profit on Su Qi. That day, Zhu Zhengli was dead drunk, and it was Su Qi who carried him to the door of his house. When he went to look for her the next day, the woman who was addressed as Madame Su by everyone in the county yamen was still there. However, she said that Su Qi had taken a leave of absence and went to Mount Wudong to relax. When Zhu Zhengli heard this damn news, he squatted on the steps and sulked. This guy surnamed Su was too disloyal. Once he encountered a little trouble, he abandoned his wife and brothers and ran away to hide himself? Zhu Zhengli lowered his head, lost in thought, and occasionally sighed. That refined and quiet woman, who he didn't know whether to call her sister-in-law or sister-in-law, was actually much calmer than a big man like him. She was scooping out a ladle of water from the water jar and splashing it on a small vegetable patch at the corner of the wall. After Zhu Zhengli came back to his senses, he hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Although he had only been here for a few minutes and was not afraid of a crooked shadow, there were always too many gossiping women and dirty men in the neighborhood. If some rumors spread, it would be easy for the atmosphere to change. When Su Qi returned and heard the nonsense, it was possible that they wouldn't even be brothers anymore. Zhu Zhengli jumped down the steps and said goodbye. The woman didn't urge him to stay. She put down the gourd ladle in her hand and scattered a handful of rice for the chickens and ducks in the cages. She walked back to the empty house and sat on the bench. Looking at the courtyard outside the house, the corners of the walls were green, and the crowing of the chickens could be heard. She was a little annoyed, not because he came and went in a hurry and didn't treat this place as his home. She just remembered that when he was the registrar, every day when he returned to the courtyard at dusk, he would be able to smoothly drive the chickens and ducks back to the cages. However, when he wasn't around, she would always be exhausted from doing this work and might not succeed. Yesterday, a hen that had just started laying eggs went missing. This made Pei Nanwei very angry, so she simply didn't open the cages today. Pei Nanwei looked at the sky and remembered that there were still a few pieces of his clothes hanging on the bamboo pole. She walked to the backyard and wrapped them around her arm one by one. Su Fengnian hadn't climbed Mount Wudong since he entered the state of mind, and went to the top of Little Lotus Peak to practice his saber. After passing the stone memorial arch, Su Fengnian went up the steps alone. He didn't bring a single retainer with him, nor did he notify the authorities at the foot of the mountain. As a result, there wasn't any activity to welcome him on the mountain. However, as luck would have it, the old Taoist Song Jiming would come to the memorial arch every few days to wait for someone. Today, the old Taoist slowly walked down from Big Lotus Peak and coincidentally bumped into Su Fengnian. Song Jiming, who was the oldest on the mountain, turned around with a smile. He didn't say anything about not being able to meet him from afar, and just accompanied the young king of Bailiang up the mountain. The old man couldn't help but sigh. The mountain was so cold and cheerless. Senior brother Wang and junior brother were no longer here. Junior brother Li Yufu, who was the sect leader, had yet to return. Junior brother Wang had also left the mountain to travel for some time. In the end, only these old men with whiter hair were left to look after the house. How boring was this? There were some good seedlings on the mountain, but they weren't as free and easy as junior brother and sect leader Li Yufu. They were also thin-skinned and couldn't take the teasing of these old fellows. Some of the jokes, especially coming from the mouth of Chen Yao, who was in charge of Wudong's discipline, were unbearably cold. Most of the juniors trembled in fear. Song Jiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Yao, this old urchin, asked them in a serious manner if they had met any young and beautiful female pilgrims. It wasn't like he was afraid that their cultivation would be delayed, or their Dao hearts would be damaged. In fact, this old fellow was just teasing the juniors because he had nothing better to do. Song Jiming was no longer obsessed with alchemy and rarely fiddled with the pill furnaces. He would often wander around the mountain. If he didn't see sect leader Li Yufu at the mountain gate, he would return to the mountain and look at the purple bamboo forest, the turtle-carrying tablet, and the celestial phenomenon pond. When the Taoist children from the various Taoist temples on the mountain met this old and senior Taoist, they couldn't help but feel that Grandmaster Song was really old. Su Fengnian and Song Jiming walked along the mountain path of varying width, slowly walking towards Little Lotus Peak. Su Fengnian said softly, "Last time at Spring God Lake, I arbitrarily invited Bailiang's Dharma image in advance and set up the 81 Dynasty ceremony for you. It caused a lot of trouble. I'm a snob, but fortunately, I don't like to say false words of courtesy. If there's anything you need Bailiang to do on the mountain, don't hesitate to ask." Song Jiming waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not a business deal, so there's no need to talk about getting back the money. Ancestor Lu once left behind a precept that Wudong Mountain has the word dang. One of the dang is to take responsibility." Su Fengnian didn't say anything else. Song Jiming continued, "Your Highness oversees the northwest gate, and can be said to be one man guarding the pass. There's also the word dang. No wonder you have fate with Wudong Mountain." Su Fengnian stopped walking and looked at the clouds in the sky above Little Lotus Peak. He sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, Wang Xianji rushed to Bailiang this time and caught me off guard. I could only come to Wudong Mountain to be a big rat in this paradise. There are only so many places for Earth immortals. In the past, whoever ascended first would be replaced by the next person. I'm different from Wang Xianji. I forced my way up, and it just so happened to be his place. Therefore, Wang Xianji came to find trouble. After all, he's not a Taoist enlightened master. No matter how high his martial arts realm is, or how profound his cultivation is, he can't pass the gate of heaven without entering." Song Jiming asked in reply, "If the people on the mountain tightly hold on to the blessings of the paradise for generation after generation, how different would they be from the misers at the foot of the mountain?" Song Jiming quickly smiled and said, "When it's time to accumulate blessings, when it's time to scatter, scatter luck. Only this can be considered as flowing water not rotting. Otherwise, no matter how deep the secluded pool is, it's just a big puddle of smelly water that makes people loathe it. Of course, it's not because you, Su Fengnian, are the son of the great general that you can take whatever you want. It's because the one who's blocking Bailiang's million control bowstring experts is you, the king of Bailiang. What you take is roughly equal to what you pay. Old Taoist and a few of my martial brothers have often mentioned you. Especially after you became the 6th in the world. We wanted you to really pull down that Wang Xianji. In the future, other things aside, if word gets out that the king of Bailiang used to practice the saber and martial arts on this mountain, there will at least be more pilgrims, right? Su Fingnian said softly. When I first went on an out-of-body spiritual journey, I saw a child somewhere in Jiangnan. Later, I told the headmaster Liu Fu. I don't know how he is now. Song Jiming smiled and said, Old Taoist knows that I don't have long to live. I've waited for half a year, but it's likely that I won't be able to see him. But it doesn't matter if I can't wait. This pair of martial uncle and martial nephew, or master and disciple, can just come up the mountain. Su Fingnian nodded. Song Jiming suddenly said, Old Taoist has a request. Su Fingnian was just about to agree when Song Jiming suddenly moved and heavily punched him on the shoulder. Su Fingnian smiled and didn't take it to heart. Old Taoist snorted and said, No matter what, the headmaster and my martial brother, one died because of you, and the other was disbanded because of your big sister. Old Taoist has a lot of resentment in his heart. I originally thought that I would take it to the grave with me, but you came to me yourself. Even if I can't beat you, Su Fingnian. Su Fingnian smiled and said, Taoist Song, if you're still angry, how about another punch? Song Jiming turned around and left with a straight face saying, Forget it. If I annoy you, the grand leader of 300,000 cavalry, the small Wudong mountain won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Fingnian dismissed it with a smile and walked alone to the top of Little Lotus Peak. Song Jiming, who was walking down the mountain with his back to Su Fingnian, secretly grimaced and cursed in his heart. Motherf ***, worthy of being number 6 in the world. He didn't even fight back, but his entire arm was in so much pain. If he had known earlier, he would have been gentler. Chapter 1081. Su Fingnian walked to the side of the tortoise-carrying tablet at the peak of the mountain, and exhaled. Next, it was not as simple as a mental journey. He was going to take a look at the spring and autumn period. As for whether he would see the battle at the Western Wall, the 10 years of defense at Xiangfan City, or Li Chuangong's sword Qi rolling dragon wall in the Western Shu Imperial Palace, nothing was certain. Anyway, it was a last-minute effort, so he would see as much as he could. If Wang Xianji rushed too quickly on the east-west front, with Su Fingnian's current realm, which was higher than number 6 in the world, he would definitely die. Huang Sanjia had purposely placed Su Fingnian in this mediocre position during the martial arts evaluation. His original intention was for Su Fingnian to die a little later, so that Su Fingnian could replenish his realm of fate and save Lady Hehe according to the agreement. By then, whether Su Fingnian lived or died, it would have nothing to do with Huang Longshi. In the world, Huang Sanjia was definitely not the most fair when it came to doing business, but he was definitely an old turtle that did not want to lose out. Su Fingnian pressed down on the back of the tortoise and closed his eyes. 800 years ago, there was the Great Qin. 400 years ago, the Great Feng dynasty only had one less Great Feng than the Great Qin. Are you waiting for me? The 800-mile-long spring god lake was like a huge turtle slowly rising to the surface of the water. In Great Peace City, the golden body statue of the Jinwu Great Emperor, holding the Shinto talisman sword, also started to shake. Su Fingnian stretched out a finger and wiped his eyebrows. The current situation was far more than just an emergency. Since that was the case, he could only do extraordinary things in extraordinary times. Su Fingnian burped and spat out a mouthful of purple gold fog. He learned from the Beimeng Grand Tutor Yuan Qingshan, holding a Su Fingnian in each hand and going to the spring and autumn period together. The departure of Wang Xianji from Martial Emperor City quickly set off a huge commotion in the Wulin world. However, by the time this perilous wave was rolling up and down in the Jianghu, a snow-haired old man in hemp clothing and hemp shoes had already passed through more than half of the old West Chu's territory and arrived at the thickest section of the Guangling River on a ferry. The tall and sturdy old man stood at the bow of the ferry. Although he was eye-catching, there were countless experts who could roam the Jianghu. The old man was only slightly taller and stronger, and he did not have a weapon with him, so he could not be considered as shocking. Some of the Jianghu people who were good at currying favor did not try to worm their way into the old man's acquaintance. After all, it was always beneficial to support each other outside. However, after a few of them tried to strike up a conversation, they did not receive any response. In the end, They gave up resentfully and silently cursed the old man for putting on airs as an expert. The hemp-clothed old man stood quietly at the bow of the boat, gazing at the river in the distance. The aura around his body suddenly condensed, and the vast river wind that was blowing against the sails seemed to stop. The large two-story ferry was like a leaf floating on the river for no reason at all, and it spun around on the river. Everyone was shocked and at a loss as they looked around. There had always been a rumor in the streets that there was a flood dragon on the Guangling River. Ancestor Lu had once killed it with his flying sword. Later on, Li Chungang in green had also performed a similar feat when he crossed the river with his flying sword. 100 zhang ahead, there was a motionless lone boat. A woman stood proudly. Her purple robe fluttered in the wind. Purple robe blocking the river. With the release of the new martial arts evaluation, the entire Jianghu was guessing why the Tide Listening Pavilion's Nangong Push was only one level away, and why the Great Snow Plateau's purple robe was only one level away. Only the old people who were familiar with the wars of the spring and autumn period would know that on either side of this lone boat and the purple robe, there were two huge ruins made of stone. They were 20 zhang tall, and erected on either side of the river were two iron pillars that were now covered in rust. The stone pillars faced each other, and were originally built in the Defeng dynasty. They had once successfully blocked the southern invasion of the barbarians from the north. They only needed to pull up a few iron chains to seal off the Guangling River. Most of the iron chains were slightly hidden under the water, and would only surface during the dry season. Later on, the West Chu general guarding the river rebelled, and personally burned off the iron chains. Only then did the tragic story of the iron chains sinking into the river. It was said that when the people of the Dechu behind the western wall heard the grievous news, they wept endlessly. Later on, there was no lack of fishermen who were familiar with the water. After receiving a huge reward from some survivors of the spring and autumn period, they wanted to explore the bottom of the river and search for the iron chains. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Those survivors could only throw down the money and return in distress. Later on, the Liang imperial court became more stable and the world became more peaceful. There were fewer and fewer such fools. In the past few years, no one cared whether or not the iron chains at the bottom of the Guangling River were really there or not. The old man at the front of the ferry was somewhat surprised. It was reasonable for people to block the way, but he did not expect that she would be the first. That woman already had the two prominent identities of the Wulin Alliance master and the bull descendant Xianyuan family master, but she did not care about her life. After he abandoned the city, he was not as easy to talk to as he was in the martial emperor city. In the past, he cherished each and every talent in the Wulin Alliance, not because he, Wang Xianji, had a bodhisattva's heart and compassion for everyone, but because he hoped that these people could reach the top of the martial Tao, and that there would be a martial artist who could stand side by side with him in the end. Now that he had left the city and the Eastern Sea, his goal was very clear. He only wanted to find the king of Bailiang. The others were not in his eyes at all. If they came to pick a fight in front of him and acted recklessly, he would not mind killing them one by one. It would be good to pave the way for his last battle in the world. Wang Xianji raised his head and looked at the sky. After the world, there was only the sky. Chapter 1082. The bow of the ferry began to slowly sink until the stern was raised up high. However, the ferrymen who were falling forward were blocked by an invisible wall in the middle of the ferry. The group of people huddled together in a sorry state as they watched the hemp-clothed old man still standing at the bow of the ferry. The purple-clothed woman bent down and tied a knot on the hem of her dress, creating a dead knot. She stood up and looked at the number one in the world in the distance who was ready to fight. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had unknowingly walked down Mount Hui, didn't feel any regret. When she encountered the human cat, who was invincible below Earth immortals, in the western regions, her fear was one thing, but more importantly, she didn't want to use her full strength. Later, that person wanted to fight the human cat to the death. She still didn't want to die in vain, so she withdrew again, and even drew a line with Bailiang to win the favor of Liang's Zhaoshi. She also became the first female Wulin chief in several hundred years, admired by the world. Disloyal? She never denied that she was ungrateful, but she was a woman. What was the point of being loyal? In fact, when she heard that Wang Xianji had left the city to rush to Bailiang, She didn't want to get involved. After reaching the great celestial phenomenon stage, by absorbing the fate of the imperial jade seal, and devouring the cultivation of nearly 100 experts, she was even more aware of the invincible spirit of the top 3. She had already seen the last threshold, so she should cherish her life even more. However, after she dug out the 3 jars of daughter's red buried by her father, Xianyuan Jingqing, she wanted to get drunk, but the more she drank, the more sober she became. That night, she lay on the roof of a tall building and stared at the small words at the bottom of a bottle for a long time. Later, she quietly went down the mountain. Facing the number 10 in the world, she retreated. But facing Wang Xianji, who had been invincible for 60 years, she came. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng said self-mockingly, "Are you stupid?" Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. "There's no cure. Then don't save me. Do you think you can run away now? If you can't run, then let's fight. It's not a big deal." Xianyuan Qingfeng's eyes suddenly became determined. She stretched out an arm, her fingers like hooks, and the river beside the boat boiled. A huge iron chain broke through the surface of the river like a black dragon. Xianyuan Qingfeng grabbed one end of the iron chain. With a tap of his foot, the small boat shattered. The purple-clothed woman dragged the iron chain that was more than 600 meters long, and began to run wildly on the river surface. With a flick of her wrist, the iron chain twisted in a huge arc in the blink of an eye, like a scorpion swinging its tail, and ruthlessly smashed towards the ferry. The old man at the front of the ferry leaped high into the air, and the entire bow of the ferry abruptly plunged into the river. Then it was hit by the downward force of the river, and was pushed back to the surface of the water, and rapidly slid backward. Wang Xianji rushed into the air, directly facing the descending metal chain with the force of a thunderbolt. On the surface of the Guangling River, it was as if an immortal had split open the river surface with a sword, dividing north and south from east. Wang Xianji's face was expressionless. She allowed the fierce wind to smash down and grab the iron chain with one hand. Wang Xianji did not grab the iron chain immediately. Instead, she slid a few feet between her thumb and index finger. Sparks flew everywhere. Wang Xianji clenched her fist and broke the iron chain. The explosion was louder than summer thunder. The river surface under her feet exploded, and huge waves rose to the sky. The purple-clothed woman was indifferent to the breaking of the iron chain. She stopped, withdrew her hand a few inches, and then extended it a few inches again. The whip and iron chain nimbly and viciously turned into the tip of a spear, piercing straight towards Wang Xianji's chest. Wang Xianji stretched out her palm and blocked the tip of the spear. Her body tilted slightly as she fell. The tip of the spear was like a lit firecracker, turning into fine powder section by section. The vibrations continued without end. The woman, who was unwilling to let go, was knocked into the river by the vast and boundless force. With the purple-clothed woman as the center, a magnificent splash suddenly bloomed on the surface of the Guangling River. The woman's figure could no longer be seen on the river. Before Wang Xianji landed on the river surface, she threw the black iron chain that was more than 10 feet long at the woman who had almost sunk to the bottom of the river. Wang Xianji did not care about her life or death. When her feet touched the water surface, she bent her knees and squatted. Her 10 fingers clenched into a fist, and she smashed the river surface under her feet. The entire river surface was smashed into a water bowl. The river water in the bowl suddenly overflowed the shore, and in the center of the bowl, the water level dropped sharply. It was obvious that she wanted to crush the woman at the bottom of the bowl into a pile of meat paste. Wang Xianji, who was not in a hurry to get up, said indifferently, "Hide? Su Fingnian has 300,000 iron cavalry, but they can't hide. Where can you hide?" Wang Xianji did not wait for the turbulent river to calm down. She put her 2 fingers together and tapped the water surface under her feet. Every time she tapped, a dragon would emerge from the river surface and then hover in the air. In the blink of an eye, there were 18 green dragons on the river. Wang Xianji stood up and waved her sleeve. There was the green-clothed swordsman and the 2-sleeved green snake. After that, there was Wang Xianji's sleeve that roamed the green dragon. After a wave of her sleeve, the head and tail of the green dragon connected and pierced into the water surface. The river and the sea were overturned. Wang Xianji crossed her arms in front of her chest, waiting for the woman to be driven out of the water to her death. Under the water surface, there were dozens of rapid and dull sounds. When the woman appeared on the river surface, there were countless broken iron chains wrapped around her. Ze stood on one of the iron chains placed horizontally on the river surface. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Wang Xianji was still more than 80 feet away from the woman. He raised one arm and put the other behind him. She punched through the air. Bang! A fan-shaped curtain of qi appeared beside the old man. Then, the woman in purple's iron chains pounced forward crazily and were torn to shreds in an instant. There was another loud bang. Ze was knocked out. Even though she was constantly being pulled by the chaotic qi, trying to stop her from falling back, it was futile. She kept falling back until her body hit the wall of the gorge, creating a huge depression. It was like a grave. Chapter 1083. With a seemingly casual punch, the purple-clothed woman was forcefully embedded into the canyon wall. Wang Xianji only glanced at her, but did not pursue her. Instead, she leaped back to the ferry. There were still water stains on the deck. Without the old immortal's order, the ferry continued to move forward. No one dared to get close to the ship, and they all whispered to each other. Nowadays, purple clothing was all the rage in the world. Some pretty young heroines in Jianghu all liked to wear purple clothes and dresses. Those on the ship who had been in Jianghu before were not sure that the purple dress blocking the river was the current Wulin Alliance leader. If the woman was Xianyuan Qingfeng, the house master of Great Snow Plains, then who else could the old man standing at the bow of the ship who could beat her into a pulp be? The ferry under Wang Xianji's feet moved forward slowly. Before crossing the gorge, they were getting closer and closer to the new grave. The Jianghu people and common people on the ferry were on tenterhooks. Wang Xianji did not look sideways. At the cliff of the gorge, there was a slight sound of gravel falling into the river. The loose purple clothes were like living vines and grass after winter. They grew again when the spring breeze blew, and like overflowing water, they seeped out of the stone pit. Strands of purple clung to the stone wall. Everyone on the ferry was scared out of their wits. Could the woman really be the incarnation of the unkillable evil dragon of Guangling River? The woman wrapped in purple slowly floated out of the grave. She stretched out a hand and pressed it against her mouth. However, scarlet blood still seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Reaching the celestial state named by Gao Shulu 400 years ago, the flow of qi and the birth and death of qi were extremely fast. If the Xian finger state was to see the qi of all things in the world and change the rules, then wait for an opportunity to knock the finger and ask, or cut off or help the process. Then the celestial state was to feel the entire vein and act according to the situation. However, Gao Shulu once said that the celestial state was the gatekeeper of the courtyard in the human world. She also understood the principle of beating a dog depends on its master. Ordinary celestial state masters would inevitably be tainted by qi when they killed people. Han Shengxian deliberately stayed at the Xian finger state for his whole life, so that he could be more unscrupulous when he killed a Jianghu master. Xianyuan Qingfeng used the original method created by her ancestor Xianyuan Pan, to crazily absorb other people's qi and qi to strengthen her own strength. The first batch of senior masters in Mount Hui almost all died for no reason. Every month, she would secretly go down the mountain to look for fresh food. This was no longer a case of a rabbit not eating the grass near its burrow, but a helpless action when there was no grass near its burrow to eat. Xianyuan Qingfeng was like a female Pishio, going further and further on this unorthodox path. Her graceful figure floated out of the dilapidated mountain wall. Not only did the large sleeves of her purple robe not diminish her charm, but it also added to the mystery of this Wulin chief. Wang Xianji's punch had destroyed her first breath. During the time the ferry was traveling, it gave her a chance to regenerate her qi. In fact, when she was chased by the green dragon sleeve at the bottom of Guangling River, Xianyuan Qingfeng had already forcefully regenerated her qi. At that time, she had two options. After breaking the green dragon sleeve, she could avoid the sharp edge and hide at the bottom of the river. However, she still used her qi to pull the iron chain out of the river, which almost took Wang Xianji's punch head-on. Sure enough, before the ferry entered the gorge, Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at Wang Xianji's side and stretched out a hand. Wang Xianji's figure, which was standing proudly at the bow of the ferry, flashed and disappeared. The ferry under her feet was like an arrow released from a bow. It suddenly split the river surface and quickly crashed into the gorge. The ferry passengers who were in a mess obviously did not have the chance to see the battle between the peak of the Wulin of Liang. Xianyuan Qingfeng pressed his hands down, and his body floated up more than 10 feet against the cliff wall. Wang Xianji followed him like a shadow. The tip of her foot first stepped on the edge of the hole, and then as if she was walking on flat ground, she chased after the purple figure up the mountain wall. Xianyuan Qingfeng pulled with both hands. The countless black iron chains hidden at the foot of the cliff clattered and climbed up the mountain rocks. They clustered together and twisted together, crazily chasing after the burly old man's back. Wang Xianji, who was sliding on the mountain wall with both feet, turned a deaf ear to the black mass of iron snakes behind him. Xianyuan Qingfeng's arms knocked backward, and his 5 fingers drilled into the stone wall like a purple gecko nailed to the wall. The purple robe crashed into the mountain and suddenly spread out, and then instantly covered its owner's body, wrapping him into an airtight cocoon. It spat out thousands of silk threads, using the iron chains to force Wang Xianji's qi dynamic out, and then used the silk to chase after the unique path of Wang Xianji's qi dynamic. The bright red silk threads and the black iron chains rapidly intertwined, trying to crush Wang Xianji, who was trapped in it. This was a trap that covered the sky and the sun. Wang Xianji was strolling leisurely in it. As he moved forward, the silk chains moved with him, and rocks kept falling into the river, stirring up layers of waves. Wang Xianji's qi dynamic did not show any signs of swelling like an ordinary master's, but it was enough to prevent the endless silk chains from getting close to him. The old man did the opposite. He withdrew most of his qi dynamic, and allowed the spider web to tightly grip his body that was said to be even more invincible than the Buddha's Vajra, leaving only his head exposed. Wang Xianji's speed was not the fastest in the first 4 realms. To this day, even though he, the Lord of Martial Emperor City, had been the world's #1 for 60 years, he had not won the first 3 realms. In the Vajra realm, there was the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, and in the mysterious finger realm, there was Dong Tai. Even without the peach blossom sword god, there was still Han Shengxian, and in the celestial phenomenon realm, there was Chao Chongqing. However, in the Jianghu where the 4 grandmasters lived, Li Chungang had almost won all 3 realms. Other than losing to the dragon tree monk in the Vajra realm, he was the champion of the mysterious finger and celestial phenomenon realm. However, this did not prevent Wang Xianji from having the last laugh, becoming the only one who had reached the peak of martial arts in the past 500 years. Therefore, when Wang Xianji deliberately withdrew his qi dynamic and allowed Xianyuan Qingfeng to have his way, the purple dress mountain master immediately gave up the idea of strangling this old monster. He decisively broke out of the cocoon and continued to float upwards. At the same time, the silk chains exploded, and purple and black powder scattered in all directions. The entire cliff began to shake violently under the huge impact of the fog. Chapter 1084. Xianyuan Qingfeng's purple robe was no longer as intense as before. His robe, which was even more flawless than the best work in the Imperial Weaving Bureau, had already lost some of its luster. Wang Xianji was still walking up the mountain wall at a moderate pace, just slightly faster than this old man. She even had the time to chat, and her tone was calm. The martial arts in the world are divided into the Tao of Arts. Ancestor Lu shouldered the Tao of Heaven, and this old man sincerely admires him. After Li Chungang, the Tao of Swordsmanship has withered away. Dong Tai's Tao of Arts is also worthy of this old man's attention. The Tao of Swordsmanship used to fall on Chao Chongqing's shoulders, and these years, he still hasn't been able to break away from the mold of the ancients. Xianyuan Qingfeng, your Tao of Arts is but a mirage. There's no need for a huge wave. Just a gust of wind can blow it away. If you encounter an ordinary person outside of martial arts, you can still scare them a little. This old man originally thought that you were a woman, and that martial arts cultivation is not easy. Purple Robe suddenly stopped retreating, and said sternly, "Woman? So what if I'm a woman?" Xianyuan Qingfeng also stepped on the cliff wall. She and Wang Xianji seemed to be standing on the same side of a mirror, and they collided head-on. Wang Xianji, with one hand behind her back, allowed the fist to hit her shoulder. She lightly tapped her fist between the woman's eyebrows. Wang Xianji didn't move at all, and Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't move much either. She only swung her head back slightly. The biggest movement was on the cliff wall beneath their feet, which became more and more obvious. As Xianyuan Qingfeng's head swayed, her sleeves were also torn apart, revealing 2 pink and tender wrists. However, this kind of redness wasn't the seductiveness of a woman's natural beauty. Instead, it was a kind of sickly scene. Blood flowed and surged under her snow-white skin in a visible form. A boneless person. You have to give up something when you gain something. The Qingfeng of the Mount Hui Mountains mountain lord was really too unconventional. In order to absorb the internal energy of those external cultivators, as well as withstand the counterattack of those experts who died in her hands, she didn't hesitate to smelt her own body into a living pool, melting others and herself. Naturally, Wang Xianji had already seen through this crazy woman's background, and didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Seeing that she didn't know what was good for her, he suddenly exerted force with his fist, knocking this laughable Wulin Alliance master back several dozen feet. He then swept across to Xianyuan Qingfeng with one step, and grabbed her slender neck. Wang Xianji, who had one hand behind his back all this time, grabbed this body. His body spun, and after accumulating a bit of strength, he loosened his 5 fingers and threw the woman in purple several dozen feet above the cliff wall. Wang Xianji continued to walk upwards, and the hand behind his back clenched into a fist. A water column forcibly drew water from the river and soared into the sky. If later generations were to mention it, they would probably call it the Guangling sword. The scabbard was the Guangling River, and the body of the sword was the river water. Wang Xianji's one sleeve of azure dragons was indefinite. At this moment, the old man was about to use this water sword that leaped over his head to pierce through the stubborn woman's body and nail her to death in the air. This kind of fresh way of dying in front of everyone's eyes could be considered worthy of her current status, and her courage to block the river and fight to the death. The water sword's momentum was astonishing. It followed the cliff wall swiftly and violently, and indeed struck the woman in purple whose qi had mostly dissipated. However, this water sword, which was as thick as the mouth of a well, did not pierce through Xianyuan Qingfeng's body. Instead, it was blocked by a blurry ivory-white fog. The fog spread out and formed a fan shape. The water sword was like a needle piercing a bronze mirror, and the fog gradually dissipated. However, Wang Xianji, who was walking upwards, did not have the patience. He raised a hand, and the water column instantly expanded from the size of a well to the size of a courtyard at the entrance to Jiangnan's water village. This was no longer a needle piercing a mirror, but a crude scene of a large hammer smashing a mirror. This was not all. Several water columns of the same size were pulled by Wang Xianji's qi. They surged out of the water and shot towards the sky. Every dragon that emerged from the water contained Wang Xianji's abundant qi. With the cliff wall as a line, the water columns made a half arc, and all of them just happened to collide with the fog. Wang Xianji walked to the top of the cliff and sneered without saying a word. No wonder this woman could be so rebellious. Someone had given or lent her a portion of the nation's qi. Xianyuan Qingfeng's life was hanging by a thread, but he did not resign himself to death. He stood up on the mirror with difficulty, and his hands formed a sword shape. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards, directly at Wang Xianji's head. The qi of the imperial jade seal that had been transferred to her began to rotate. It was pulled away from the mirror and condensed on her hand and sword. Xianyuan Qingfeng roared angrily. He pressed down with both hands. The first water dragon's water sword was instantly shattered. The water columns that were originally hitting the mirror were also affected by this qi of the sword. They changed sides and followed the invisible qi of the sword, smashing towards Wang Xianji's head. Wang Xianji sneered softly. How could a tiny bit of qi of the imperial jade seal compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? This martial artist no longer clasped his hands behind his back. Instead, his 5 fingers formed a hook. He slid a few inches on the ground of the cliff, and his knees were slightly bent. This was probably the first time the martial Emperor City's city lord had truly made a move. After Xianyuan Qingfeng's sword strike, he was already bankrupt. He could only wait for death to come if he maintained the strange posture of holding the sword. Wang Xianji leapt up in an instant. The entire cliff top was pressed down by several feet. Without waiting for the bottom of the cliff to make a sound, the majestic qi that poured down from above had already repelled the waves of Guangling that were crashing into the cliff. Be it the qi of the sword or the water columns, they were neither blocked nor smashed. They even seemed to have lost their target and randomly smashed onto the already precarious cliff. Wang Xianji had already arrived above the head of the purple-clothed woman. With one punch, she smashed this reckless woman off the cliff and into the river in the distance. It seemed to be a punch, but before Xianyuan Qingfeng's body fell into the Guangling River, the purple-clothed woman's body paused several times in the air. What followed was a thunderous boom, and the purple-clothed woman's qi dispersed again and again. It seemed that Wang Xianji was still not satisfied with her celestial phenomenon realm cultivation. The old man raised his left hand, and the purple-clothed woman who was about to dive into the river was suspended in the air. His right hand once again punched the fingernail-sized figure in the distance. The powerful fist aura tore through the sky like a white rainbow, and directly hit the dying purple-clothed woman who was hovering in the air. Chapter 1085. Xianyuan Qingfeng could only watch helplessly as the fist aura flew towards him. Perhaps in the eyes of a level 2 master, even the lady of the Great Snow Meadow couldn't withstand a single blow. Ordinary martial artists felt that as long as they were lucky enough to reach the celestial phenomenon realm, the qi in their body would be able to connect heaven and earth, and they would be inexhaustible. This perception couldn't be said to be wrong, but it was only half correct. Celestial phenomenon realm experts weren't gods on earth. Gao Shulu once compared the experts of this realm to the Kunlun Peak, who sat on top of the Kunlun Peak and looked at the ocean. One was still climbing the mountain, while the other had already reached the peak. Therefore, as long as someone destroyed this ladder, they would be unable to move forward. Han Diaosi was good at killing celestial phenomenon realm experts, and because of this human cat's finger, it was the most suitable for destroying ladders. However, Han Xingxian needed to get close to the body to do this, while Wang Xianji didn't. From the beginning to the end, this martial Emperor City's city lord didn't get close to Xianyuan Qingfeng. She broke the lock with her bare hands, used the azure dragon to enter the water, and threw 2 punches. Even if they walked along the cliff, the distance between them wasn't close. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng's mind was blank, and he couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember the long osmanthus rain on Mount Hui, the fragrance of New Hong, or the rainstorm on the Great Snow Meadow. When she exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, it was equivalent to letting go of her last breath. She let her remaining qi dissipate, and even her purple robe fluttered in the wind. Xianyuan Qingfeng closed his eyes, and his heart was as still as water. The last thought in his mind was that the debt between them was settled. When he was young, he didn't know much about the world, and always liked to ask his bookworm father about this and that. Somehow he asked about love. His father had always liked to understand the word love, and he used the word clear to explain the word love. The 2 words beside the 2 words were water and heart respectively. When one's heart was as still as water, when one truly let go, only then would the debt between them be settled. Wang Xianji stood at the top of the cliff and frowned when she saw the purple robe hit by the long rainbow. This lady realized something before her death, but it was too late. It wasn't that Wang Xianji couldn't change her mind and destroy the fist herself and let the lady live. But the old man Donglin Jianji was 60 years old. Just as the white rainbow fist was about to explode Xianyuan Qingfeng, Wang Xianji suddenly turned her head and looked at the left bank of Guangling River. As far as she could see, a middle-aged Taoist ran to the iron pillar of the ruins of Iron Lock Sinking River. He then leaped over the wide river and landed on another iron pillar on the opposite bank with his sword in hand. His figure was so fast that even Wang Xianji, who had truly become invincible in the world, couldn't help but look at him in a new light. In terms of lightness skill, the Taoist's ability to cross the river with a single step was already far beyond the description of leaving no trace on the snow. However, the Taoist didn't stop there. When the Taoist stopped his feet, the fist aura was cut in half without any warning and disappeared in an instant. If it was Song Nianqing who used the 14 new swords, he wouldn't be able to kill Xianyuan Qingfeng so cleanly. Even if the fist aura was cut in half, Wang Xianji's fist aura could still use the first half to smash Xianyuan Qingfeng to death instead of disappearing into thin air. Wang Xianji stood proudly at the top of the cliff. She immediately guessed the identity of the Taoist who practiced the sword. The sword maniac Wang Xiaoping had always been known for his pure heart of the sword. It was said that this person never had a fixed position when practicing the sword. Wudong's 81 peaks were all facing the peak, some were far and some were close. Wang Xiaoping always stood on a peak and pointed his sword at another peak. On the peak, there were brothers who casually threw a fallen leaf. Wang Xianji used to wait for the top martial artists in the world to enter the city and climb the tower in Donghai. There were only a handful of people who waited, but didn't see them. Wang Xiaoping was one of them. Wang Xianji was very curious about whether this Taoist who carried Wudong's way of the sword could surpass Dong Tai's unparalleled murderous aura. Wang Xianji was not angered by Wang Xiaoping's sudden appearance today, and the fact that she had shattered his fist aura without even drawing her sword. He was not angered to the point where he wanted to beat a drowning dog out of humiliation, and let Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had barely escaped with his life, fall into the water and ignore him. Even if she had profited from the disaster and passed that hurdle, and her future achievements in the martial arts world had reached unreachable heights, it was no longer something Wang Xianji cared about. Wang Xianji only wanted to experience Wang Xiaoping's next move. Wang Xiaoping stood on the shore with an ordinary Taoist peachwood sword in her hand. She looked up at the old man. Ever since this old man defeated Li Chungang, he didn't have a worthy opponent. In the hearts of all Wang Xiaoping's sword practitioners, this was an indescribable feeling of depression. This was because Wang Xianji stepped on the head of the way of the sword to reach the top of the Jianghu. The prosperity of the sword forest had always been known to occupy half of the Jianghu. After Li Chungang lost, even the new god of sword Dong Tai couldn't pull Wang Xianji down from his pedestal. The great grandmaster of the way of the sword, the former owner of the Wu family's sword tomb Su of Gojozian, Dongyue sword pool Song Nianqing, also couldn't express his feelings with a single move. As long as Wang Xianji was alive, swordsmen wouldn't be able to raise their heads. How could they talk about a single move? Wang Xiaoping had been practicing swordsmanship since she was young. She wanted to ask Wang Xianji in Jianwu Imperial City one day. She wanted to ask Wang Xianji, who once said, "I see all the swordsmen in the world as if they are nothing." Wang Xianji said loudly, "Wang Xiaoping, before this old man enters Bailiang, he can only wait for 3 moves from you." Chapter 1086. Wang Xiaoping did not reply loudly. She retracted her gaze and looked at the mahogany sword in her hand. She said softly, "One sword is enough." Wang Xianji did not travel fast on her way to Bailiang this time. If she traveled too fast, the long-awaited battle would become meaningless. However, she could not travel too slowly either. When the young woman surnamed Jiang forcefully opened the gate of heaven, Wang Xianji did not take it to heart at all. However, if it was Su who did it, it would be hard to say. Huang Longshi, the devil who wished for the world to be in chaos, transferred the remaining fate of the 8 fallen countries to Jianghu. All kinds of opportunities appeared one after another, and chaos occurred. Martial arts geniuses such as Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, and Chen Jibao came out one after another. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. In the end, they were like bamboo shoots after a rain in the same spring. They did not care if there would be no harvest in the coming year. It should be known that many things were divided into big and small years. If the big year was too big, the small year would be too small. Among this large batch of bamboo shoots, the young man surnamed Su was undoubtedly a rising star. However, his position was right below Wang Xianji, the evergreen bamboo. In fact, Xianyuan Qingfeng's defeat was not as unjust as he thought. For so many years, only Dong Tai's flying sword, Chao Chongqing's sleeve, Gu Jiantong's thunder core, the young Song Nianqing's sword qi at the end of its flight, and the 9 yellow sword formation before his death were able to get close to Wang Xianji. It could be said that there were very few people who could get close to Wang Xianji. Of course, the most recent one was the young lord's fist. Wang Xiaoping suddenly raised her head and smiled. "Wang Xianji, why are you standing so high up?" After that, Wang Xiaoping slightly raised her left arm that was holding the sword. She twisted her wrist and pointed the end of the mahogany scabbard at the gorge wall. Her right hand gently patted the hilt of the sword. The sword in her hand was one of the dozens of mahogany swords that were newly made this summer. because it was not the best mahogany from Feicheng. The color was only slightly copper, not to mention the pleasant smell of the wood. After she lived with the useless monk Lu Songtao, the nearby villagers had heard that mahogany could ward off evil spirits. However, they did not dare to carve their own swords. It was not easy to find a traveling Taoist. At first, a fisherman asked Wang Xiaoping for a mahogany sword. Later, word spread and people came to visit Wang Xiaoping. She did not refuse and agreed to give them all. However, she still owed 8 swords. Mahogany swords were made of mahogany wood. Almost everyone on Mount Wudong had a mahogany sword. Before going down the mountain, Wang Xiaoping carried the talisman sword Shenshu, which made her an oddity. She remembered that when she first went down the mountain, her junior apprentice brother Hong Shixiang sent her to the mountain gate's memorial archway. She smiled and said that she helped her senior apprentice brother Wang carve half a mahogany sword. At that time, Wang Xiaoping went down the mountain with a sword. Why would she care about a mahogany sword that was within her reach? The end of the mahogany sword, after a pat, gently tilted up. Rise. Wang Xiaoping softly said a word. After a moment of silence, there was a series of continuous rumbling sounds. The gorge wall under Wang Xianji's feet, from bottom to top, was like a mountain-splitting sword cutting the mountain from the middle. The cliff was split into 2 halves. Rocks continuously rolled into the river, stirring up thousands of waves. The rise of the sword is already so bold. It seems that you want to learn from Li Chuangong's unsheathing? Since you are only willing to use one sword, this old man will do as you wish. Wang Xianji smiled and lightly jumped down the cliff. His falling speed was not too fast. When his feet landed on the water, there was a huge rock that split out from the mountain. Wang Xianji stretched out his palm and held the heavy rock that was several people's height. He stepped on the river towards Wang Xiaoping. He lifted the huge rock with one hand, but on the river surface under Wang Xianji's feet, there were only circles of almost invisible ripples. Wang Xiaoping looked at the strange scene of the rolling rock on the river surface. For some reason, he thought of his senior apprentice brother's finger cutting off the Conglan River. It was not to show off the mystical abilities of the immortals on the mountain in front of the people. It was because of the sudden torrential rain. A few fairies swayed in the wind and rain. Only then did his senior apprentice brother stop the turbulent river water upstream, until the fairies safely reached the shore. In the past on the mountain, Wang Xiaoping was the most diligent and obsessed with martial arts among his senior apprentice brothers. He always felt that his senior apprentice brothers did not take cultivation seriously. It was fine if they did not pursue immortality, but they did not care about the 4 words, Wudong will prosper. His senior apprentice brother Wang Zhongluo always said that there was no hurry. And that junior apprentice brother Hong, who called him Little Wang senior apprentice brother, he always felt a little angry and resentful. But when he heard that his junior apprentice brother had really left the mountain one day, Wang Xiaoping felt that it would be better if his junior apprentice brother stayed on the mountain for the rest of his life, to cultivate that unattainable Tao. Wang Xiaoping completely forgot about himself, as if he did not see that Wang Xianji was already rushing over with the huge rock. Wang Xiaoping smiled knowingly. He remembered that when he was young, the sect leader Wang Zhongluo, who was both his senior apprentice brother and a loving father, always liked to throw a child high into the sky, and then hug him with a smile and say, "Catch." He remembered sitting on his senior apprentice brother Song Jiming's neck, and going to the top of Big Lotus Peak to watch the sunset together. He remembered that when he was young, he defeated his senior apprentice brother Chen Yao, who was once said by his master to be the most competitive, but senior apprentice brother Chen Yao did not feel any disappointment. He just turned his back and left. Afterwards, he heard that senior apprentice brother Chen was grinning from ear to ear. He remembered that every time his senior apprentice brother Yu Xingrui went down the mountain, he would always go to the purple bamboo forest to find him to chat about some interesting stories down the mountain, regardless of whether or not he was impatient. Wang Xiaoping returned to his normal sword-wielding posture, at the same time taking a step back with his right foot, his right hand grasping the peachwood sword's hilt. He slowly closed his eyes. The side of the Guangling River where the middle-aged Taoist stood. The river water slapped against the shore and receded. The iron pillar behind him that used to block the river began to shake violently, the foundation of the platform beginning to crack inch by inch. Wang Xiaoping only thought of 4 words. Wudong has a sword. Chapter 1087. In Wang Xianji's opinion, the saying that the martial arts of Jianghu were extensive and profound was rather boring. The old man had seen too many so-called supreme arts and new moves, but they were nothing more than old wine in a new bottle. It was difficult for them to escape the rules set by their predecessors, especially for swordsmen. The peaks of their predecessors were too high, and most of the later generations were only on their way up the mountain. Therefore, during this period of time, there was nothing new to speak of, and it was even more difficult for Wang Xianji's eyes to light up. However, Wang Xianji did not let his guard down in the slightest when Wang Xiaoping's half-sword was unsheathed. He originally wanted to use the method he used to deal with the woman from Mount Hui. He wanted to use his unparalleled aura to casually attack from afar. In the end, Wang Xianji, who was holding the mountain with his palm, did not do as he pleased. Instead of holding the rock with one palm, he held it with both hands. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to run towards Wang Xiaoping on the shore. His fingers were like iron hooks, and his qi dynamics seeped into the huge rock. First, it tore open cracks, and then the entire 10,000-pound rock was crushed into hundreds and thousands of pieces of broken stone. The broken stone was scattered, but its spirit did not disperse. Wang Xianji's wrists were pressed together, and with a twist of his hands, the broken stones that looked like they were about to fall apart instantly reformed, forming a large circular stone formation from afar. Between the cracks of the broken stones, countless tiny purple lightning bolts flowed wildly. As Wang Xianji suddenly spread out his hands, a flock of purple and black crows in the shape of a half-fan appeared above the old man's head. The flock of broken stone crows did not stay still, but each of them was drawing water. The Guangling River under Wang Xianji's feet constantly had water columns as thick as an arm surging out of the water surface. If the flock of crows was the fan, then these rapidly rising and spinning water columns were the ribs of the fan. Wang Xiaoping went down Mount Wudong to hone his swordsmanship. Today he challenged the mountain with his sword and forced Wang Xianji to leave the mountain. However, an outsider came. He could also be considered as someone who had left the mountain. However, the timing of his appearance was coincidental with the rise of Wang Xiaoping's sword and Wang Xianji's flock of crows. It was neither beneficial nor detrimental to the overall situation. So the two of them intentionally chose to ignore this person. This uninvited guest was wearing an old Taoist robe that had been washed until it was white, but it was not the style of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong. He looked like a man of no doubt about his age. He was about a mile away from the Guangling River, and happened to see Wang Xianji's white fist aura smashing towards a man in purple. The middle-aged Taoist did not seem to be running wildly. Every step he took was still leisurely and leisurely. However, in almost the blink of an eye, he was already near the riverbank. Even when Wang Xiaoping slashed the long rainbow with her sword, the Taoist still did not make a move. Then he stopped at the riverbank and watched the Mount Huishan purple robe fall into the rolling water in the middle of the river. The Taoist seemed to sigh softly. The middle-aged Taoist did not jump into the river to save Wang Xianji. He turned his head and looked at the fan that Wang Xianji had created with great effort. He frowned. Everyone knew that when old monster Wang was in charge of the martial emperor city, he welcomed and sent away countless masters. He never asked for any fancy moves. In short, if you fought with him, it would be ugly. Whether you were Chao Chongqing, who had the 8 stars of elegance to himself, or the peach blossom sword deity, who defeated the sword manipulation to the sword manipulation, they would not give the outsiders the impression that the world would cry for ghosts and gods. The Taoist did not move at all. His left hand drew an arc, bringing about waves of ripples, as if he was blocking something invisible. However, the 5 fingers of his right hand were making gestures so fast that it was dazzling. There were 3 situations: the right time, the right place, and the right people. Beimeng's grand preceptor Yuan Qingshan was good at calculating the right people. Huang Longshi was especially good at calculating the right time, and he won by calculating the right place. Among the few remaining spring and autumn 13 ranks, this Taoist who had been hiding his scholarly achievements from the beginning to the end occupied the first rank. He seemed to be in his 40s, but in fact he was already over 100 years old. However, The way he practiced made it impossible for him to reach the celestial being realm. Otherwise, with his outstanding talent and wisdom, he could have returned to his original state long ago. His degree of freedom could be compared to Ancestor Lu, who passed through the gate of heaven without entering it 500 years ago. However, whether the people could ascend or not was just a matter of a thought from him. In the long years, he had seen too many ups and downs of the world. He had discussed the Tao with Ancestor Lu's reincarnation, Qi Xian, many times. He had raised an evil dragon for the Zhao family of Liang in the Earth Lung Mountain, and schemed against the third generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's chief. Earlier, he had even walked Jianghu with Lu Songtao, the sect leader of Zhilu Mountain, who was invincible in the world 100 years ago. They were both enemies and friends. The Taoist stopped making gestures. He already understood the situation of the two people in the distance. Chapter 1088. Wang Xianji was close to 100 years old. He had been at the peak of martial arts for nearly 60 years. Compared to ordinary people, he had lived for a long time. Almost everyone had forgotten that this burly old man was once a scholar with aspirations in the imperial court. He had imitated those famous scholars and used a feather fan to point out the country. However, due to various reasons, he abandoned his books and entered the Jianghu. Since then, he had never looked back. When the devil Huang Sanjia guided the fate of the nation into the Jianghu, Wang Xianji was originally at the top. He was similar to a powerful official in the imperial court who held the emperor and ordered his vassals. No one could compete with him. He could have taken most of it for himself and become like Gao Shulu from 400 years ago and Lu Songtao from 100 years ago. However, Wang Xianji did not do so. Be it the fearless Song Nianqing or Chao Chongqing who had just entered the celestial phenomenon realm, none of them died in Martial Emperor City. When he left the Eastern Sea, he could kill or not kill Xianyuan Qingfeng. However, Wang Xiaoping was different. The latter had the Wudong Mountain behind him. In the future, the people on the mountain would face the fishing immortal. In the end, it would create a new situation that had not been seen in 1,000 years. In the future, not to mention the grand occasion of 7 or 8 Earth Immortals appearing at the same time, none of them would be left. Even the celestial phenomenon realm would be an extravagant hope. Naturally, the word ascension would be lost. Wang Xianji, who had divided the territory with his own strength, naturally hated this situation. Not only did Wang Xianji want to block Wang Xiaoping's next sword, he also wanted to cut off the relationship between the sword maniac and the Wudong Mountain. Wang Xianji clenched his fists and threw them forward. The fan pounced forward with an earth-shattering momentum, stirring up a strong wind. Wang Xiaoping's eyes were still closed. He put 2 fingers on his left hand together and pushed forward on the peachwood scabbard. The scabbard gently slid out. There was no unparalleled Orochi, nor was there any strange phenomenon. Even if the rubble with purple lightning rolled towards him, followed by a huge wave, the speed of the sword being unsheathed was still neither fast nor slow. What happened next shocked the world. The Wudong Taoist was struck by the earth-shattering thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky, and then a huge wave crashed onto his head. After this round of attack, countless broken stones did not fall to the ground as expected. Instead, they floated on the shore and rotated slowly. When the sky was covered by dark clouds, a long and translucent white line appeared. It was faintly discernible, as if it was hanging down from the 9th heaven. It was slightly slanted and pointed at Wang Xiaoping, whose peachwood sword had not been completely unsheathed. The end of the white line hung 3 feet above the Taoist's head. As the saying goes, God is watching you from 3 feet above your head. It means that God always remembers the good and evil of people. Wang Xianji sneered. She stretched out her finger and snapped the fishing line. The middle-aged Taoist muttered to himself, "In the end, Li Chungang can lose to Wang Xianji, and you can also lose to a rising star. But Jianghu can't be lifeless. Why is it that Confucianism can't change the law because of literature, but chivalry can't break the law because of martial arts?" The Taoist sighed. Su Fengnian of Beiliang wants to guard the northwest door and give the people of the Central Plains a stable place. His original intention is not bad, but he is too deeply involved with Wudong. Once he gains power, he will definitely join hands with Li Yufu. Therefore, there are 2 choices. If you don't kill Su Fengnian, The world will be less turbulent for decades. If you kill Su Fengnian, Jianghu will still be Jianghu. No matter how strong the imperial court is, they can generally stay out of each other's business. Now, someone may want to fill up the well of Jianghu. As a frog in the well, it is reasonable that you, Wang Xianji, don't agree. When he saw that the tight white line above Wang Xiaoping's head seemed to be cut suddenly, the remaining white line fiercely bounced in the air in an arc and finally slowly dissipated in the clouds. Wang Xiaoping still did not draw his sword. His fingers were close to the tip of the sword, which meant that the scabbard was about to completely leave the sword. The Taoist didn't know whether it was because he was a fellow cultivator or because he felt sympathy for him. He couldn't bear to watch and turned to look at the river. In reality, if Wang Xiaoping had attacked earlier, just to break Wang Xianji's cage, then he would have been more alive than dead. With Wang Xianji's temperament of rarely getting angry, she might not necessarily want to kill him. But since this sword maniac was stubborn, Wang Xianji should really want to kill him. The Taoist was a solitary hermit. He understood Wang Xiaoping's persistence, but it was difficult to agree. Even if it was a sword of an earth immortal, so what? To say the least, even if he could really hurt Wang Xianji, it would only show the young vassal king a flaw that could only be regarded as insignificant. It would not stop Wang Xianji from killing people. Was it worth it to use one's life in exchange for a little more chance of victory? The Taoist suddenly opened his eyes wide. Even though he was an old monster who had been called a 1,000-year-old tortoise by Su Fengnian, he was still shocked. Wang Xiaoping opened his eyes. When the scabbard was about to fall, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he pushed the sword back into the scabbard and said softly, "Go." The peachwood sword still in the scabbard flashed. Many passengers on the ferries going to and from the gorge screamed at the same time. It turned out that the boats under their feet were beginning to lose control. No matter how hard they tried, they began to retreat quickly. The boats with their bows facing downstream seemed to have the help of God, rushing downwards like arrows. All of this was because the Guangling River, with Wang Xiaoping and the end of the gorge as the boundary line, was suddenly pulled away. The river water that left the waterway was as thick as a mountain peak. It rose into the air like an unprecedented blue sword. It curved around Wang Xiaoping, and then straightened in the air in a flash. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Wang Xianji, who was floating in the air without the river water under his feet. Wang Xiaoping shouted softly and took a step forward. He finally drew his sword. A section of the river water as a sword. Chapter 1089. The Taoist looked at the sword from the other side of the river, and sighed in amazement. The sword intent and sword chi of Wang Xiaoping's sword was enough to be called the pinnacle of swordsmen. It could no longer be simply called a talisman sword or a sword technique. There was a very important reason why generations of swordsmen were able to rise and fall in the martial arts world. Sword masters, when they felt like it, could often ignore realms. A second-grade master might be able to reach finger mystery with one sword, while a finger mystery swordsman could reach celestial phenomenon with one sword. They could even break through bottlenecks and directly reach the level of a land immortal. The green dragon was 100 feet long and floated beside Wang Xiaoping. It was as if Wang Xiaoping was carrying a sword on his shoulder. Following this Taoist priest of Mount Wudong who had profound knowledge dug out a section of the river. The tilted boats on the river followed the water flow into the Guangling waterway. It just so happened that they could see this soul-stirring scene. Each and every one of their hearts swayed. Probably because Wang Xiaoping's spirit was very upright and peaceful. The spectators were amazed but not afraid. As the surging river once again filled up the waterway, the passengers on the ferry could take the opportunity to see the graceful bearing of the immortals. Some of the ferrymen who were originally rushing upstream also took out their silver and desperately asked the ferry owner to turn the boat around and follow the river. The reason why they were not afraid of being affected was because they noticed that the sword tip had started to move towards the shore. The hemp-clothed old man who was originally standing on the river also jumped onto the shore and changed the battlefield. When Wang Xianji's foot touched the ground, the green sword had already rushed over. The distance between the man and the sword was less than 30 feet. Wang Xianji's foot touched the ground, and the other foot touched the ground one step behind. He did not dodge and directly punched out. The huge green sword suddenly stopped 3 feet away and exploded into a dazzling splash of water. Then it turned into mist and disappeared. The water curtain created by the collision of the fist aura, and the sword chi seemed to have no end. This 100-feet water sword was severely damaged. It was shrinking at a speed that the passengers on the river could see with their naked eyes. Very quickly, it consumed 10 feet of the sword body. Wang Xianji's figure remained motionless, but it seemed that her patience had been worn out. Very soon, she was no longer willing to stand there and be beaten. She took a step forward, and her left hand swung out a fist. The power of this fist was unparalleled. Not only did it smash the new sword tips, that came one after another, it was actually able to smash the entire green sword, causing it to sway incessantly. Countless thin and mixed sword chi hidden in the green water sword started to shoot out in all directions. It was a magnificent sight. After that, the old man who had been roughly guessed by the passengers to be the owner of the Martial Emperor city stepped forward and punched out. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He hit the sword from 90 feet to 80 feet, 70 feet, and when half of the sword reached 50 feet, Wang Xianji slightly stopped attacking. Just like martial arts, if you don't advance, you will fall back. When he stopped, the sword momentum that was originally blocked seemed to be waiting for this moment. It was not just a little bit stronger than before. It was as if there was a gap of a whole realm. Wang Xianji slid back a distance and gently jumped up. He slapped down on the huge sword tip. The sword tip was forced down. The green sword drilled into the ground and tore open a groove. The huge sword made an arc under the ground and drilled out of the ground. The arc continued until the sword body finally formed a big circle. The end of the sword was not far from Wang Xianji's feet. The sword tip fell from the top and pointed at Wang Xianji, who had already turned around. The Taoist who cultivated in seclusion in the Dragon Tiger mountainside. In his eyes, the sword style was like a jade. The general principle was that the outside was like the sky and the inside was like the earth. Previously, the sword was in the Vajra realm. The sword that cut off the river was in the mysterious finger realm. Now that the sword was half out of the sheath, it could be considered the spirit of the Tianxiang sword. Within the big circle there was sword chi. In fact, all three belonged to one sword. What was more rare was that this unfinished sword did not show any signs of decline. Its spirit was still rising. Even Wang Xianji could not stop it at the node of the mysterious finger celestial phenomenon. In the past 60 years, Wang Xianji almost never used a higher realm to crush anyone. He always liked to fight with people of the same realm. He wanted to exhaust his opponent's moves and spirit. Even if he lost to him, he would have no regrets. Therefore, he held back his fist momentum because he knew in advance that Wang Xiaoping's sword had an instantaneous ascension. At this moment, facing the round jade sword, that was full of spirit, Wang Xianji lowered his hands and raised them. He took the opportunity to lift the purple and green upstanding chi and used them as blades and swords respectively. The Taoist laughed softly. It's not common to see Wang Xianji pick up a weapon to face the enemy. Wang Xianji, who had a strong body to begin with, suddenly became even more arrogant. He was like a deity from the heavenly court who had descended to the world. However, Wang Xianji did not use any complicated or ingenious moves. He only used a horizontal blade and a vertical sword. The horizontal blade cut through the jade wall, and the vertical sword cut through Qing Shui. It was as if a priceless piece of jade wall was smashed onto the cold hard ground. The scene was extremely dazzling. Chapter 1090. The situation changed so quickly that even the Taoist cultivating on Mount Longhu was dazzled. When he focused his gaze again, he saw that the 500 feet long green half-sword had already been shattered. The Taoist originally thought that Wang Xiaoping's Tianxiang half-sword was already the peak, but he soon realized that he had underestimated this Wudong sword maniac who had left the mountain for many years. Wudong's prosperity lay in the fact that one mountain shouldered two Daos, the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Martial Arts. The previous generation's leader Hong Shixiang had almost achieved both. It was just that he had left the mountain in too much of a hurry, and he had left the world in even more of a hurry. Therefore, Wang Xiaoping at the very least had to shoulder a sword. The Taoist had been living in Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism, for so many years. He always felt that Mount Wudong was too human, and the immortal qi that cultivators worked hard to find was inevitably inferior to the Taoist master mansion that was surrounded by immortal qi all year round. However, the last half of Wang Xiaoping's sword had slightly changed the old Taoist's opinion. Wudong has 81 peaks. Around Wang Xianji, there were 81 swords of different lengths and thicknesses. The tips of the swords all pointed towards the sky at the same time. The tips of the swords were either perfectly straight or slightly tilted. The Lingxi sword momentum and the lofty mountain momentum completely matched each other. So much so that the Taoist who was watching from afar could easily identify the names of the mountains that each of the 81 swords symbolized. Wang Xianji chuckled softly. Whether it was Qi Xuanjin, who sat high on the demon execution platform, or Hong Xixiang, who rode a crane down to Jiangnan, none of them had lowered themselves to the same level as Wang Xianji. But he couldn't help but feel regret. He once had a move that he had studied for many years. At first, he wanted to target Qi Xuanjin, but later, Qi Xuanjin was said to have ascended to immortality. Then, with great difficulty, there was a descendant of Wudong who could suppress Mount Longhu with a sword. Wang Xianji picked up that move again, and continued to silently investigate and fix the flaws. But once again he was disappointed. In the end, he never had the opportunity to make a move. Since Wang Xiaoping did not disappoint her, Wang Xianji no longer deliberately restrained herself. She bent her knees slightly and assumed the role of an overlord, lifting mountains and rivers. When the 81 swords flew over the top, a gorge wall that was far more magnificent than the boulder was also forcibly uprooted. The raging waves shook the earth and the mountains. Everyone in the world mistakenly thought that the ability to move mountains and drain seas was just an absurd legend in those supernatural novels. At this time, the ferry passengers on the river saw it with their own eyes. They were scared to death. Many of them knelt on the bow of the boat, not daring to look at the flying mountain that covered the sky. One mountain suppressing 81 peaks. What was even more unbelievable was that Wang Xianji herself was also within the range of the flying mountain. It was obvious that Wang Xianji wanted to use this to suppress Wang Xiaoping. This old man had moved a mountain here. If Wang Xiaoping couldn't even break through the mountain, how could she compete with Wang Xianji? A cliff came crashing down. Dust filled the air on this side of the Guangling River. That deafening sound was ear-piercing. Wang Xiaoping dug out a section of the great river's water and made a one-of-a-kind big sword in the world. But that wooden sword, whose whereabouts were unknown, was the real root. The peachwood sword was originally the Taoist's house-guarding spirit weapon, yet Wang Xianji unexpectedly used the mountain as a sword. It was undoubtedly a great provocation to Wudong Mountain, where Lu Zhu had attained the Tao. Wang Xiaoping's sword was a new sword, and Wang Xianji's mountain was also a new mountain. On the peak of the new mountain, there was a very old white-haired old man in Jianghu. His hemp clothes were not stained with dust, and he stood with his hands behind his back. That half a move of the new sword did not disappear just like that. Instead, it broke through the mountain. Only one sword remained from the 81 swords. The water sword was no more than 3 feet long, but the sword Qi was 10 feet long. From the 100 feet long Qing Shui sword, the remaining 10 feet of sword Qi was 10 feet long. Wang Xiaoping seemed to be defeated repeatedly, but in the eyes of the old Taoist who had profound cultivation, it was not easy for Wang Xianji, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, to win. The coarse hemp sleeves were already in tatters. Previously, when he bent his knees to move the mountain, it should be because he could not care too much about the minor details. His vigorous qi leaked out, and the coarse hemp around his knees also became slightly loose. The Taoist looked at the narrow but long flying sword outside the mountain, and there was some fear in his eyes. An eye for an eye, as expected of the most stubborn sword maniac on Wudong Mountain. You, Wang Xianji, used the flying mountain as a sword. I, Wang Xiaoping, used my flying sword to take your head. The last 10 miles were the most difficult, especially when climbing a mountain. To completely break Wang Xiaoping's complete sword was like climbing a mountain, and the further one went, the harder it was. It was the same for the sword. The person who made the move? Was he thinking of returning to the mountain for the last time to see his old friend? The Taoist sighed. Was this the sword heart that Wang Xiaoping had comprehended in the end? The sword heart that he had been pursuing all his life? Dragon Tiger Mountain had ascended Jinren in the past, and in the past 300 years, its reputation had far surpassed Wudong, but it seemed that there had never been such a sword. The old Taoist's eyelids trembled involuntarily. The sword was out. Wang Xianji roared angrily and faced it head-on. On the peak of the mountain that was on the verge of collapse, a huge pit was formed with each step. Every step he took caused the mountain to fall several feet, breaking the sword qi, and pushed his palm on the tip of the sword. A person could die, but the sword could be destroyed. A man of 7 feet had a 3-foot sword. A person and a sword were still one. He could not retreat. The sword qi, sword intent, and sword edge were all destroyed inch by inch. Wang Xianji's steps also became extremely slow. His tall body and palm could only move forward inch by inch. A hole was made in his palm. When the number 1 person in the world finally broke the 3-foot sword in an unparalleled manner, not only was his palm badly mutilated, but there was also a trace of sword qi that pierced his chest and caused a scarlet blood flower. The sword qi dissipated behind Wang Xianji. The sword had already pierced through Wang Xianji. The old Taoist who had the same surname as the son of the Zhao family sighed heavily. Wang Xiaoping had a sword when he was alive, and it could be said that he did not let down his sword in this life. The Taoist's eyes suddenly widened, and he was greatly shocked as he looked at the shore. Wang Xiaoping had died long ago? Almost no one noticed that when the sword was in Mount Feisheng, there was already a flash of light in the sky. It seemed to be returning to the mountain on behalf of someone. At that time, the middle-aged Taoist with the highest seniority in Wudong was sitting cross-legged, looking at the river. His face was haggard, but his expression was peaceful. His warm smile had never been shown in those years on the mountain. "Little junior brother, I can't wait for you to come home." Wang Xiaoping closed his eyes, not looking at his last sword at all. Therefore, that sword was the sword of Wang Xiaoping, who had regrets but no regrets, after his death. Chapter 1091. Outside the mouth of the gorge was a battle of the peak of martial arts in the world. Dozens of miles upstream of the battlefield on the bank of the Guangling River, there was only a muddle-headed monk left in the thatched cottage without the Taoist who still owed the villagers a dozen peach-wood swords. When Wang Xiaoping passed away quietly with her hands folded on her knees, the mad monk also took off the tattered kasaya that had accompanied him all the way from Mount Lantua, and changed into clean clothes that he had asked Wang Xiaoping to buy from the market 2 days ago. The middle-aged Taoist, who had always been serious, even made an exception and joked that he didn't need to return the money to collect the corpse. The monk touched his bald head, and then stretched out his hand to pluck a reed leaf from the reeds on the bank of the river. He stepped on the surface of the river, and gently stepped on the reed. A reed went into the river. A few ships went against the current, and before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. They had just witnessed the hardy battle between the 2 immortals, and now they happened to see this scene. They were a little shocked to the point of numbness. They were all wondering what kind of great luck they had bumped into today. It was simply as if immortals had appeared in large numbers. However, all of them had appeared in such a way. Could it be that the reclusive masters were so worthless? The reed leaf went out of the gorge and floated to the center of the river. The useless monk, who was no longer wearing the kasaya, looked left and right. He first looked at Wang Xiaoping and then the old Taoist. With a calm expression, he took a step forward and quickly sank to the bottom of the river. At the bottom of the Guangling River, the water was muddy and the light was dim. Looking for people and things was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he still accurately landed a few feet away from the purple-clothed woman. The 6 senses and 7 apertures of the woman of Mount Hui were all sealed. Her delicate body was curled up like a baby in the womb, and the heaven and earth were her parents. Lu Songtao stared at the woman in a daze. The old Taoist on the shore, who had stubbornly cultivated in seclusion, had left Mount Longhu because he wanted to see her face before she died. Going forward, the reason why he cultivated in Mount Longhu was also an unspeakable secret that very few people knew about. 100 years ago, the 3 of them traveled the Jianghu hand in hand. He was not yet a monk of Mount Lantua, but the 9th cult master of Mount Zhulu. Among all the cult masters of the devil cult, he was the most unlike the cult master of Mount Zhulu. And that Taoist was not the current resident of Longhu Mountain. He was the 4th prince of the Liang royal family, who was recognized as better than the crown prince. His achievements, knowledge, martial arts, and talent were all outstanding. As for the delicate and naive woman who ended up with an extremely miserable life, she did not have a country-toppling beauty, nor did she have an insufferably arrogant background. However, Lu Songtao, who had concealed his identity and traveled in Jianghu, just happened to fall in love with her. Yet she fell in love with that handsome child named Zhao Huangchao. Lu Songtao did not mind this. With the two of them traveling together, where in the world could she not go? During this period of time, Lu Songtao didn't feel sad as he watched the woman he loved smile sweetly at other men. But when he returned to Mount Zhulu and came out of closed-door meditation, he heard the grievous news that Zhao Huangchao had single-handedly caused. He silently went down the mountain. Just like today, he also helped to collect the body, put on clothes for her, and carried her back to the mountain. Lu Songtao went down the mountain for the last time. He killed countless famous Jianghu figures who were fishing for fame, as well as countless high-ranking princes, dukes, and famous ministers. After killing them, every time he turned around, he always felt that she was standing there and smiling. Lu Songtao looked at the woman in purple who was both her and not her, and his tears kept flowing. Lu Songtao stretched out his hand, trying to grab the corner of the big purple dress that was gently floating at the bottom of the river. Then he slowly withdrew his hand, and his body began to float up. He broke through the water surface and lightly touched the water surface, laughing loudly and singing loudly. The surface of the river was like the surface of a drum, thumping loudly. Heaven and earth are useless, they don't enter my eyes. Sun and moon are useless, they can't exist together. Kunlun is useless, they can't come to me. Compassion is useless, they are sanctimonious. Tranquility is useless, their sleeves are empty. Great river is useless, they go east and never return. Wind and snow are useless, they can't fill their stomachs. Grass is useless, they wither with each passing year. Karma is useless, they are all fixed. Jianghu is useless, we forget each other. Lu Songtao lowered his head and chanted like a Buddhist monk, like a madman singing a sad song. He swept to the shore and lowered his head to stare at the Wudong sword maniac who was smiling as he went to his death. He restrained his arrogant and domineering attitude and moved his lips slightly. He put his palms together and chanted sutras to send the swordsman off. Lu Songtao opened his eyes and looked around. Then he looked at the sky and laughed loudly. Meditation is useless, how can you become a Buddha? At the same time, Lu Songtao's shoulders shook and his pale face flashed away. Then he glowed with a kind of purple-gold color that only eminent monks who had attained Bodhi in the Buddhist scriptures would have. That shake of his shoulders made this Zhulu mountain cult leader seem like he wanted to shake off a heavy burden that he had been carrying for a long time. The old Taoist Zhao Huangchao narrowed his eyes and his face was gloomy. He had already calculated that Wang Xiaoping's peachwood sword, which had been ready but not released, seemed to be carrying a heavy burden, and would be sent west to Wudong Mountain in Beiliang. Lu Songtao, who had hidden in Mount Lantua for 100 years, also wanted to get involved in this mess? Zhao Huangchao was hesitant. In the end, he still did not immediately stop Lu Songtao from shaking off the invisible object. Before Lu Songtao moved forward, he looked back at Zhao Huangchao, who had been entangled with grievances for 100 years. The two of them looked at each other. Lu Songtao sneered. You are even inferior to a woman. It was like this 100 years ago, and it is even more so 100 years later. Old thief Zhao, why don't you die? Zhao Huangchao, who had once gone out of his body and rode a dragon to Mount Quanglu, was silent. Chapter 1092. Back then, Lu Songtao went on a killing spree and swept through the court like a hot knife through butter. It was Zhao Huangchao who half begged and half forced the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain to set up a sacrificial altar, and asked the three modern grandmasters to kill him with a 10,000-li sky thunder nail. Although they didn't kill Lu Songtao, they succeeded in making this devil cult leader silent for 100 years. Lu Songtao no longer paid attention to this old ancestor that the current Zhao family's son knew, but didn't dare to admit. He ran wildly to catch up with Wang Xianji, who was walking on the shore. He walked out of Mount Lantua and came to the Jianghu of the Central Plains. Li Dongxin of the two Zen temples blocked his way, white dress Luoyang blocked his way. Zhao Ningxian, the reincarnation of the first grandmaster of Longhu Mountain, blocked his way, and countless top heroes of Jianghu blocked his way. This time he was going to block someone else's way. Wang Xianji still walked at a steady pace. Lu Songtao quickly caught up with this city master of Martial Emperor City, who who was 40 years younger than him. They seemed to be walking side by side, but Lu Songtao was actually flying with the wind and his feet didn't touch the ground. Wang Xianji didn't turn his head and said calmly, "Things are different now. 100 years ago, Lu Songtao was the undisputed number one in Jianghu. 100 years later, not to mention someone's sword skills. Even the living Dong Tai sword skills are slightly better than yours. Are you really going to stop me?" Lu Songtao smiled and said, "Isn't it a good thing that Jianghu and Jianghu are compatible with each other?" Wang Xianji didn't comment. Lu Songtao looked into the distance and continued, "As for what you're thinking, you're hoping that the Jianghu under our feet will prosper for 100 years and not die for 1,000 years. It's not that I don't know, but each generation has its own destiny and can't be forced. Just like those lobbyists and roamers in the Qin dynasty, they were all like wandering dogs. Who would have thought that later on, there would be so many powerful clans? They were destined to become a cancer in the eyes of the later generations. What you, Wang Xianji, think is good in others' eyes. You've won the Jianghu of several generations by yourself, and you're still not satisfied? It's not a bad thing to just ascend and be a celestial being in the heavens, and let your descendants walk their own path. You may want to say that Li Yufu of Wudong is more superfluous than you, but he is after all a member of the three sects, and has just entered the secular world. As for Su Fingnian, his identity is even more special. He is very different from you. How can you compare the two of you?" Wang Xianji sneered. "Eating Huang Longshi's leftovers and helping Huang Longshi do evil. Is it really reasonable to rely on your identity as a reincarnated celestial? Wang Xianji doesn't believe in this. If there's any justice, I'll have to wait until I ascend before I have the mood to listen to it." Lu Songtao smiled and said, "I've heard a lot of rumors about you these days. You're different from me and Gao Shulu from 400 years ago, who killed every expert in the world on sight. Be it good or evil, you rarely kill. It's true that people who walk different paths can't make plans together." Wang Xianji snorted. Su Fingnian has worked hard to accumulate good cultivation. Instead of wasting it under Bei Meng's iron hooves, it's better to fight with me fair and square. After all, there are still people in Jianghu who remember him as the king of Beiliang. Otherwise, with the Zhao family's *T conduct, not to mention leaving their names in the history books, even the unofficial history books compiled by private people wouldn't dare to mention them. Lu Songtao frowned and asked, "Aren't you worried that once Bei Meng's iron cavalry breaks through the northwest gate and invades the central plains, how many people will die even if it's only 10 years of war? It won't be much less than the Great War of Spring and Autumn, right?" Wang Xianji said calmly, "What does the separation of the world have to do with me?" Lu Songtao sighed with emotion. Didn't Huang Longshi say that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world? Wang Xianji sneered and said, "He's just using his mouth and tongue to say a few good words. If others don't criticize him, do you, Lu Songtao, really think it's useful? If you were on the celestial list 100 years ago, after I ascended, the first thing I would do would be to knock you down to earth." Lu Songtao didn't get angry. After a moment of silence, he was amazed, happy, and admiring. For a moment, all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He even forgot to ride the wind, and didn't dare to make a sound. He only said in his heart, "I know what you want, Wang Xianji. After I ascended, I, Wang Xianji, will personally guard the divine gate, and won't let the celestials interfere with the world. However, the martial artists in the world can still ascend. So you, Li Yufu, are simply drawing legs on a snake." Wang Xianji didn't stop. His words came into Lu Songtao's ears from afar. "Since you've already prepared your power, if you want to block my way, you don't have to care about the sword wound." Lu Songtao silently said the word "good," and floated forward again. He passed Wang Xianji and stopped dozens of feet away from him. He lowered his head and put his palms together. Lu Songtao looked free and easy, as if he was truly relieved of a burden. He said to himself, "Hiding in Mount Lantua, I can live an ignoble life. After 100 years, I can see the person I miss." It's time for Lu Songtao to be pious and offer a joss stick for the orthodox Buddhism. Bodhisattva Dharma forms fell from the sky. They stood between Lu Songtao and Wang Xianji. This was Lu Songtao's blocking the road. Falling sword style. After offering a joss stick, the bodhisattva sword fell. Wang Xiaoping Lu Songtao, sword immortal after sword immortal. Wang Xianji subconsciously looked up at the sky. He seemed to remember that the only person he owed in his life wasn't there. He then turned to look at the place where someone died. Lu Songtao kept his palms together. Thus, the solemn Dharma forms of the great Bodhisattva Dharma forms filled the sky and landed on earth without stopping. Wang Xianji clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a deep breath. The Dharma forms landed from far to near. They were continuous and became more and more intense. They had already set up an inescapable net around the hemp-clothed elder. Wang Xianji stepped on the left and right side of him. He was already invincible in the world. So what? Chapter 1093. Even though Lu Songtao knew what Wang Xianji was thinking, he still blocked his way. With a falling sword style, countless Bodhisattva Dharma appearances were summoned and trapped Wang Xianji. There were high and low Bodhisattva Dharma appearances. Some were so clear that they could be seen, while others were vague. Among them, there were 4 Bodhisattva Dharma appearances that were the most majestic, guarding the 4 directions. There was Guanyin, who removed the suffering of all living beings, Manjushri, who was pure and untainted, Samantabhadra, who had no intention of turning back, and Ksitigarbha, who wished to become a Buddha after saving all living beings. Among them, Samantabhadra was the most vivid and amiable. It was due to Wang Xiaoping's sword heart that would not back down no matter what. After Wang Xianji stepped on the ground, he abruptly withdrew his fists. With him as the center, an aura that was strong enough to overshadow the surging waves of the martial emperor city gushed out without restraint. Wherever the aura touched, regardless of whether they were on the ground or still in the air, most of them collapsed with a loud bang. Some of them were on the verge of collapse, obviously showing signs of collapsing. Only the 4 bodhisattvas remained motionless. Manjushri even opened his golden mouth slightly, chanting scriptures. Above his head, there were vaguely fairies with long sleeves flying around. Between heaven and earth, golden light overflowed and fluorescent, as if they were in a Buddhist land on the other side. The strongest person in Jianghu 100 years ago met the strongest person in the present. This magnificent battle had indeed reached a level that was not recorded in ancient books and unimaginable by modern people. Wang Xianji did not use his qi to form swords or sabers. His figure turned illusory and punched in all directions. Before the phantoms could merge into one, a snow-white flowing light bypassed Manjushri Dharma appearance and rushed to Lu Songtao, who was meditating. Behind Lu Songtao, an Akalanatha of esoteric sect appeared, looking angry. After being hit by Wang Xianji's body, Lu Songtao's sitting posture did not change at all, but he slid back 100 feet. After another hit, there was a thunderous sound. Lu Songtao, who was sitting on the ground with his palms together, retreated again and again. However, when he and his Dharma appearance were retreating, the Akalanatha let out a muffled roar. If the people were stubborn, they would have been awakened by the roar. If they were stubborn demons, they would have been scared away. Unfortunately, the one who came was Wang Xianji, a warrior who could compete with the immortal Lu Dongxian. For the 3rd strike, Wang Xianji, who was standing, kicked Lu Songtao's forehead. He directly kicked the cult master of the devil cult, who had put down the butcher knife and sat on the ground to cultivate Buddhism for 100 years, into the ground. The Dharma idol of the Akala Wisdom King sank deep into the ground, only revealing the frightened face that was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the 4 bodhisattvas in the distance turned into fireflies and slowly rose into the sky. Wang Xianji stopped her simple but invincible attack. For the first time, a trace of anger appeared on the old man's face. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know that someone has a wish?" Lu Songtao, who was still on the ground, stood up, turned around, put his palms together and bowed. He took the initiative to disperse the last Dharma form. Then, he slowly walked on the slanted mud road that was as flat as a sword. He stood in front of Wang Xianji, nodded and replied softly, "I hope that everyone in the younger generation can open the gate of heaven with a sword." Wang Xianji said indifferently, "I'm just an old man who only has Jianghu in my eyes." Lu Songtao thought for a while and said calmly, "You think that the rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of kings, ministers and scholars. If they do well, They can't bear the burden of peace and prosperity. People in chaos are worse than dogs. Anyway, you Wang Xianji, only take the burden of martial arts. But what you think, I also have my own thoughts. In the end, it's because our paths are different, so our plans are different. In order to win the world, the two dynasties of Liang and Beimeng lacked military provisions and money, so they used all kinds of banners to destroy Buddhism. Not only did they let the Taoist priests seal the mountain gate of the two Zen temples, but they also destroyed countless temples and scriptures. Not only that, they also tried their best to eradicate the inheritance of Buddhism. Lu Songtao wanted to burn a stick of incense for Buddhism at this time and place. It's not that I, Lu Songtao, want to flatter the young vassal king of Bailiang, but I want to do my best for Buddhism. I want to protect the last pure land as much as possible. Even if it's just to let a monk have a place to stand, it's also a good thing. Wang Xianji waved her hand. I still have to hurry, so I don't want to waste my breath on you. The purple gold color on Lu Songtao's face was unstable. He suddenly asked with a smile, Wang Xianji, how much effort did you put in? Wang Xianji didn't answer but asked back, to stop or not to stop? Lu Songtao turned sideways and stretched out his hand. Since I, Lu Songtao of Zhilu Mountain, have no more requests, I've already let go. Besides, taking off the kasaya doesn't mean that I'm no longer a monk. I can't die for the time being. Besides, you may not be able to kill that person. Wang Xianji didn't say anything and brushed past Lu Songtao. In the end, Lu Songtao still didn't know if Wang Xianji had put in all her effort, but he didn't expect it either. It was enough if she had done it. 100 years later, the water level of Jianghu was much higher than before. He came a little late, but at least he wasn't too late. Lu Songtao walked to the shore of Guangling and cupped a handful of murky river water to wash away the bloodstains. He wanted to carry Wudong Wang Xiaoping on his back, but he lost his balance and sat on a pile of wet stones. He sighed and got up with difficulty. He looked to the south. It's a pity that the peach blossom sword god, who I've only heard of but never seen, probably won't come. Lu Songtao endured the stinging pain and rushed to find Wang Xiaoping. He bent down and carried this Wudong Taoist priest who could overlook the sword forest after Dong Tai. He straightened his back and said softly, Gao Shulu's body, your peachwood sword, and my Buddhist fate. Together, the odds of winning are still not high. Lu Songtao smiled bitterly. Is it unfortunate that there's such an old man suppressing Jianghu? Or is it fortunate? It's fine for us, but that vassal king must be very unfortunate. On the other side of the river, Zhao Huangqiao was nowhere to be found. At the bottom of the river, the woman who was lucky enough to survive the battle was still there. Lu Songtao stared blankly at the rolling East River, silent. Thinking back to those years, she used to laugh and say that there were partridges in the south of Jiangnan, and that she couldn't do it. Chapter 1094. Lu Songtao closed his eyes and silently chanted Amitabha. After opening his eyes, he strode forward. Wang Xianji's fists were like rainbows, striking the purple clothes of Mount Huishan to the bottom of the river. Then, she blocked the sword of Wang Xiaoping after she died. She even got rid of the demon-turned-Buddhist Lu Songtao in one go. In one day, she had fought with 3 top masters in succession without too much trouble. But the indisputable number 1 person in the world, the city lord of Martial Emperor City, was tormented by an unknown girl who did not know when to advance or retreat. The first inexplicable attack happened at the end of the Songxian River, a tributary of the Guangling River. At the time, Wang Xianji was surprised that before she leapt out of the river, he did not sense any trace of her. The old man was just curious. Towards her vicious hand chop, it was more of a senior's appreciation of the younger generation. He was not angry at all. After dodging, he did not pursue. Watching the girl's figure disappear into the distance, he bent down and left the battlefield. He ran like a fox, extremely fast. The main thing was that she came and went in a hurry, almost not affecting her qi. It was not easy. At the time, Wang Xianji only thought of a rumor that had been widely spread in Martial Emperor City. The former 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, was killed by a young female assassin's sinister hand chop. At the time, Wang Xianji did not pay much attention to it. Later, when she received a secret that was absolutely true, she remembered this assassin. She took the opportunity to kill the gatekeeper of Great Peace City, the celestial phenomenon expert Lu Haosher. She must be the little girl who came to make the fourth stone. 4. Homophonic death. Little girl, this is not very auspicious. At the beginning, Wang Xianji felt that the girl was quite interesting. If they met, she could chat with her for a while to relieve her boredom. After half a year, they met for the second time. It was on a post road near River Prefecture. Wang Xianji was walking slowly under the shade of a willow tree. A caravan of merchants passed by. When the last rider was about to pass by Wang Xianji, the girl assassin suddenly darted out from under the horse's belly. She ran close to the ground, and then leapt up quickly. Again, with a hand chop, she stabbed towards Wang Xianji's heart. Wang Xianji grabbed her wrist and threw her out. Her delicate body smashed through a willow tree that was as thick as a blue and white flower bowl. Wang Xianji originally thought that the girl would know the severity of the matter after 3 times. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, a sneak attack followed. Wang Xianji closed his eyes and rested in the wilderness. He sat and slept for a full 6 hours. It wasn't until midnight that the young girl broke out of the ground 10 feet away. Even Wang Xianji didn't know how she guessed that he would sit and rest in that place, because no matter how profound the Qimen Duanjia was, it was impossible to make any undetectable movements under his eyes. This time, Wang Xianji, who did not care whether he was asleep or awake, still turned his head slightly hurriedly to avoid the girl assassin's hand chop. In the first fight, Wang Xianji had already confirmed that the girl's hand chop was very strange. It was a novel technique that he had never heard of before. It was clean and neat, and was good at breaking gang qi. Even the body of an ordinary martial artist in the Vajra realm might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the girl's hand chop was almost masochistic. Therefore, in the moment before the hand chop succeeded, she could burst out a unique mysterious finger technique. It was similar to the peeling skin and tendons of the human cat Han Shengxian. It could be said that her hand chop could easily kill Jianghu masters below the first rank. However, her original intention was more abnormal. She aimed to assassinate celestial phenomenon and land immortal in the latter 2 realms of the first rank. Who in the world could have taught such an unreasonable killer? Therefore, in the third fight, Wang Xianji, who had been sitting cross-legged, turned his head sideways to avoid the hand chop. He also grabbed the girl's ankle and slammed her to the ground in front of him. At the same time he asked, "What's your name?" The girl jumped out of the big hole that was created by her body. She did not make a sound and disappeared in a flash. Wang Xianji was just a little helpless. He did not get up and chase after her. He treated her more like a naughty child with a bad temper. Soon, Wang Xianji's helplessness turned into annoyance. The girl assassin did not know when to stop. Only 3 days later, Wang Xianji entered the border of River Province, which was near Bailiang Road, and launched another ingenious attack. Wang Xianji was drinking water from a deep well. The girl slid out along the wall of the well without warning, and stabbed her hand chop toward Wang Xianji's neck. Annoyed that she did not know what was good for her, Wang Xianji hit her head with his elbow. She fell to the bottom of the well, and fell into the water. Wang Xianji did not show too much mercy with this elbow. Even if she was a first-rank Vajra realm master, she would have to cultivate for a year and a half before she could get out of bed and walk. However, the girl assassin, who later appeared with a pale face, still diligently carried out the 5th assassination. Wang Xianji walked in the downtown area. The girl in ragged clothes rushed out from a dark and narrow alley. This time, Wang Xianji directly punched her head. The girl's head fell back and crashed into a restaurant. She broke an outer wall and a few tables. She slumped against the inner wall of the restaurant. Wang Xianji said coldly, "Next time, you will really die." The stubborn girl pressed her weak back against the wall and tiptoed on the ground. She tried to use this as a support to stand up. However, she sat down again after standing halfway. She did not know how many times she did this, but it was all in vain. Half a day later, it was the last time. Wang Xianji walked on the post-house road at the border of the 2 prefectures. He could already see the boundary stone that connected the 2 prefectures. Next to the tall boundary stone, there was a girl. She was still wearing a slanted mink hat and carrying a sunflower. She just stood there. She seemed to be foolishly trying to guard herself. The girl snorted. She did not have the strength to assassinate anyone. She had no choice but to stand in his way. Then, she raised her arm and wiped away the blood that had seeped out of her nose or mouth. She gently placed the sunflower on the boundary stone. Then she carefully took off her mink hat and pulled out an old pearl hairpin. She placed them together with the sunflower that was far from its golden color. Chapter 1095. Numerous riders galloped out of Great Peace City. They were all the best post-human of Liang. The post-human they rode was actually the emperor's beloved Fergana horse. The post-human riders galloped wildly on the imperial street. Everywhere they passed, no one dared to stop them. The leader of the courier riders carried an urgent imperial edict that was 800 li away. The imperial edict did not follow the rules of etiquette. Other than being stamped with the national seal of Emperor Liang, there were only 4 words on the golden silk: fight or retreat. When the courier riders galloped out of the city, there just happened to be a person slowly walking through the southern city gate. The Fergana horse actually passed right through this person's body. There was no scene of the person being thrown off his horse, nor was there a scene of flesh and blood. The rider continued south to deliver the urgent secret edict. The visitor from Great Peace City still entered the city unscathed. There weren't even any soldiers patrolling the city to capture this person. All of the soldiers and commoners near the southern gate ignored him. After he entered the city, he went all the way to the Xiama Wei courier station and stopped under a dragon claw scholar tree. He saw 14 men with sabers walk out of this courier station that was specially provided for the soldiers of the Su family. They all mounted their horses and headed towards the imperial city. The young man under the dragon claw scholar tree followed behind like an immortal riding the wind. From beginning to end, no one looked at him. However, he recognized them, or rather, he could guess their identities. The leader of the group was an old man called Fengling. He came from the grasslands of Liaodong and was a fierce general under Su Zhao's command. He was 60 years old and had become a third-rank high official in the capital 2 years ago through his own military achievements. It had to be known that at the beginning of summer last year, Su Zhao had only been a second-rank high official. The last rider was Zhu Changfu, who came from the horse bandits of Liaoxi and was the founder of the fish drum camp. He had not recovered from his heavy injuries and was temporarily in the capital. He was unable to follow the cavalry of the Su family down south. Next was the surrendered General Zhang Dujian. In the end, he retired from the position of commander of the Lotus Seed Camp. Qin Yin was an old soldier and had only been a high official, like a sergeant in his entire life. Zhao Fengyang, a native of Jizhou, was the most senior scout in the Su family's army. Ever since he was shot in the back by a poisonous arrow, he would fall ill every time it rained. The pain seeped into his bones, so he had no choice but to retire from the army. Song Kaiwan, nicknamed Shaking Head Scholar, had studied for a few days and liked to shake his head when talking with people. He used to be the military advisor of a group of bandits in Liaoxi. However, he ran into Su Xiao, who was still a lieutenant at that time, and was wiped out. Song Kaiwan profited from his misfortune and turned from a bandit to a soldier. As he grew older, he found it harder and harder to ride a horse, so he opened a restaurant in Great Peace City. As long as one was a comrade of the Su family's cavalry, there would be enough meat, wine, and food to fill their stomachs. Thus, he had been doing business at a loss all these years, but the old scholar didn't feel any heartache. He was always nagging at his wife and children. In total, there were 14 of them. They were all old men who had luckily survived the rain of spears and arrows. They should have spent their later years in the capital. At this very moment, the 2 northern regimes that historians would call Northern Han and Eastern Yu had been destroyed one after another. During this period, Su Xiao first forced the death of Northern Han's great general Fan, who had the reputation of being the divine wood of the great Han. Like a hot knife through butter, he led his army to break into the imperial palace and rode his horse into the throne room. On the other side of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang led 1,000 cavalrymen into Luzhou on a snowy night, opening the door to Eastern Yu in one fell swoop. Gu Jiantang easily captured half of the country without shedding a drop of blood. Next to the bed of the Zhao family in Liang, there were no outsiders sleeping soundly. Afterwards, The Zhao family's son stood on the side of Su and Gu, two young and strong military officers who had rendered meritorious service. Against the objections of the masses, he insisted on a decisive battle that would decide the fate of the world with De Chu, whose soldiers and majestic armor were not inferior to Liang's. However, after the Battle of Jinghe, the battle to the death at the imperial concubine's grave, and several major battles in succession, Liang's troops, who had always held the absolute advantage in the previous battles, began to suffer setbacks one after another, until the two armies confronted each other at the Western Wall. Neither side dared to claim that victory was in their grasp. Moreover, De Chu had the war Saint Yi Baikue, who was known to be victorious in 100 battles, personally holding the line. The people in the Liang imperial court began to waver. Following Su Zhao's holding back for a long time, the rumors and slanders in the capital covered the sky and covered the earth. There were even several extremely important secret spy reports that were sent into the imperial palace with irrefutable evidence. The De Chu emperor's personal sealed secret letter was placed on Su Zhao's desk in the barracks. He wanted to rule the world together with Su Xiao, who had suffered grievances in the Liang imperial court. The pro-war faction in the imperial court that advocated first conquering De Chu, and then conquering the world, did not have many people to begin with. With the two armies facing each other at the Western Wall, victory and defeat were hard to predict. If they lost, they would lose the entire northern territory that they had fought so hard to conquer. Even Gu Jiantang, who the imperial court had placed high hopes on, began to choose to remain silent and slow down the speed of their advance to the south. As a result, no one in the Liang imperial court was willing to speak up for Su Xiao. All of Su Zhao's past acts of overstepping his authority were listed out. All of the civil and military officials in the imperial court urged the emperor to quickly recall the 300,000 troops that Liang had stationed at the Western Wall. Otherwise, if Su Xiao harbored any thoughts of rebellion, not only would he be able to fight for the world with De Chu, even Liang's assets would be overturned. The old man, Fengling, sat high on his horse. The imperial city gates in his field of vision grew taller and taller. His horsemanship was skillful. Although he had been living in Great Peace City for the past few years, he had never fallen behind. The old man tilted his head and fiercely spat at the imperial street. He stretched out his thumb, and habitually wiped the corner of his mouth. He muttered, "You bastards are all acting like you're dying in front of the emperor. If you're not wearing mourning clothes, you're making people carry your coffins. There's even someone who pretended to ram his head into a beam in the throne room. In the end, your mother, not a single one of you died. I'll let you cowards know how the Su family's cavalry lives and how they die." The 14 riders arrived outside the imperial city gates. Fengling stopped his horse in the middle, and the other 13 riders lined up in a line. Then, the 14 of them dismounted at the same time. They let go of the reins at the same time, and touched the necks of their horses. Zhang Dujian grinned and turned to look at Song Kaiwan. Shaking head, scholar, we're all rough men and can't speak. You're the only one who's educated, why don't you do it? Song Kaiwan rolled his eyes and said, "Change to someone with a louder voice." Qin Yun, who single-handedly established the first ascension camp, said softly, "Fuck his mother. I really want to have a chance to climb up the city gates with my brothers and plant our Su family's flag." Zhao Fengyang laughed and scolded, "Son of a bitch, if you do that, won't that confirm the rumors of us rebelling? Shut your crooked mouth." Fengling touched the hilt of the saber at his waist and said softly, "It doesn't matter how loud or loud we are. Even if those officials hear us, they'll just pretend they didn't hear us." Even if Song Kaiwan agreed with others, he would subconsciously shake his head and say with a smile, "I, old Song, only know how to come up with bad ideas. I've never been to the battlefield, let alone charge and break through the enemy lines. Why don't I, old Song, go first today?" Jiang Sheng, who had always looked down on Song Kaiwan, gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Scholar Song, you've been cowardly and afraid of death all your life, but this time you're a real man. I, Jiang Sheng, have scolded you many times before, but today I'm convinced. I'll give you a compliment and apologize to you." Zhu Zhangfu laughed softly and said, "It's too late. Once we're underground, old Song won't have any restaurants for us to drink." The old scholar exhaled heavily and looked at his old brothers on both sides. he said in a deep voice. Song Kaiwan will go first. At the same time, Feng Ling angrily shouted, "Draw your sabers." 14 Su family sabers, 14 lives, generously going to their deaths. The young man was like a lonely ghost that was neither in the world of the living nor the world of the dead. He could only stand quietly behind the 14 people and watch as they slit their own throats at the same time and fell backward almost at the same time. He walked to Feng Ling's side, squatted down and slowly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to help the old man close his eyes. Dantong Pass. Inside the pass, there were restrictions and countless sentries. Outside the pass, there were nearly 1,000 elite cavalrymen patrolling the area all day long. Chapter 1096. They appeared to be a large group of nobles protecting the pass, but everyone inside and outside the pass knew. Even the young children and youths knew that they were pitiful hostages, who could not be sure of their fate. Their life and death depended on whether their parents had won the trust of the old man sitting on the dragon throne of Great Peace City. Dantong Pass, which would not appear in history books in the future, imprisoned many of the royal relatives and nobles who would affect the structure of the dynasty in the future. There was the king of Bailiang's concubine Wuxia and the second king of Bailiang Su Fengnian, the only son of the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, the future crown prince Zhao Zhu, the eldest son and daughter of the general Gu Jiantang, and so on. They had one thing in common, and that was that their relatives outside the pass were all staunch supporters of war. They could decide the situation of a time, a place, and even a dynasty or a country. But the most important of these people was undoubtedly the female sword immortal, the current sword crown of the Wu family, Wuxia. If it weren't for her existence, Dantong Pass wouldn't have needed to muster so many troops to guard it. This night, a little beggar ran through the dark alleys with familiarity. He kept close to the shadows of the walls. When he reached the outer wall of a courtyard, he gently pried open a pile of loose bricks and revealed a hole the size of a dog hole. The little beggar sneaked in and picked up 3 small stones. He bent over and snuck under a window. He threw 2 stones on the window paper. When he threw the 3rd stone, he heard a muffled sound of pain. Then a figure jumped out of the window. The little beggar said helplessly, "Little Nian, didn't we agree to open the window after 3 stones?" The companion who was hit by the stone was a child even younger than the little beggar. He had delicate features and a rare northern and southern face. He glared at the little beggar and said in a low voice, "You're so stubborn. You want to learn swordsmanship from my mother?" The little beggar smiled and then grabbed his companion's sleeve. He said anxiously, "My teacher is taking me away from here tonight. Are you coming or not? If you are, let's run together." The scholarly child shook his head and said, "My mother said, it's not that we can't leave, it's that we can't leave." The little beggar felt a headache coming on. "Why are you still speaking in riddles at this time? You're so well-read. Are you going to leave or not? I begged teacher for half the night to get this chance. If we miss this chance, we may never see each other again." At this point, the little beggar's eyes turned red. The other child grinned. "I'm really not leaving. The books say that all good things must come to an end. But don't worry, the books also say that it's a small world." The little beggar scratched his head anxiously. Apparently, he was completely confused by this young man. Little Nian chuckled. "You have a teacher? Is he an old beggar?" The little beggar quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not. He was a very, very learned scholar." Little Nian smirked. "How big is very big? Are they as big as Sister Swallow's breasts on the street next door?" The little beggar said helplessly, "Little Nian, are you really not leaving? I really don't care about you anymore. If I don't go back, teacher will be worried to death." The child nodded and asked the little beggar to wait for a while. He jumped back into the house through the window and quickly jumped back out. He was very familiar with it and stuffed a bag into the little beggar's hands. He touched the little beggar's head and said like an old man, "Originally, we said that we would fight together in the future. You are strong, so you will fight in the front. I am more literate, so I will give you advice and advice. Now it seems that we can't. Take this bag of money. When you go out, a hero can't die without a single coin. Hey, aren't you always hungry for chicken legs? Remember to buy 2 when you reach a safe place. Even if I eat them, I will eat them." The little beggar carefully put away the bag and raised his arm to wipe his eyes. Just as he was about to say the secret that his father told him not to tell anyone in the pass, little Nian had already pushed him. Hurry up and leave. What are you waiting for? After you leave, I will call mother to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. She might be able to help you a little. The little beggar choked and sobbed. Little Nian, you must not die. In the future, I will definitely find you. In this life, I will only recognize you as my brother. The child was a few years younger than the little beggar, but he seemed to be far more mature than the little beggar. Instead, he comforted him. How old are you? You will be with me for the rest of your life. Go. In the history books, those who have achieved great things can even lose their father's wife and son. They are not as wishy-washy as you. The little beggar nodded heavily and turned back to leave. In the shadow of the dog hole, he waved to little Nian. Little Nian waved his hand. After the little beggar left, the child, who had been very indifferent and optimistic, squatted at the corner of the wall. He hugged his knees and secretly sniffed. Suddenly, his head was gently patted. The child was startled and quickly turned his head. In the end, he saw his mother's warm smile. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and said softly, "Mother, don't tell father that I cried." The woman with unparalleled appearance brought her son to sit by the window. She laughed softly and said, "Little Nian, you must remember that men do not cry easily. That is only because they have not been hurt. When you are really hurt, cry if you want to, don't hold it in your heart." The child uttered a no. The woman smiled and said, "Go get the sword case." The child excitedly said, "Did mother agree? Okay, I will go right away." The child jumped down from the windowsill and moved the red sandalwood sword case, which was almost as tall as him. The woman came to the courtyard and looked back with a smile. She saw her son struggling to carry the sword case. She took the sword case. The child turned around and trotted to sit on the steps. He held his cheeks and stared at his mother without blinking. Father said with his own mouth that mother could beat 100 of him. The woman raised the red sandalwood sword case and pressed one hand on the top of the case. She did not immediately drive the world-famous Great Liang Dragon Sparrow out of the sword case. Although the famous sword was hidden in the case, the sword power was already surging. A series of sharp screeches suddenly sounded in Dantong Pass. The woman stood with her hands behind her back. The sword case trembled slightly. Wisps of purple sword chi continuously seeped out of the sword case, illuminating the entire courtyard with purple chi. The Great Liang Dragon Sparrow, which made everyone in Dantong Pass feel as if they were facing a great enemy, unexpectedly did not come out of the case for a full quarter of an hour. However, all the armored soldiers and Jianghu experts in Dantong Pass had long been in a panic. Everyone was on edge. Fortunately, for some reason, the woman sword immortal changed her original intention of using the sword to break through the pass. This made Dantong Pass feel relieved. To be honest, they were 30% vigilant, 30% fearful, and 40% respectful of this woman who came out of Wu family's sword tomb. They really did not want to face her head-on. In the courtyard, the mother and son looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The child carried the sword case back and put it away. Then he went out of the house and sat with his mother on the steps, looking at the sky full of stars. Meanwhile, a young man who seemed close by but was actually far away was sitting not far away, accompanying them. The child put his head on his mother's knee and asked curiously, "Mother, eldest sister said that after people die, they will become stars in the sky." Second sister said no. "Then will they?" The woman touched the child's head and smiled. "I don't know." The child sighed. "If only I could grow up faster." The woman shook her head and smiled. "It's better if you don't grow up." The child stood up and put his hand higher than his head. He smiled. "Mother, believe it or not, when I wake up tomorrow, I will be this tall." The woman smiled and did not speak. The child raised his hand and jumped a few times. "I will be this tall the day after tomorrow." The woman stood up and stood in front of the child. She raised her hand, which was higher than her own. Then she lowered her head and said softly, "Little Nian, grow up slowly. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you will be this tall." Then she raised her head, looked at that height, and smiled. Behind little Nian. It happened to be the height that the woman gestured. Su Fengnian, who was in an out-of-body state, looked at her with tears streaming down his face. He softly called, "Mother." Chapter 1097. The two armies faced off against each other at the western wall. They had just survived the damned rainy season. The muddy ground gradually hardened. An imperial edict from Tai and city was somehow made public and spread widely. It was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded on the ground, shaking people's hearts. Su Shao from Liyang had used most of the Su family's elite cavalry to win the Battle of Jinghe. He had used up all of De Chu's so-called invincible great halberd warriors. His morale was at its peak. He only needed a suitable time to make the final decision at the western wall. Then the imperial edict came out. All his efforts were in vain. The encirclement around De Chu had not been completely completed. Now it was even looser. The balance of power that had been exchanged with the lives of hundreds of thousands of Su family soldiers instantly became a precarious situation. The northeast defense line was still fine. After all, Gu Jiantang had already destroyed Dongyue without any effort. Most of the Gu elites were still there. Even if they did not go south to support Su Zhao's army as promised, they were still a blade hanging over De Chu's head. However, General Zhao Bodong, who had been avoiding direct battles during the expedition to the south, even though he was only responsible for the easy task of building the northwest defense line, as one of the few high-ranking officials and generals with royal family background, he abandoned the task at the crucial moment. He retreated 600 miles in one breath, as if he was determined to watch the fire burn on the other side of the river. Without a doubt, he was giving away the great victory of the Battle of Jinghe. Compared to Su Shao, who had exhausted himself on the battlefield at the western wall, Zhao Bodong had come into contact with the imperial edict earlier. Therefore, when his army retreated through the night to the lead mountain pass 600 miles away from the tomb of the concubines, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the true battle between the two countries had already surfaced. At that time, De Chu, who still had the advantage in terms of military strength, only needed to retake the tomb of the concubines to gain greater strategic depth. As long as Su Shao, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, dared to divide his forces to attack the tomb of the concubines, the war Saint Yi Baikue could be the first to blow the horn on the western wall. How could Yi Baikue, who had never been defeated, turn a blind eye to this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The reason why De Chu had fallen into the current predicament was that Su Shao had fought a series of battles that were almost desperate. His adopted son, Chu Lushan, who was not well known, had stood out in these battles. It was this fat man, who was good at killing 1,000 enemies but losing 800 of his own men, who had beaten De Chu's northern army with a kind of unreasonable and vicious method. This had helped Chen Jibao to clear out all the periphery of the northern front, and finally led to the great victory at the Jinghe River, forcing De Chu to retreat and station their troops at the western wall. So they had lost the advantage in terms of manpower, but lost the advantage in terms of geographical advantage. Yi Baikue, as De Chu's stabilizing force, was known as a great military strategist who could lead a country alone. At this time, he made a decision that would be debated endlessly in the history of future generations. He gave up on Chao Chongqing, who had shown stunning military talent as a fledgling, and chose his trusted General Meng Hu, who had great experience, outstanding military service, and a steady personality. He sent this person to lead an elite troop to the imperial concubine's grave. Before the Su family's army had to move out, there was a fierce dispute limited to a small area. The two strategists, Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan, finally had their first fierce disagreement. Zhao Chongling decided that since they had lost their momentum, and the Zhao Emperor had decreed to retreat without fighting, then the 300,000 troops led by the general would retreat to Liyang. They could openly retreat to the imperial concubine's grave, or even to Zhao Bodong's camp, and eat this troop. Then they would have Gu Jiantang listen to orders, and resolve the problem of Gu. Then they would fight to the death with De Chu and Yi Baikue. Li Yishan, on the other hand, believed that this retreat would allow Great Chu, who was barely breathing, to breathe a sigh of relief. Therefore, Li Yishan suggested that they divide their forces decisively, but at the same time, they could not divide too much. 20,000 was the limit. Zhao Chongling, who had always been gentle and refined, was furious. He scolded Li Yishan for being a child's play. Yi Baikue had clearly learned of the imperial edict and Zhao Bodong's retreat earlier than the general. De Chu had split 40 to 50,000 people from the already crowded west wall. It would not hurt them. But the general's 20,000 people would hurt the general's chances of victory in the battle between the two armies. It was also a muddle-headed move that was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was the same as going to the imperial concubine's grave to die for nothing. In the heavy atmosphere of the tent, there was a map of De Chu's situation hanging. The red and black lines that symbolized offense and defense were circled with cinnabar and charcoal. The arrows on the table used to accurately time the marching arrows were slowly dripping. Inside the tent, there was Su Xiao, who was in his 30s and could decide the fate of the world. Zhao Chongling and Li Yishan, who had been strategizing in the tent. The three adopted sons who had been urgently summoned into the tent, Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong and Chu Lushan, as well as a group of meritorious commanders of the infantry and cavalry. There was Wuxia, a swordsman who had come with his sister from the Wu family sword tomb. He could be considered half of Chen Jibao's military master. There was also Su Pu, whose reputation in the cavalry army did not lose to the general's brother-in-law Wu Qi. He was a rare scholarly general in the Su family army. There was also General Zhong Hongwu, Yan Wenluan, who had been nicknamed Camp Step by Step, as well as Lu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and other generals. It could be said that if the dozen people in the tent were successfully assassinated, only half of them would die, and the world would be De Chu's. Su Fengnian turned around and looked at these familiar and unfamiliar faces. They were the ones who had fought for Su Xiao. They did not see a young person standing under the map, his finger gently moving along the red and black marching routes. At the top of Wudong's Lotus Peak, the three people entered the spring and autumn to see the spring and autumn. This person had appeared in the tragic battle of Jing River, and then followed them to the western wall. But in his eyes, the people and objects in the spring and autumn were only divided into black and white. His joy, anger, sorrow, and joy would not affect the people in the spring and autumn. At this time, Zhong Hongwu had not yet taken control of the northern Liang cavalry. Before him there were still Wu Qi and Su Pu, two great mountains. Yan Wenluan was already blind in one eye, but he was the most new face in the tent. Compared to the future Lu Qiu, Chu Lushan seemed to be a few dozen caddies thinner. He was full of viciousness, and did not have a flattering smile like a decade later. The famous white bear Yuan Zuozong probably did not care to take care of his beard. His beard was thick, and he seemed even more heroic. The old General Hong Zhe had not died of illness outside Xiangfan City, and the great General Su Hengku had not died in western Shu. Su Fengnian looked at Zhao Chongling, who was standing next to Su Xiao. He looked at the side profile of this strategist from De Chu's Guangling Green Pavilion Zhao family. He was elegant and determined. Zhao Chongling was the kind of scholar that rulers and officials would admire at first sight. When attacking De Chu, where the country was, Zhao Chongling did not show any mercy. On the contrary, the chief of the Su family's cavalry, De Chu, mostly came from his plans. Zhao Chongling was the main, and Li Yishan was the support. The two strategists complemented each other. Su Fengnian moved his gaze slightly. The humble strategist who had been willing to let Zhao Chongling cover his edge had a calm expression under Zhao Chongling's aggressive questioning. At this time, his master's expression was still very good. Chapter 1098. Li Yishan, who rarely argued with people, did not refute Zhao Chongling. He walked under the map and pointed at the concubine's grave. He looked at the people in the tent and said, Yi Baikue has already sent troops here. It is clear that if we were in his position, I would send 2 groups of soldiers, 1 light cavalry to deal with our reinforcements, and 1 slow heavy cavalry as a backup. There are countless silvers in the West Chu treasury. This is something everyone knows. Otherwise, our great general wouldn't say that after winning a battle, he would go to a mountain of gold and silver to have a good sleep. When Li Yishan said this, even Zhao Chongling's expression softened. Su Xiao grinned in embarrassment. The other generals smiled knowingly. Li Yishan continued, Great Chu has 2 gold nuggets. Those hundreds of thousands of great halberd warriors have been proven by us to be outdated and of little value. However, whether or not the 60,000 heavy cavalry under Yi Baikue's command are a burden remains to be discussed. Raising heavy cavalry burned money. One normal cavalry was the price of fattening 3 or 4 elite light cavalry. The pros and cons were clear. The cons were that heavy cavalry were hard to move before the battle started. Putting on the armor was slow, and getting on the horse was slow. It could be said that other than getting on the horse to charge after everything was ready, everything else was slow. Also, turning was even slower. After successfully charging through the enemy formation, they could not stop. They had to circle around a large radius to cushion the blow before they could successfully turn and start a second charge. On a suitable battlefield, the heavy cavalry that many light cavalry generals ridiculed as one-shot deals are the kings of the battlefield. The concubine's grave, which is wide and easy to charge, is a suitable battlefield for to choose heavy cavalry to perform. Chongling said that if we divide our forces and go, as long as we do not have more than 50,000 people, we are going to die. Li Yishan's words were rushed. He clearly did not want to waste an inch of time, but he instinctively paused here and then said, "Of course we are going to die." Li Yishan quickly flipped his palm and continued, "As long as we can take down Dechu, then we can take down Shu, Tang, and Nanzhao. That will be a small matter, as easy as turning over one's hand. We don't doubt it at all." It was precisely because our Su family's armored cavalry took the lead, charging forward battle after battle, that we were able to reach the western wall in one spurt of energy. But if we choose to retreat at this juncture, and avoid the brunt of the attack, not only will we be able to defeat Dechu, but it will also be difficult to say whether the Grand General will be able to continue to hold military power. Many of us have died, and more people will die in the future. However, at this time, 20,000 less people will die in the imperial concubine's tomb. All of our Su family members who died before will have died in vain. Li Yishan did not look at Zhao Chongling. He stared at Su Xiao and said gravely, "Grand General, please let one person lead 20,000 light cavalry to die." Chen Jibao, who had rushed to the tent after patrolling various battlefields, said calmly, "Foster father, there is no need for 20,000 people. Give me 15,000 cavalry. But I want the strongest horses, the best spears, and the best crossbows. I will go guard the imperial concubine's tomb." Zhao Chongling stared with a complicated expression at this young general he thought highly of. Yuan Zhuozong reached out and rubbed his beard stubble. He said with a smile, "Jibao still needs to understand the abilities and habits of the captains of the various armies in order to be able to command the last battle with ease. There are so many foreign troops and surrendered generals. We cannot delay. Let me, an idle person, go to the imperial concubine's tomb." Chu Lushan suddenly snickered and said, "Yuan Baixiong, are you more familiar with this kind of battle where everyone dies together? Do you not feel ashamed to fight with me?" Li Yishan said calmly, "Yi Baikue has the advantage in this battle of the imperial concubine's tomb. We will split into 2 groups and die first. The former will die slowly, the slower the better. It is best if we use up all of Dechu's light cavalry. We must even let Dechu's heavy cavalry make a charge. Zhuozong is skilled in cavalry battles that preserve strength." Yuan Zhuozong nodded. Chu Lushan glared and said, "Then the troops in the back should be mine, right?" Li Yishan shook his head and said, "If both sides are wounded you can go. But in that case, Dechu will win in the end. Yi Baikue can continuously send troops to the imperial concubine's tomb. That will become a war of attrition against us. Other than using up the Grand General's strength, it will also use up Great Peace City's patience. But we cannot afford to lose in any aspect." Chen Jibao said with a smile, "I will go. Give 15,000 cavalry to Zhuozong. I only need 5,000 in the back. As long as Zhuozong can delay until Dechu's heavy cavalry enters the battlefield, I can guarantee to eat them all so that Yi Baikue will not dare to use a single soldier to touch the imperial concubine's tomb." Zhao Chongling said worriedly, "What if Yi Baikue suddenly starts a decisive battle now?" Commander-in-Chief Su Xiao gently patted the shoulder of this strategist, who had the reputation of watertight, flawless planning, and laughed heartily. "Didn't the spy report say that the big trouble, Chao Chongqing, is still in the south? Since Yi Baikue didn't use this person, it means that he probably doesn't dare to fight too early. What's more, he has the advantage now. He is a big shot of the Great Chu. There is no need for him to gamble with us, a group of barefoot paupers. The elegant Zhao Chongling had a bitter smile on his lips. In the end, he did not persist in his opinion. It was said that before the troops and horses moved, the provisions would move first. But this time, the 20,000 light cavalry had quietly traveled a long distance. Other than carrying some provisions, they did not make any extra movements. In order to fool people, Chen Jibao even rode his horse to the front of the Western Wall battlefield. He rode alone on a white horse with a long spear. De Chu's front army could clearly see this person's style. Yuan Zhuozong led the 15,000 cavalry to the imperial concubine's tomb. Their route was north and then east. Before getting on the horse, Li Yishan walked forward. His lips trembled, but he did not speak. Yuan Zhuozong suddenly folded his hands. His eyes were clear, his expression determined, and he did not speak. Su Xiao walked forward and said softly, "Zhuozong, foster father will not say anything good. Just one sentence. Even if you die, at least leave your corpse intact. When you enter the coffin in the future, foster father can help you wear a pair of cloth shoes that I sewed myself." Yuan Zhuozong heard the discouraging words but was not angry at all. He smiled and said, "No need, leave it for Xiaonian to wear. Just treat it as Zhuozong's gift to him. I have not given him anything for so many years. I feel bad." Su Xiao waved his hand and said, "Go." The 15,000 light cavalry quietly left the western wall in the middle of the night. Su Xiao stood in place. On his left was Zhao Chongling, and behind him was Li Yishan. He seemed to be the right hand of General Su Xiao. Chu Lushan squatted in front of his foster father and sulked. He pulled up a weed that was lucky not to be trampled by the horse hooves and chewed on it along with the mud. Su Xiao squatted down next to this foster son. He patted Chu Lushan's head and said with a smile, "As long as we can eat to chew this time, you will be the vanguard to open Shu. Foster father has already promised Zhuozong. If he dies, you can count his share." The damned fatty, who was more hostile than anyone in the Su family army when it came to fighting for military merits, was not happy at all for the first time. His fat head and big ears drooped. The Su family cavalry had groups of old people and new people, but ever since they followed Su Xiao out of Liao and fought to the western wall, there was no separation of life, only separation of death. Su Fingnian squatted next to Su Xiao. He wanted to tell Chu Lushan and Su Xiao, who was not hunched yet, that Yuan Zhuozong would not die, and they would not lose the battle of the western wall. But after that, when the title of king was split and the Bailiang fought Beimang, there were more separation of life and fewer deaths. Until he, Su Fingnian, carried the Su family flag and faced the million soldiers of Beimang again. Chapter 1099. The Chu Yutang that once ran like wolves and rushed like boars were now slave thieves who slaughtered dogs and donkeys. All that was left of the majestic spring and autumn period was sadness and laughter. It was rumored that Huang Longshi, the main culprit behind the sinking of the divine land, only laughed out loud after seeing the miserable scenes of the scholars running north. He made a few songs to gloat over their misfortune for the future generations to hum. He claimed that not only did the Wulin world have to thank him for reversing fate, the literary world had changed like this because the country was unlucky and the poets were lucky. When the spring and autumn period ended, the scholars ran north. There was only one record of Yonghui crossing north in the official history of Liang. Jia Mian praised him generously with beautiful words, and praised him for being able to pass through Guangling. However, in the history books of Beimang, there were only 2 times. Other than the simple Yonghui crossing north, there were more records of the second crossing north before Su Xiao became the vassal of Bailiang. This time, the scholars and celebrities of the Central Plains who were completely disappointed with the Liang imperial court began to crazily rush into Beimang, which was now the territory of the Southern Dynasty. Most of the so-called powerful families that occupied the high positions of the Southern Dynasty now fled north in panic like stray dogs. At that time, these big families spared no effort to secretly operate in Taiyan City, hoping that the relatively gentle Gu Jiantang would be crowned as the king of Bailiang instead of the executioner with the surname Su. They believed that who would be crowned as the king of Bailiang would decide whether the national policy of Liang would be strict or lenient. However, the result was disappointing. The lame man wanted to be the king of Bailiang instead of an ordinary border official, and personally guard the northwest gate of the empire. In this way, They hoped that before the gate was completely closed, they would be able to leave some incense for their descendants in the upcoming revenge by the Liang imperial court. Even if they had to bear the infamy of relying on the northern barbarians to prolong their feeble existence, they didn't care. For them, who were easily the 3 dukes of 4 generations, changing the surname of a country was never a disaster. Therefore, the destruction of the country was a small matter, but the destruction of the family was a big matter. The noble families lost their old roots one after another. Not to mention anything else, just the ancestral maps of their family tree that had been treasured for hundreds of years were scattered all over the ground during their escape to the north. In the spring rain, a young man squatted by the roadside. He could neither pick up nor flip open those precious diagrams, so he could only look at the page of genealogy that was spread open. The person who wrote the genealogy was obviously a calligraphy master. The handwriting was elegant and did not lose its strength. The words written on the genealogy archive were like pearls. With just a few strokes, he could write down the full picture of the achievements of a certain family ancestor. Then a tired mule carrying 4 gold-lacquered chests trampled over it and crushed the entire manuscript. It sank deep into the mud and the words blurred. The young man stood up. In his eyes, there was an endless stream of people, clan after clan, surname after surname, rushing together from the south to the north. He gently retracted his gaze and saw one of the chests carried by the mule fall to the ground with a loud crash after the rope broke, splashing a lot of mud. The mule driver completely ignored it and only whipped the mule. It was not because he felt sorry for the only ancient book in the chest that had been bought with a lot of money by generations of people, but because the mule's hooves were too slow. After the panicked caravan of horses and mules, the caravan behind them was much more orderly. There were no lowly animals like mules and donkeys. They were all tall horses that were very flashy but not practical in their escape to the north. The caravan was also particularly long, with no less than 400 people. The people riding on the horses, whether old or young, were not as anxious as the caravan behind them. There were even many white-clothed children whose clothes were slightly wet from the spring rain behind the curtains of some of the carriages. There were both men and women. They did not need to hold books in their hands to recite poems and chapters silently. An old man who looked like a teacher in a clan school sat among the children. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Occasionally he would speak with the students. Su Fengnian, who was dreaming of spring and autumn, did not follow the caravan forward. He stayed where he was until he heard the words, "The woman admires chastity, the man is talented, adhere to elegant exercises, good nobility," and finally the tall crown accompanies the chariot, driving away the mules and vibrating the tassels. Only then did the sound of recitation gradually dissipate in his ears. The old teacher, who had been silent all this time, only recited once during this period, and could not hide the tears in the old man's eyes. "Be righteous and retire, the bandits suffer losses," Su Fengnian thought to himself. They were not the stray dogs that were despised in the history books of later generations. They were probably the ones who were truly in the north. They should return home one day to worship their ancestors. However, that teacher would definitely not see the willows, moss, and fireflies of his hometown for the rest of his life. Suddenly, an old Confucian scholar who had no one to rely on walked out from the crowd and stared at Su Fengnian. Presumably, in the eyes of the living in the world of the living, the old Confucian scholar had long been accustomed to the old Confucian scholar's foolish behavior. Along the way to the north, there were too many old people who died of illness, anger, or drowned. The old Confucian scholar with the spring rain on his head twirled his beard and smiled. "I finally see you. You've already predicted this?" Su Fengnian opened his mouth out of habit. Although he was speechless, since this old Confucian scholar who would gift him a steamed bun in the future could see him, he should be able to see him speak. The old Confucian scholar who looked like a lunatic talking to himself nodded and smiled. "I've said it before, oh no. I'll say it to you one day in the Tuma Pass. I, Yuan Qingshan, am not considered heaven and earth in this life, but only a human. The dream that Zhao Shituan bestowed upon your younger brother, Su Longxiang, is a long night road, and that steamed bun can be considered a lantern that points the way." Yuan Qingshan smiled and said, "Two dynasties destroyed Buddhism, and only Bailiang sincerely believes in Buddhism. Since you're willing to shoulder the heavy burden, then you should receive Lu Songtao's fate, and thus build the lantern's skeleton. Therefore, that bowl of blood from the dragon tree monk should also light the wick in the cage. It's a pity that I haven't seen the other two of you with my own eyes. Su Fengnian asked. Aren't you worried that Bei Meng will be destroyed by Li Yang? Yuan Qingshan shook his head and said indifferently, Dynasties can rise and fall, but noble spirit must exist forever. Chapter 1100. Su Fengnian looked up at the gray sky and said softly, This me has already seen Qi Xuanjin slaying demons on the demon-slaying platform with his own eyes. Li Chenggang entered Western Shu with a sword, his sword aura rolling along the dragon wall. The sword emperor of Western Shu guarded the gate for the emperor, until the sword was destroyed and he died, trampled into meat paste by horse hooves. Dong Tai rode a donkey into Jianghu. Wang Mingyang, the general of Xiangfan, committed suicide after the city was breached. He died holding an old jar with the bones of his wife and children in it. He once used this jar as a cooking utensil. I've seen many people, but I've never found what I should be looking for. Yuan Qingshan talked about the mysteries of heaven, but did not reveal them. 3 people at once dream of spring and autumn. Each of them has their own search. It's none other than the roots of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The latter 2 are naturally close to you. Actually, you don't need to look for them. They've already found you. You only need the other 2 to come back to their senses. You don't have to worry too much. As for the noble spirit of Confucianism, if you deliberately look for it, you probably won't find it. Even if you look for Chao Dei, Chao Qingyi, Zhang Julu, Grand Secretary Zhang Baiyan, I fear that even if you search through the entire spring and autumn period, you will still find nothing. Su Fengnian sighed. Then how can I block the way? Yuan Qingshan closed his eyes and pinched his fingers. After opening his eyes, he said slowly, I'm not a real deity after all. I'm destined to not be able to predict what will happen after I ascend. However, at this time and place, no matter how hard I try to predict, you can't stop Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian did not show any anxiety. Yuan Qingshan stared at the image of this Su Fengnian, and pinched his fingers quickly. His expression was uncertain. Strange. Why is it that the more I predict, the more you'll die? If that's the case, why will I exchange buns with you in the future? The Bei Meng imperial preceptor in Confucian attire fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head and said, This may be one of the heavenly axioms. I can't predict some people and some things. I can't talk too much with you. I have to escort these scholars into Bei Meng. Su Fengnian, take care of yourself. Su Fengnian nodded. Su Fengnian stayed where he was the whole time, standing at the bottom of the caravan on the muddy road. Only then did he follow them, and see them off from the border of Yuzhou to the north. Then Su Fengnian involuntarily closed his eyes. He had closed his eyes many times after entering this black and white spring and autumn. Every time he opened and closed his eyes, it was like a dream. He could never guess when and where he would appear the next time he opened his eyes, let alone who he would see. After that, he opened and closed his eyes several times. Su Fengnian saw the entire process of building the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. He also knew why the old man with the sheepskin fur coat was suppressed here by the pavilion. It turned out that this was the ruins of Fengdu, the hometown of one of the 4 great grandmasters, the Green Robe of Fengdu. Later generations all thought that the most secretive sect at that time, Fengdu, would definitely be an underground city filled with ghastly aura. They never thought that the female grandmaster would choose a green lake and green mountain, and name it Fengdu. Maybe it was just to say that a person with a dead heart lived in a place with a dead heart. Maybe there was no reason, but the woman fell in love with the green bead in the yellow sand of the desert, and liked the same color as her clothes. The one-armed, swordless old man occupied the mountain by himself, and repelled the new prince of Beiliang, Su Zhao's hundreds of elite riders. Later on, Su Xiao carried wine up the mountain by himself several times. They were all good wine from the central plains that was hard to buy with money in the poor land of Beiliang. He would sit by the old man's side, and talk about things that he usually couldn't say out loud. There were a few times when he was completely drunk and passed out beside the old man. He was still drunk, and had to be supported down the mountain by Li Yishan. Finally one day, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat took a new pot of wine from Su Zhao's hands. For the first time, he asked the Grand King of Bailiang about this wine. Su Zhao said bluntly that this nameless, inferior wine was far inferior to the good wine of the past, but it was cheap. Not only was it enjoyable to drink, it was also very intoxicating. That was enough. The old man took a sip and said that this wine was actually called Green Ant. In the past, people urged him to drink it, but he also disliked the inferior quality of this wine. Later on, his second sister wrote a poem, and the Green Ant wine became known outside of Bailiang for the first time. It was also popular in the court of Liang. This should be the origin of this wine. Later on, he closed his eyes and opened them again. During this time, he saw the two girls who came to Wutong'an on Mount Qingliang for the first time. One of them was still called Red Musk, while the other was still Bluebird. However, she had an additional surname, Wang Bluebird. However, at that time the two girls' temperaments were completely different. Red Musk had a strong Beimeng aura, and her eyes were as cold as knives. She was hostile to everyone she met. Even the young master of Bailiang, His Royal Highness, Su Fingnian, was no exception. Bluebird was the complete opposite. Her father was the youngest of the 4 grandmasters, the immortal of spear who died the latest. Wang Xiu had a daughter in his later years, and doted on her very much. When she came to the mountain for the first time, she did not appear in the world as a maid, but as a guest. At that time, Wang Xiu's junior martial brother Lu Yambing, who had not changed his surname, brought the girl into the palace. However, she did not meet the young Su Fingnian. Later on, Chen Zhibao committed treason and murdered his own master. Lu Yanbing had once single-handedly challenged the king of Bailiang, who had 500 cavalry escorts. In the end, he was stopped by Jian Zhihuang after 8 strikes. Su Xiao, who had always been very rude to the martial artists of Jianghu, allowed this martial arts genius to leave, and gave him 3 chances to take revenge. After using up all 3 chances, Lu Yanbing did not manage to kill Su Xiao, nor did he manage to kill Chen Zhibao, who was at the peak of his power at the border. He had become friends with Jian Zhihuang, who had been a coachman for a few years. They met for a drink and Lu Yanbing found out that the old swordsman with missing front teeth who was his natal yellow formation map, was actually the junior martial brother of the Sword Emperor of Shishu. At first he had come to Bailiang to take revenge, but later on after many killings, he no longer had that hatred. Lu Yanbing casually said, "The emperor and his minister died at the gates of the country, while the swordsman died in Jianghu. The Sword Emperor of Shishu, both of them died for a reason." Old Huang smiled and replied, "That's true, but I can't say such things." Old Huang also said that he quite liked the young highness, and would not dislike the smell of horse urine on him. When he looked at people, he was indeed looking at people. He was not like the many aristocrats and princes he had seen in Jianghu, who only looked at people who were well matched in terms of social status, and looked at others like dogs. Of course, the most important thing was that whenever this kid went to the stables to take a horse, he would secretly bring a pot of wine for the coachman. He was very happy to see him drink. Old Huang said that this kid always talked about how fun Jianghu was. The coachman said that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take him to the real Jianghu. This kid would definitely be disappointed. At this point, Old Huang, who was missing front teeth, could not stop smiling. He accidentally spilled a lot of yellow wine from his mouth. Not long after, Bluebird stopped using that surname. Lu Yanbing also changed his surname to Su and became the old Prince Liang's personal guard. For some reason, this Su Fingnian knew that this was the last time he opened his eyes and wandered around the world. He stood near the straw mat that covered the corpse of a young girl, and could only watch as she was mocked and beaten. Then he saw His Royal Highness, who was his younger self. Chapter 1101. Sitting in the carriage was the most expensive courtesan in the city at the time. Just meeting her would cost 500 taels of silver. Even if he was the son of the king of Bailiang, he would still have to pay just to hear some interesting Jianghu stories from her. Although Su Fingnian had a photographic memory, his memory of the scene in front of him was still very blurry. Thus, even when he received spiced beef from the little girl many times in the future, even when he was later pursued by a young female assassin, he did not recognize that she was the child he had casually given a pearl hairpin to back then. In troubled times, Human life was as cheap as grass. Every year had its ups and downs. Who would pay attention to the careless act of kindness he had done in his youth? At the time, His Royal Highness was thinking more about how to guard against assassinations outside the manor, how to practice martial arts for revenge, and how to deal with his master, Li Yishan's heavy schoolwork. There were too many things he could not handle. If it was said that many children of noble families could still have some leisure time, even if they did not know the taste of worry, they could still create new words to express their worry. But his entire youth was always a hazy and gloomy impression. He held grudges and was ignorant. He would insensibly take out his anger on Su Xiao, who had the 2 titles of King of Bailiang and the Pillar of Bailiang, but he did not do anything and was unwilling to take revenge. Thus at the time, Su Fengnian was very disgusted with his identity as the heir. Even Su Xiao, a vassal king with 300,000 cavalry, could not take revenge. Even if he inherited the title of King of Bailiang, what could he do? The youth wanted to practice martial arts, the blade, and become a top ace. Then he would go to Great Peace City to find the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. Su Fengnian came to the head of a new grave. After the Su family retainer who had secretly escorted the little girl left, he saw an unexpected but reasonable middle-aged man. Huang Sanjia, the leader of the 3 great devils of spring and autumn, Huang Longshi. The man who had traveled around Bailiang to plant spies had been carefully observing the young His Highness during this period of time. He appeared beside the little girl who was kneeling in front of the grave, and didn't get up. He crouched down and picked up a piece of yellow soil. Very quickly, he skillfully molded a small clay figurine. He handed it to the little girl and asked, "Does it look like him?" When the little girl heard the noise, she didn't take the clay figurine. Instead, she knelt and took a few steps back, her eyes cold. He pinched the clay figurine with 2 fingers, raised his arm, and continued to ask, "Do they look alike?" The little girl, whose shoes were torn and her clothes were torn and her hands and feet were full of frostbite, was stunned for a moment. She stared at the clay figurine with her eyes wide open. She snatched it and carefully held it in her arms. Finally, she burst into tears. The middle-aged man sat on the ground and smiled softly. "The clay figurine looks like your mother, but you look like my daughter. I'm very happy to meet you. This makes me happier than any book person I've found in the spring and autumn." The little girl only cared about her heart-wrenching sobs. He didn't care. His eyes were abnormally gentle, like a father who was on the verge of despair, and found his long-lost daughter in a foreign land thousands of miles away. He continued, "My name is Huang Longshi. I've monopolized the spring and autumn 3 grades here. From now on, you'll be called Jia Jia Jia. You were born in the spring and autumn 3 grades, so you'll have the same surname as the spring and autumn 13 grades. However, you share the same name with someone who lived a long time ago." The little girl stopped crying, but she still didn't dare to approach this strange man. However, she knew that he didn't have any bad intentions, because she didn't hate him from the bottom of her heart. Huang Longshi sat in the soil in front of the grave. "I'll teach you martial arts in the future. The young man you want to repay is also a book person. However, he will die before the age of 30. The official and unofficial history records many strange ways of dying. Anyway, they're all curses. The best and worst way is that he died under the iron hooves of Beimang and died without an intact corpse. I think that if he can die by your hands in the future, it'll be a very good way to repay you." Huang Longshi looked at her young face, which didn't understand much but was full of sadness. His heart suddenly softened. He said softly, "Since the person who flipped through the book inexplicably came into the book and wasn't crushed to death by the pages, then things in the future might be different." Huang Longshi stood up and smiled as he extended his hand to her. The little girl stood up with him holding her hand. Then, she looked at the field of golden sunflowers in the distance, lost in thought. Huang Longshi turned his head and looked at the small grave made of new soil. He sighed. He didn't need to think to know that the grave would be dug up again and again by greedy people who didn't respect ghosts and gods just to take away the beaded golden hairpin. However, he didn't tell her this. The little girl suddenly ran to the field of golden sunflowers. She broke off 2 stalks and placed one in front of the grave. Then, she thought for a moment and put down the other stalk that she planned to carry on her shoulder, and put it beside her feet. She knelt on the ground, facing the distance, and kowtowed 3 times. Su Fengnian, who happened to be standing where the little girl was kowtowing, gently turned his body. The 1,000-character classic of the 300,000 elementary studies opened with the grand 8 characters: heaven and earth black and yellow, universe primitive and desolate. The universe was then analyzed into the 8 characters, up and down, for directions, since ancient times. The Taoist master Zhao Shituan's dream of the spring and autumn annals originated from an ancient person who had achieved the Tao in ancient times. This was the essence of the later generations' astral travel. At this moment, this Su Fengnian raised his head and looked into the distance with Huang Longshi, who was now only 40 years old. On the top of Little Lotus Peak, the new Prince Liang, who had never obstructed his physical body from walking and thinking even after 10 astral travels, now looked like a half-dead person who had fallen into a deep sleep. Wudong Song Jiming, Chen Yi, and Yu Xingrui, who were of the same generation as the sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, took turns guarding outside the pass for Su Fengnian. Chapter 1102. Handsome falcons constantly landed on the tortoise's back, delivering intelligence reports. The second report came late, because after the peachwood sword flew up the mountain, Song Jiming, who was guarding the pass at the time, knew the outcome. Chen Yao and Yu Xingrui rushed over after hearing the news, but they were both silent. Yu Xingrui's temperament was the most natural among his fellow apprentices, apart from his younger apprentice brother Hong Shixiang. The old man leaned against the stone tortoise's foot and raised his head, not daring to look at the hovering flying sword. Chen Yao, who was even older than the current Wudong sect leader's master, sat beside his younger apprentice brother and said softly, "This can be considered a happy funeral. Don't let younger apprentice brother Wang leave uneasy." Yu Xingrui nodded woodenly and said, "The sect leader is gone. Younger apprentice brother is gone. Younger apprentice brother Wang is gone." Elder apprentice brother Song also said he would be gone soon. "It's only been a few years, but the 6 of us," Chen Yao laughed. "But they left without any regrets. Think about it, Jade Axe was brought up the mountain by you, and so many other juniors also went up the mountain. In the future, there will be new generations of people coming up the mountain. Sometimes, when I look at those young faces, even a rigid old antique like me can't help but want to laugh." Yu Xingrui sighed and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not as open-minded as you." Chen Yao joked, "Your disciple is stronger than you." Yu Xingrui said in a low voice, "If he dares not take back younger apprentice brother, he can continue to be the sect leader. I don't recognize him as my disciple anyway." Chen Yao said angrily, "Are you still being reasonable? I'm in charge of the discipline. You want to be beaten at your age?" Yu Xingrui suddenly laughed and rubbed his cheeks. He sighed and said, "When we were young, it was Uncle Peng who was in charge of the discipline on the mountain. I always liked to go against Uncle Peng. When he was angry, he always said that if he had the ability to be the sect leader, he wouldn't care about me. I never thought that Jade Axe would become the sect leader. I have no regrets now." Chen Yao said worriedly, "It's not good to stop them one by one." Yu Xingrui, who had been in Jianghu for the longest time, shook his head and said, "It can't be helped. Among the top 10 masters of the world, except for the recent kidnapping of Gao Shulu, the devil Luo Yang, and the broken spear Deng Mao, when have I heard of any other 2 fighting side by side? Moreover, this time Dong Tai was on Wang Xianji's side. Even if Chao Chongqing wanted to interfere, De Chu had already restored his country, and would not leave Guangling Road. Taking a step back, even if someone was willing to join forces with Little Ping, would our junior brother be willing? Taking a step back, if he was really willing, he probably wouldn't be able to use that final sword strike. Taking a step back, blocking Wang Xianji is not stalling for time. Wang Xianji's walking speed is not slow, but it is definitely not fast. The people blocking her are all using their own methods to find flaws." Chen Yao said helplessly, "If only junior brother were here. In this kind of battle, one person is more useful than 300,000 cavalry." Yu Xingrui thought for a moment and said, "It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Only those who cherish their own good fortune will come here." Chen Yao said no more. The 2 sat on the other side of the turtle hunchback and suddenly heard their senior brother Song Jiming cry out in surprise, The two old men stood up to take a look and were finally relieved. They looked at each other and smiled. One of the Su Fengnian came back to his senses, but did not return to his body. He stood near the peachwood sword and lightly bowed to the three Wudong. A month later, the moon shone on the summit of Kongzhou Peak. Chen Yao waited for the return of the second Su Fengnian. In front of him, there was a nimble ball of purple gold qi that surrounded this Su Fengnian leisurely. The Su Fengnian lay on his side at the edge of the cliff, one hand propping up his head, and facing the outside of the mountain. Sleeping in the spring and autumn, sleeping in the spring and autumn. The stone root lies high and forgets the year. Not sleeping on a blanket, not covered with a blanket. Heaven and earth as the bed, covered with a bright moon. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, Mount Tai destroyed. The ocean 10,000 feet high fell from the sky, black dragon screamed and frightened ghosts and gods. I was sleeping so soundly. Eyes to nose to life, heart to heart. Continuous breathing, silently holding on. The void is extremely quiet. Essential Qi floating Dan pool. Inside the divine water ring 5. Call Jiading, summon the spirits. My God is out of the 9 palaces, roaming the green and blue. Watching the sea in a dream. Yin and Yang are mentioned in the smoke. I don't know how many years have passed outside of the spring and autumn. This person who forgot his worries. Truly he could sit back and relax. There were already 3 Su Fengnian on the mountain, sitting, lying, or standing. Only the last one was left. In the early morning, the sitting Su Fengnian began to feel as if he was struck by lightning, as if he was trying to wake up. Chen Yao was shocked. Even if the old man did not know the mystery of the spring and autumn dream, he should know that this was not good news. Logically speaking, the latest spy report said that Wang Xianji was still in Hezhou and had not entered the Beiliang Road. Even if the Su Fengnian calculated something, at the very least Su Yanbing could resist for a while. The new Prince Liang should not be so impatient. Could it be that he had encountered an irresistible setback in his dream? Chen Yao did not dare to speak. He could only resign himself to fate. Finally, the Su Fengnian opened his eyes. After a moment of thought he murmured, I can't wait any longer. For the time being, the Su Fengnian only had the body of Gao Shulu, and did not have the complete soul. He turned to Chen Yao and said guiltily, These years I owe Wudong too much. Chen Yao took a deep breath and said slowly, Without Chenwu, there would be no Wudong. Then Chen Yao could not help but ask in a low voice, Why did you wake up so early? The Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head, not giving an answer. The Su Fengnian walked more than 100 feet into the cliff, turned around and began to sprint. The other 2 Su Fengnian opened up a path to the summit. The Su Fengnian leaped out of the lotus peak. He crashed into the sea of clouds. He fell to the foot of the mountain. With a loud sound like a mountain hitting the sky, even Chen Yao, who was standing on the summit, felt the whole mountain shake. Chen Yao suddenly felt uneasy. This was a bell that sounded like a death knell. The Su Fengnian bent his knees and landed on the ground, creating a large hole at the foot of the mountain that was several people high. After jumping out of the hole, he continued to run toward the Beiliang border. In a person's life, there would always be a moment when there was no need to reason. It would give birth to a thought. Death is death. Chapter 1103. Huishan Purple Robe and Wudong Sword Maniac had blocked Wang Xianji's path one after another. The 2 battles had caused great waves in Jianghu. Outside the gorge, the section of Guangling River where the Iron Lock Sinks River was located was still as calm as ever. However, there was an endless stream of Wulin people who came to see the remains. Not only was there the coffin created by the Wulin Alliance master Xianyuan Qingfeng, but there was also old monster Wang's moving mountain. Groups of Jianghu people came and went. Most of them regretted not being able to see Wang Xiaoping's earth fairy sword before her death, as well as that graceful figure in Huishan Purple Robe. No one knew that somewhere in the lower reaches of Guangling River, a nameless old Taoist from Longhu Mountain had been waiting for a long time. Although he only had the appearance of a middle-aged man, there was always an indescribable sense of lethargy. Taoist Zhao squatted by the riverside and reached out to scoop up a handful of water. He was somewhat emotional. 400 years ago, Gao Shulu had once said that she could suck up all the water in Guangling in one gulp. It was originally a metaphor to smoothly comprehend all methods in one go. Now, it had long changed beyond recognition. It was only used to mock someone once and for all. In 400 years, words of praise had become words of derision. The Taoist who had long since abandoned his real name looked at the blurry face in the water, and gently blew a breath. The turbid river water in his palm rippled slightly. After a moment, it was as clear and stable as a mirror, reflecting a touch of purple. A person's life was but 100 years. Things remained the same, but people changed. The old man who only existed in the genealogy of Emperor Zhao sighed. He threw up the water mirror in his hand and bent 2 fingers. From the mirror he pinched the corner of the purple robe. As the Taoist made this move, a woman slowly floated up from the surface of the Guangling River. This was undoubtedly the extremely obscure and profound move of the finger mystery realm, fishing the moon in the water. The woman was no longer curled up like a fetus. She sat cross-legged in the river, but her eyes were still closed. During this period of time, she was like a stone cow sinking into the river. Not only did she not retreat downstream due to the impact of the river, but she also moved upstream towards the mouth of the gorge. However, as a new qi lingered around her body, she began to flow down with the water. In the end, she was fished out by the old Taoist who had been lonely for 100 years. In the past 100 years, the old Taoist did not have a good reputation. What he did was also like a grass snake. He hid in silence and was very meticulous. This was where the Tao of solitary seclusion lay. The evil dragon was raised in the Earth Lung Mountain to absorb the fate of the Zhao family in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and nourish the dragon's main family in the Great Peace City. The old locust tree was transplanted in the lower Maui Post House to suppress the evil spirits of the Su family and his son. He made a bet with the old fellow from the Taoist master's mansion, Zhao Xuansu, to trade a seal for a seal. However, he Zhao Huangqiao lived in seclusion in the Dragon Tiger Mountain adjacent to Mount Hui. He befriended the father and son, Xianyuan Dandan and Xianyuan Jingcheng, who were polar opposites. It seemed to be a coincidence, but was there no secret? However, this kind of behavior never interfered with his great undertaking of 100 years. It was like a kind of leisure and elegant decoration, like a hermit who planted a plum tree in the courtyard. It was good that the flower bloomed, but it did not matter if it did not. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the young woman who slowly stood up on the water. As she grew older, she became more and more similar. However, for some reason, some of the similarities became thinner. It was no wonder that Lu Songtao had chosen the latter instead of her at the last moment. Xianyuan Qingfeng opened his eyes. He was wary of this Taoist whose depth he could not see. Zhao Huangqiao smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this. There are many legacies left for you on the Great Snow Plateau. For example, the wedding dress that Xianyuan Dandan did not have time to enjoy, and the pill of reassurance that your father left for you to control your servants. They were all made by me." Xianyuan Qingfeng was skeptical. He sneered and said, "Oh, so you are the benefactor of the Great Snow Plateau, aren't you? You want me as a junior to repay the debt of my ancestors?" Zhao Huangqiao smiled and shook his head. Not only was she not like her, she was simply not like her at all. Back then, that woman viewed the affairs of the world as either black or white. How could she be so calculative? That's right. If she was still that ignorant woman back then, how could she force herself to become a boneless person? She would also not be able to become the clever Huishan clan master, and the vicious and merciless Wulin alliance chief. Zhao Huangqiao raised his hand as if he wanted to brush away the morning fog on the river. His tone was cold. He said, "I was on good terms with the 2 generations of Mount Hui in the past because I thought highly of Xianyuan Dandan's ambition and Xianyuan Jingqing's sincerity. However, they did not succeed. My unnecessary efforts were wasted. I have no complaints." Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, "Then why are you looking for me?" Zhao Huangqiao smiled and asked, "Xianyuan Qingfeng, do you want to reconstruct your muscles and bones to build a real bodhisattva golden body, and then cross over to celestial phenomenon? You should know that Wang Xianji gave up Martial Emperor City. It seemed that she did not leave any of her disciples behind, but in fact, she left a backup plan in Jianghu. If you want to be a true leader of Jianghu and not a leader of Wulin in name only, it is very difficult to avoid me. If you think I am a frog at the bottom of a well and talk too big, Then let me put it another way. I can help you walk faster on the path of martial arts and avoid many detours. Xianyuan Qingfeng did not even try to hide her disdain. Zhao Huangqiao had cultivated his body and qi for 2 or even 3 lifetimes as long as an ordinary person. Naturally, he would not get angry because of this. He said calmly, "Just now I thought of half a sentence, which is to let people fight for their dignity. Xianyuan Qingfeng, since you have reached celestial phenomenon, do you have any comprehension?" Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not trust this pretentious Taoist, she did not have the slightest intention of looking down on him. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her sleeves and sat down on the ground. Almost at the same time, Zhao Huangqiao also sat down on the ground. The two looked at each other as equals. Xianyuan Qingfeng said in a deep voice, "Let's fight for our dignity. First, we have to fight for our own destiny. What we nurture is qi dynamic. Then we have to fight for the destiny of the world to achieve momentum. Everything is in a gradual process. Then, at a certain time and place, we will succeed in one step, like a carp swimming thousands of miles, and finally leaping over the dragon gate." Zhao Huangqiao nodded with a look of admiration. Destiny, qi dynamic, luck and momentum are all within the scope of one's qi. Below earth immortals, or to be precise below celestials, no one is exempt from this. Xianyuan Qingfeng, although you are walking on the path of martial arts in the eyes of the 3 sects, you have already reached a higher level. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, "Taoist, you came to find me today to talk about principles? Our meeting is not a Buddhist debate that happens once every 10 years on the evil-slaying platform." Zhao Huangqiao was still calm, and did not pretend to be an expert. He folded his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "How about we make a deal?" Xianyuan Qingfeng lowered his head and bent his waist. He put his hand into the water and rolled up his sleeve with his other hand, revealing a transparent wrist with blood and blue veins, but no bones. Zhao Huangqiao laughed loudly and said, "It's fine if you don't do it. When you understand, and if this Taoist is still alive at that time, it will still be effective. Just come to Mount Longhu and call me." This Taoist's original name is Zhao Huangqiao. Xianyuan Qingfeng nodded and remained silent. Chapter 1104. Zhao Huangqiao stood up and disappeared in a flash. His laughter was heard. 9 out of 10 countries are broken and 8 out of 10 people are dead. If I become Emperor Qing in the future, I will wait until the 8th day of the 9th lunar month on Mount Fuyao to pick osmanthus seeds. Xianyuan Qingfeng showed a solemn expression. The wedding dress and soothing pill were both secret legacies of the old Hui mountain. The former was used by Xianyuan Pan as a human ladder. Otherwise, Xianyuan Qingfeng would not have the great celestial cultivation he had when he fought Wang Xianji, even if he killed many experts to absorb their inner strength. The latter was a mysterious goo medicine to prevent people from being untrustworthy after using both kindness and power. This Taoist called Zhao Huangqiao should be telling the truth. He was indeed an old acquaintance of Bull Dagong. However, after Xianyuan Qingfeng took control of Hui Mountain, he did not trust anyone except himself. He hated the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain even more. How could he easily do business with a nameless Taoist who appeared out of nowhere? Xianyuan Qingfeng withdrew his hand. He didn't even need to shake his wrist to avoid touching a drop of water. After standing up, he looked around. His gaze finally stopped, intentionally or otherwise, on a fallen reed. With a tap of his foot, he stepped on the reed. He seemed to have understood something. Dressed in purple, he returned to Jianghu and followed Shui Donglu. On the road of Hizhou, a huge creature was rampaging. Most of the traveling merchants only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then they only saw a cloud of dust and could not see clearly what it was. Some of the Jianghu experts with good eyesight recognized that the huge creature was an unusually tall and sturdy living person. It was like a remnant of the ancient desolate man hidden in Kunlun Mountain. It was 20 feet tall and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. 5,000 years ago, the saint controlled the flood. After he succeeded, he ordered 900 Kunlun giants to carry 9 cauldrons to suppress Jiuzhou. This giant's hands and feet touched the ground. It ran like thunder, and its legs were much stronger than the famous horses outside the Great Wall. A gray-haired old man sat on it. A rope was tied around his waist to prevent him from falling. The old devil head, who had wreaked havoc in the 9 countries during the spring and autumn period, should have continued to wag his tongue during the restoration of the West Chu state, but right at the critical moment when the new De Chu state was about to rise up in rebellion, unexpectedly the old man abandoned him and summoned slaves who were far more worthy of their name than the Kunlun slaves of Tibing Mountain, who rushed to the Bailiang border. The old man's journey was bumpy. Other than having to stop to eat and rest, he didn't waste any time and didn't say a single word. However, when he approached Bailiang Road, he began to mumble to himself from time to time. "Old monster Wang, you started fighting too early. If I had known, I would have let you destroy the city and die before you were ready. This old man has helped you to make the Jianghu so interesting. It's fine if you, Wang Xianji, don't appreciate it. It's fine if you don't like that brat surnamed Su. But why do you have to implicate a little girl? Wang Xianji, Su Fingnian, both of you deserve to die. If my daughter dies, Wang Xianji, you can forget about guarding the heavenly gate, and Bailiang can forget about having a moment of peace. Especially you, Su Fingnian. So what if you can't defeat Wang Xianji? Just kowtow and beg for mercy." Wang Xianji saw how useless you are and naturally disdained to fight with you. "Why do you have to recklessly occupy Gao Shulu's body and spirit? Are you afraid that Gao Shulu will kill Chao Chongqing, and the girl you like will have no one to rely on? You can't even care about Bailiang's safety, and you still dare to hope to protect Jiangxi's life? Fine, consider yourself sentimental. However, if you favor one and discriminate against the other, and watch as my daughter dies, I, Huang Longshi, did harm to Bailiang in the past, but I also left a way out for Bailiang. In the future, just wait for you, little brat, to die without a complete corpse, just like what's written in the books." The Kunlun giant had already rushed into Hezhou, rushing straight to the border between Yuzhou and Hezhou. Huang Longshi's heart began to sink more and more, because no matter what he saw, the brat had not achieved perfection. The root of it was the dream of a nameless Taoist 400 years ago, and it was indispensable. Moreover, in the old man's calculation, the brat was cautious by nature, but he also considered the overall situation. Now that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders, how could he risk his life for a girl who was extremely thin on both sides? Putting himself in Huang Longshi's shoes, not to mention that he was the most cold-blooded person in the spring and autumn period. Even ordinary people would never act so rashly, because if he made a move at this time, he would lose his cultivation, his family business, and the state's affairs. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a sinner for 1,000 years. Su Fingnian, watching from the sidelines, was the right thing to do. Huang Longshi had been living a good life for so many years. No matter how many setbacks he had suffered, he had never been so helpless. The giant under him was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Huang Longshi was still cold-blooded and said, "It's time for you to die." The giant did not complain. Even if it was bleeding from its 7 orifices, it still had to run the last 300 miles. After 300 miles, Huang Longshan, who had been holding his breath all the way, began to charge forward on foot, and then tried his best to catch up before Wang Xianji killed. The premise was that the silly girl was not dead yet. Huang Longshi had a sentence that he did not say to the girl. If he had not met her, he would have retreated into the mountains and forests after unifying the central plains in Liang. He would have focused on martial arts and cultivation, and then tried to ascend. He had no love in the human world, so he could go and see the scenery in the sky again. Approaching Yuzhou, Huang Longshan suddenly shouted, "Stop!" The giant hurriedly stopped, and its hands and feet scratched several gullies on the ground. The old man jumped down and rushed forward, faintly ashamed. It's too late. Wang Xianji was a man of his word, even if his opponent was a little girl and a very innovative killer. Since he had said that the next time they met, he would kill her. So when she stood in the middle of the courier road at the border without hesitation, Wang Xianji really did step forward and stomped on the belly of the short girl. She fell backward, her body sliding back dozens of feet. There was no longer any qi in her body. The clothes on her back were in tatters, and she was covered in wounds. She should not have been able to stand up and would have died lying down. But she probably relied on her last breath to stand up shakily. After she stood up, she still did not show the slightest fear. She had killed Wang Mingyin, Lu Haoshi, and many, many other masters. She was not afraid of killing people, nor was she afraid of being killed. She was just a little unhappy, and felt that she had not done enough. She had returned the hairpin, but she had not returned the mink hat he later gave her. Her vision had long been blurred, but she still raised her head. There was once when she was hunted down by a willow and a fat woman. She could not hold on that time. And then he fell from the sky and landed in front of her. She was very happy. She was not happy that she could live, but happy that he had come. It was that simple. Hee, the girl closed her eyes. Old Huang said that when people died, they would sleep for a long time, where no one could wake them up. She felt that it was quite good, so she fell asleep. At this time, she did not know if it was an illusion, but a warm hand gently pressed on her head, and a soft voice said, "You are not allowed to sleep in." Half asleep, she felt the person behind her walk to her side, and said a few words to her and to the very powerful old man. A very soft sentence. "I'm here." A very heavy sentence. As if the whole world had heard it. "Wang Xianji, it's time for you to die." Chapter 1105. Perhaps it was because it had been a long time since Wang Xianji heard the younger generation speak such bold and visionary words in front of him. He still remembered the first time Chao Chongqing ascended the tower. He said, "I would like to ask Senior for a few rounds of romance." Dong Tai's words were even sharper. "I have a sword to ask you." As for the other characters, most of them were relatively more respectful and restrained. Occasionally there would be a few arrogant and willful youngsters who spoke arrogant words before ascending the tower, but when they finally reached the top of the martial emperor city with great difficulty and saw him, they had already lost their edge and sharpness. Wang Xianji's contemplation came from afar, but in an instant he looked at Su Fengnian, who was right in front of him, and then he looked in the direction of Wudong. He understood in his heart, but he could not tell whether this old man was regretting or mocking him. Wang Xianji did not leave quickly on this trip to Beiliang because he was afraid that Su Fengnian would not even be able to transform Gao Shulu's body and spirit into his own. What was the point of killing an ordinary first-level master? He did not leave slowly because he did not want him to swallow his spirit outside of Beiliang. In Wang Xianji's view, swallowing the fate of Jianghu into his stomach was an action that crossed the line. Wang Xianji nodded toward Su Fengnian, probably indicating that this young vassal king could make arrangements for his funeral. As a 100-year-old man who had suppressed Jianghu for a whole 60 years, he indeed had this little bit of patience. Su Fengnian picked up Miss Hehe and swept past the boundary marker. He did not need to lift a finger. The hairpin, the marten hat, and the sunflower, these three objects, all moved without the wind, following behind the two of them from a distance. Su Fengnian's original intention was to send Jia Jiejia, who was in his arms, away from the battlefield, as far away as possible. This was because he wasn't sure if Wang Xianji could use 90% of her strength or 100% of her strength. Furthermore, if Wang Xianji went all out, how many innocent bystanders would be implicated? Su Fengnian suddenly stopped, and saw an unexpected but reasonable old man from afar. As if relieved of a burden, he took the hairpin and other items that floated towards him. When the old man rushed to him, he handed them all to the old man. After that, he did not turn around immediately. Instead, he pressed his 5 fingers on his chest like hooks and forcibly hooked out a cloud of purple gold air. He slowly pressed it into the girl's forehead and said softly, "This is the tribulation that Zhao Xuanzu wanted to impose on me back then, and I let her bear it. This time it was scattered by Wang Xianji and scattered everywhere. I took advantage of the time when Wang Xianji was absent-minded to gather some of it. Don't worry, I have tried my best to cleanse it. It will be able to cleanse it for her." Huang Longshi's face was gloomy. He was unforgiving and said angrily, "What's the use of solving the urgent situation? If you die in the hands of Wang Xianji, this old man's daughter will also be buried with you." Su Fengnian lowered his head and looked at the pale and trembling girl. He smiled calmly and said, "If I really lose to Wang Xianji, I will definitely leave behind a bit of cultivation before I die to help her extend her life." Huang Longshi was still unwilling to give up. He asked aggressively, "Tell me first, how long can you extend her life?" Su Fengnian said bitterly, 10 years, at most 10 years. This is already my limit." Huang Longshi snorted heavily. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with this answer. Su Fingyan turned around. With his back facing Huang Longshi and the unconscious He, he paused for a moment. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. He began to move forward. At first he didn't do anything shocking. He took one step at a time. At first his strides were very slow. As he moved from slow to fast, it was filled with a kind of gradual rhythm. This was the method that Lu Hao used to enter and break the city. It almost worked together with Song Nianqing's Earth Immortal Sword to successfully injure the white-robed Luo Yang. When Su Fingyan moved faster and farther away, Huang Longshi sat down with his daughter in his arms. He reached out his hand to brush away the bangs on her forehead. The old man gradually restrained his anger. He raised his head and looked in that direction. His face seemed to be moved, surprised and regretful. Wang Xianji originally thought that she would meet Su Fingyan later. But since he appeared earlier, Wang Xianji wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately avoid a battle. Wang Xianji's hands naturally hung by her sides. But the originally loose linen sleeves were slowly pulled in and stuck to her arms. Wang Xianji didn't occupy any of the 13 ranks of spring and autumn. Even the self-proclaimed second in the world, and the recognized first in the world, didn't touch the sword or armor. As for the saber, the world praised Gu Jiantang as the first in saber technique. Wang Xianji didn't have any objections. Outside the martial emperor city, however, this didn't mean that Wang Xianji, who smelted the world's martial arts into my furnace, wasn't a master of sword and saber techniques. In fact, Wang Xianji deserved to be called a master of any weapon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to raise such a talented swordsman like the groom. It was just that the older Wang Xianji was, the less she touched worldly things. Wang Xianji raised her hands and gently clenched them into fists. For the first time, she smiled. This time, she could finally fight to her heart's content, right? Su Fingyan had borrowed Lu Hao Master's method to enter the city, but not only that, he had supplemented it with Lu Hao Master's staggering sword. This made his silhouette look a little absurd, but at the same time, he looked like a drunkard. I have no sword in my hand because I am the sword. On Su Fingyan's path forward, yellow sand constantly surged up from both sides, colliding with each other with a loud bang, and then quickly covering his footsteps. Wang Xianji also began to stride forward. Back and forth, you die and I live. It was that simple. Not just in the Wulin. The entire world began to hear a rumor that was becoming more and more intense. Wang Xianji, who had left the city, was going to kill the new Prince Liang, Su Fingyan. The vast majority of people would find this very satisfying. In any case, many places that prohibited alcohol began to turn a blind eye. Great Peace City. Returning from the flourishing Jiangnan to the imperial palace, Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan would deliver a new item to Crown Princess Yan Dongwu every day. Today he had finally finished delivering. Yan Dongwu stood under the parrot cage and watched her husband make a face. She stretched out her hand and saw that her hands were empty. She smiled sweetly. This crown prince then chatted with his beloved wife about some trivial and interesting news. Even when the purple-clothed woman of Mount Hui had closed the door, Zhao Zhuan did not hide his thoughts about her. Yan Dongwu did not hide anything, nor did she purposely get angry. Instead, she gave him a flirtatious glance. The elegant and handsome man laughed loudly and gently held her wrist. A moment later he let go. He said that he was going out to see old Monster Wang's first disciple Yu Groom. This swordsman who had left the Eastern Sea for the first time was only passing by the capital and had to continue north. If he missed this chance, he might not have another chance to see him. Zhao Zhuan hurriedly left the room, gradually slowing his steps. He plucked a leaf and twirled it between his fingers. Only those who held power in the imperial palace and Mink Temple knew that the crown prince liked to use leaves to paint. Zhao Zhuan walked between two tall palace walls. He picked up the leaf and used it to block out the blinding sunlight. He smiled and said, "You died so quickly." South Sea. After returning from a visit to immortals, the Peach Blossom Sword God, who had overturned the sea with his sword, stood on the edge of a cliff on the lone island where the Guanyin sect was located. He raised his eyes and gazed toward the north of the continent. The sword-eating elder Sui Xiegu, who had once exchanged an arm with Li Chungang, stood beside this ordinary-looking sword immortal after his battle with Dong Tai. He asked curiously, "Among the top aces, you are close to that kid. Why didn't you go and help him? Dong Tai shook his head and said, Wang Xianji did not do anything wrong. The one-armed old man nodded and said, a Jianghu where a finger-profound realm cultivator can be the most powerful person in the world is indeed unsightly. Chapter 1106. A young and tall woman walked not far from them and asked, is that kind of Jianghu really not good? Dong Tai was not good at, and did not like to reason with women. He chuckled and said, the answer is in their hands. Whoever can stand can decide the direction of Jianghu for the next 100 or 1,000 years. Mount Longhu. After Zhao Ningxian became the most powerful person in the Taoist mansion, Mr. White Lotus Bai Yu, who had read too many books, often took this young Taoist surnamed Zhao, who had not experienced many ups and downs in life, down and up the mountain together. The two walked aimlessly to the foot of the mountain, and then turned back to climb the mountain. Bai Yu's eyes were not good, so he walked slowly and spoke softly. After going through so many hardships, I was able to lead the Taoist affairs in the world. Now that I've lost half of the country, including the north of Guangling River, to Qingqing King, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Mount Longhu is not high, so it's time to calm down and look back at the scenery. In the past, everyone in the Taoist mansion said that my words were reasonable, but really reasonable words often hurt people. I've been reading and cultivating on this mountain for many years, so I have no place to complain. But now it's all good. 2 generations of heavenly masters ascending together may sound impressive, but the truth is that they're just putting on an act. However, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Many people like me who don't share the same surname are able to rise to the top. Zhang Wenhan, Xuejiesher, and Chen Kuanyong have all truly integrated into Mount Longhu. They're the true worshippers of Mount Longhu. Zhao Ningxian, who was often absent-minded, nodded. Bai Yu continued, you let the Taoist on the mountain learn the set of boxing of Mount Wudong without worry. This is the temperament that a Taoist master should have. We should eat old wheat flour and new corn flour. We can't just eat fine grain. Coarse grain is also good for the stomach. Zhao Ningxian nodded and smiled. Fine grain nourishes the mouth. Coarse grain nourishes the stomach. There is such a saying outside the mountain. Bai Yu looked at the top of the mountain and said earnestly, Mount Longhu is not high. Look, it's not even as high as our neighbor's bull gang. It's true that the mountain is famous not because of its height, but if we all want to be immortals, it's not right. Zhao Ningxian said, if you want to be an immortal, you must first be a good person. Bai Yu laughed heartily. You're right. Zhao Ningxian stopped and said, I put it down. Bai Yu squinted his eyes out of habit, and turned to look at the young Taoist. He felt even more gratified and said, then I can rest assured. Bai Yu stretched out a hand, indicating that he could start climbing. Zhao Ningxian hesitated for a moment, and continued to climb the stairs. Bai Yu went down the mountain alone. In western Shu, there was a sea of bamboo. In the summer, a cool breeze blew gently in the sea of bamboo, as cool as the late autumn season. After Xie Lingzhen died in the Quick Snow Mountain Villa, the spring invitation cottage was leaderless and had a period of unrest. However, when the new king of Shu entered the place and personally supported an unknown disciple of the Xie family to become the owner of the cottage, it rose to the top of the top 10 Jianghu sects of Liyang in one fell swoop, ranking only behind the missing moon house on the great snow plateau of Mount Hui. 2 men and 1 woman were drinking tea together, listening to the wind. Their teeth were fragrant and their sleeves were filled with a cool breeze. The woman was close to 30 years old, but she was very childish and beautiful. Her charm was full of treacherous contradictions. She was the 4th most beautiful woman on the Rouge rankings. Her name was ordinary and strange, surnamed Xie, given name Xie. It was said that after she was 14 years old, the Western Shu Road had a total of 5 people, Jingshi and Jidushi, fought for her. However, for more than 10 years, no one was able to take her into their pocket. Outsiders said that it was because of the spring invitation cottage's extraordinary status. At this moment, she was pouring tea for a man in white. Not only were the people of Shu speechless, but even the people of Spring Invitation Cottage were puzzled. This outsider surnamed Chen had transformed the vase into the owner of the 2,000 mu of bamboo. It could not be helped. He was the minister of war before Lu Baijie took office, the current king of Shu Qinjibao. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Chen Jibao was the uncle that Su Fengnian had gone to Beimeng to find. He was a swordsman from the Wu family's sword tomb Wuxia. He was also one of the commanders of the Su family's cavalry in the past. Wuxia had recognized his nephew Su Fengnian at the top of Beimeng's city walls, but did not acknowledge him. He smiled insincerely and asked playfully, "The Emperor of Liang wants to give you his favorite daughter. Will you accept it?" Chen Jibao did not answer this question, nor did he pay attention to the woman's gaze. He only remained silent. Wuqi asked again, "He died just like that. Do you have any thoughts?" Chen Jibao raised his teacup and drank it as if it were wine. The Chu Imperial Palace. Chao Chongqing took time out from his busy schedule and walked to the pavilion that he frequented. He saw Her Highness the Princess sitting alone in the pavilion. On her lap was the red sandalwood sword case that hid the great Liang dragon sparrow. She untied a string of copper coins and placed them neatly on the sword case. She absent-mindedly tapped it again and again. Every time she unloaded the case, the copper coins would stand up and roll down again, repeating the cycle. Jiang and I sensed the arrival of Uncle Chess awaiting orders. She touched the sword case and quickly put away the copper coins. Chao Chongqing sat on the stone bench and hesitated. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang and I squeezed out a smile and said softly, "It's okay. He's the king of Beiliang. I'm the princess of Dechu." "I know." Chao Chongqing was silent. Chao Chongqing slowly closed his eyes, still hesitating to speak. Jiang and I clenched the copper coins and muttered to herself, "A scourge lives for 1,000 years." Chao Chongqing opened his eyes and sighed. If only it was a little later. The northern Mang's royal tents that stretched as far as a majestic city were moved to the southern dynasty. Just like before, the northern Mang empress continued to discuss matters in the ash painting that had been passed down from generation to generation. After the discussion was over, the northern Mang empress asked Dong Zhuo and Hong Jingyan, these two new and powerful military nobles, to stay behind. She smiled and asked, "In the past 1,000 years, who could be said to be the pinnacle of martial arts?" Hong Jingyan bowed and replied, 800 years ago, there was the unknown master behind the great Qin emperor. Between 700 and 500 years ago, it was Lu Dongxian who could be considered invincible. 400 years ago, it was Gao Shulu. 100 years ago, Lu Songtao was only half a master. Next is the current Wang Xianji. When these 4.5 masters were alive, there was rarely another master who was on par with them. Even if there was a master beyond this world, they had never fought. For example, Wang Xianji and Qi Xuanjin. The Empress of Beimeng laughed. This time, Wang Xianji used Su Fengnian as an example. Is it using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Or is it a great phenomenon that hasn't happened in 1,000 years? Hong Jingyan whispered, "The odds are 9 to 1. The old woman said, "Then it's a narrow escape." Dong Zhuo, who had been standing beside Hong Jingyan all this time, didn't reply. He waited until the tent was completely silent before he said with a gloating expression, "It's good that they're dead. They didn't even need a single soldier, and half of Liyang's northwest gate has already collapsed. When the news reaches here, Hong Jingyan, do you want to have a competition to see who's faster?" Hong Jingyan completely ignored this fat man. The Empress waved her hand. The two of them walked out of the tent at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The old woman smiled. "Father and son, are you going to meet so soon?" At the peak of Zhulu Mountain. A white dress versus a red dress. The woman in white sat on the stone steps at the top. She raised a wine pot and drank wine without any worry between her eyebrows. For some reason, the otherworldly item in the red dress was facing the white dress Luo Yang. Luo Yang said indifferently, "It's okay. No one in the world believes him, but I do." Luo Yang suddenly stood up and raised her arm. She smiled knowingly and said, "I won't change for 800 years. Chapter 1107. Su Fengnian had Gao Shulu's physique, and with the help of Lu Haosher and Song Yanqing's last strike, his steps grew larger and larger. In the last step, he crossed a distance of several hundred feet and crashed into Wang Xianji. Wang Xianji took a large step forward, as if she didn't care too much about it. She faced the man and the sword with a simple punch, and her strength was enough to defeat 10 people. Two majestic auras collided with each other. and the heavens and earth rang with the solemn sound of a yellow bell. In the blink of an eye, Su Fengnian crashed into Wang Xianji with his shoulder, while Wang Xianji's fist landed on Su Fengnian's forehead. Wang Xianji had been blocking the waves of the East Sea year after year, and she was still able to remain unscathed. However, this time, her feet sank into the yellow sand, and she slid back a distance of 16 to 17 feet. Su Fengnian didn't have it easy either. He was hit in the forehead between his eyebrows. He staggered about a foot above the ground, but he still maintained his posture of riding the wind. The distance he retreated was roughly the same as Wang Xianji's. Both sides did not wait for the bell's momentum to completely remove the embers left on their bodies, and they began to collide for the second time. This time, it was the elbows that collided first, and Wang Xianji pushed her palm upwards, hitting Su Fengnian's chest. Su Fengnian slapped down on Wang Xianji's head. Su Fengnian's body surged, and finally stopped in the air 80 to 90 feet away. His sleeves fluttered slightly, as if he was an immortal ascending to the heavens. Wang Xianji did not retreat, but her knees sank into the sand. She raised her head and looked at the calm young man. The hemp-clothed old man did not say anything. When he reached the top of the world, his heart was like an ancient well without ripples. He had waited bitterly for so many years, and he no longer had the feeling of breaking a wooden horse or ox with his finger. It was a mixture of surprise and joy, and it was truly like drinking wine. Wang Xianji brushed her sleeves and smiled for no reason. After reaching the first rank, when fighting with the same level, especially with the masters of the Vajra realm, the body and aura would merge into one. It was often the process of tearing apart one's clothes and armor. Only by removing the aura around the body could one destroy the body's muscles and bones. However, this kid was as confident as him, almost to the point of conceit. No matter how abundant the aura was, he would do the opposite, and destroy the body once and for all. He wanted to destroy the body first before thinking about anything else. Gao Shulu once used to describe the majesty of the first rank's realm. Most martial artists in the future were obsessed with the protection brought by their aura. Like the officials who found a big backer and a protective talisman, their path was smooth sailing. As time, they forgot how to persist and how to self-reliance. Was it the finger, or the celestial phenomenon, and the celestial, and had it, and a smooth journey of heavens had been the time they vase. For thousands of years, there were countless men. Why did Wang Xianji only respect Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang? One of them passed through the gate of heaven, but did not enter. He returned to the human world laughing. The other person did not even bother to open the gate of heaven for him. Wang Xianji's feet sank into the ground, and Su Fengnian stood in the air. It was like a battle between heaven and earth. The seemingly calm battlefield suddenly changed when Wang Xianji pulled out one of her feet, and Su Fengnian pressed down with one of his hands at the same time. On the ground, a clay sword shaped like a stone tablet broke out of the ground. Su Fengnian also pulled a wisp of cloud aura to form a sword. Wang Xianji held the clay sword in her hand and leaped up. Su Fengnian reached out to grab the cloud aura sword, and his body suddenly dropped down. In the third confrontation, the two still chose to fight head-on without any fancy thoughts. The clay tablet smashed into Su Fengnian's chest inch by inch, and the cloud aura also shattered inch by inch on Wang Xianji's chest. When the dust of the clay tablet settled and the cloud aura dispersed, the number 1 in the world and the number 6 in the world punched left fist against right fist. Their fists collided violently, but their bodies did not move an inch, and there was a moment of silence that defied common sense. However, ripples appeared on Wang Xianji's and Su Fengnian's robes. The two's hands that were controlling their swords were not willing to fall behind, and they clenched their fists and collided again. Within a radius of several miles, the ground shook violently, and the cloud aura rolled. Wang Xianji was pushed back to the ground. When she landed, she swung her arm and threw out a punch. The incomparably fierce fist aura tore several yellow flood dragons from the ground and attacked Su Fengnian together. Even if Su Fengnian had Gao Shulu's physique, he could still control the mysterious finger sword chi with his mind. However, his soul was lacking, so he did not have the heavenly phenomenon realm. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest in the air, relying on his body that was even stronger than the invincible Vajra body of Buddhism to block that fist aura. Afterward, a few flood dragons formed from yellow sand and soil took advantage of this opportunity to attack. Su Fengnian pulled back his left hand and grabbed a flood dragon's neck, killing it quickly. The yellow sand scattered like rain. He stepped on the head of the flood dragon and pushed it back to the ground. The corpse or corpse chi showed signs of collapsing like a dead snake on the ground. Wang Xianji did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. She walked on the ground step by step and constantly punched towards the sky. The white fist aura and the yellow dragon shot towards the young lord standing under the clouds together. The earth emits murderous intent, and the dragon and snake rise from the land. Su Fengnian took a deep breath, and a purple golden mark between his eyebrows shone brightly. Instead of dodging, he looked like he was seeking his own death. He actively looked for the white fist aura to smash or cut it off. His feet were like walking on the ground, and he stepped on the yellow dragon again and again. If someone was lucky enough to watch the battle from afar, they would definitely be shocked by the terrifying phenomenon. On the ground, there were constantly white rainbows piercing through the sky, and countless yellow dragons flew up one after another, as if they were roaring at the legendary heavenly court. And the white robe in the sky seemed to be in a fit of pique. He wanted to kill all the white rainbows in the sky, and not let them turn into real dragons. This magnificent scene lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and the battlefield had also advanced for more than 10 miles. The road that Wang Xianji walked on was full of destruction. In the sky, the clouds and yellow sand were mixed together, and then they rustled and fell together. People like to use the difference between cloud and earth to describe the huge difference between the two, but at this time, the scene had already been blurred. Chapter 1108. Huang Longshi carried the girl far away to avoid being affected by the invisible killing intent. From time to time he would look back at the battlefield. The old man helped his daughter carry the sunflower, and could not help but sigh with emotion. Jia Jejia in his arms still did not wake up. She just subconsciously hugged the sable hat, the beaded golden hairpin wrapped in the hat pocket. Huang Longshi did not stop walking, but he kept turning his head to look at the painting that was created by man. The long scroll slowly spread out in the world. It should not stop for a while. When it would end, only heaven knows. Huang Longshi was somewhat lost in thought. He muttered. Zhang Julu in the imperial court, Wang Xianji in Jianghu. There are two such figures. One is a roly-poly official. The other is an old fart. How can the others have a day of success? If anyone were to stand behind them, it would be a fact that made them feel despair just by thinking about it. The group of Spring of Yong Hui's achievements and knowledge are all excellent civil officials. Among the generals, there is Guangling Dao's Lu Xingxiang, and those members of the imperial family who have failed to achieve meritorious service. In the world of Wulin, there is Dong Tai's sword, Gu Jiantong's saber, and Chao Chongqing's scholarly spirit. In the past and in the future, any one of them would be a famous figure. Huang Longshi withdrew his gaze and continued to ramble. The great Qin lost a deer. Liang is not far away. Bai Yan-er is the deer of Liang. He knows his fate. There is no way out. He has already begun to make arrangements for his funeral. If he lives alone and does not retreat, then the poor people of the world will not be able to see the future. But not only does old Wang not retreat, he wants to go one step further. One is the peak of civil officials, the other is the peak of martial arts. These two people, at first glance, seem to have the same realm and status, but in fact, there is a big difference in their bones. It is indeed true that the path of civil and martial arts is different. This old man in the past helped Jianghu's fate by pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It should be right to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This old man has read too many stories and people in books. All these years, he has exhausted his mind and thought about everything step by step. Is he going to make a mistake at the end? The last time Huang Longshan looked back was an hour after the start of the battle. He did not see the expected mixture of clouds and earth, but the atmosphere of heaven and earth was exceptionally clear. Huang Longshi sighed. That kid most likely lost the first half of the battle. The reality was just as Huang Sanjiao expected. Even if Su Fengnian used Gao Shu to reveal his physique, then he used Morong Baoding's erecting Buddha. Shui Songguan's huge clapper, Wudong's immortal caressing the top, and so on, all kinds of mystical techniques, and their coordination was flawless. They were only able to block the seemingly endless murderous aura. Within an hour, Su Fengnian had destroyed more than 100 fist forces and killed more than 400 flood dragons. This was just Su Fengnian's anger. Before the first collision, Su Fengnian's breath had already been completed, and there was no more breath left. He had even prepared how to deal with Wang Xianji's thunderous attack when he needed to exchange for his second breath. However, Su Fengnian's 3 journeys in Jianghu had helped him to be careful and cautious, and it had instead resulted in a not-so-big, not-so-small consequence. When he made his move, Wang Xianji, who was still secretly accumulating power, found an opportunity that was not perfect, and used a suppression that was even more powerful than the one he used against Wang Xiaoping by the Guangling River. At the same time that the earth unleashed its murderous aura, the sky unleashed its murderous aura. Together, they crushed Su Fengnian, who was in the middle of it. The clouds in the sky, which had always been used by Su Fengnian, left their tracks. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Just like the movement of the stars, it was enough to change Su Fengnian's originally shaky balance. It was not that Su Fengnian had not sensed Wang Xianji's backup plan, but he had expected that there was still about 15 minutes before Wang Xianji would summon the clouds in the sky, cater to the earth's murderous intent. He was 70 to 80% sure that he would be trapped in that cage, and in the end, allow Wang Xianji to unleash his murderous intent. This was also a slight influence brought about by his incomplete soul. However, against Wang Xianji, this slight deviation was enough to put him in great danger. Wang Xianji raised an elbow, pressed his palms together, and twisted heavily. His palms then suddenly turned upside down. Wasn't the easiest thing in the world as easy as turning one's hand. Wang Xianji's lips curled into a cold smile, waiting to see. He did not think that killing a Su Fengnian, who only had the physique of Gao Shulu, would be difficult. When a person unleashed his murderous intent, the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. With Su Fengnian's position as the center, the heaven and the earth, which had been separated for thousands of years, were actually turned upside down. The earth was above, and the sky was below. Su Fengnian's misfortune was that he did not have any extra qi in his body, but the fortune in his misfortune also lay in this. Otherwise, even if Xianyuan Qingfeng and Lu Haosher, these great celestial phenomenon experts, were present, their cultivation would also be turned into dust. When Wang Xianji attacked Wang Xiaoping, it could be said that he had only used a small part of his move. This was also reasonable. The original intention of this move was to deal with immortals like Qi Xuanjin. The essence of this move was to reverse karma, not to mention the celestial phenomenon realm. The higher the cultivation of an earth immortal, the more severe the damage. Su Fengnian took advantage of the situation, and changed his standing position along with the heaven and earth that had been turned upside down. Between heaven and earth, one should be indomitable. If this was said to be an unattainable speech, it would not be suitable for everyone. However, Su Fengnian had never been so ambitious. He only felt that no matter who it was, as long as they stood in a position, they had to shoulder something. If it was an ordinary commoner, they had to shoulder the responsibility of their parents' retirement. If it was a descendant of an aristocratic family, they had to shoulder the family's legacy. If it was a court official, they had to shoulder the rise and fall of the world. Su Fengnian only remembered that he had promised Su Xiao on the carriage outside the North Pass that Su Xiao would leave behind the burden. He could bear it. Su Fengnian did indeed bear the weight of heaven and earth brought by Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian, who was standing upside down, gradually bent his knees. For the first time, the young vassal king, who had exposed his physique, showed a dispirited look. A trace of blood oozed out, not from his 7 orifices, but from between his eyebrows. Wang Xianji's sneer deepened. When Su Fengnian was about to bear all the heaven's might, before he could break free from the cage by relying on his celestial being physique, the old man's figure flashed. The next moment, Wang Xianji rushed into the cage, grabbed Su Fengnian's neck, and pulled it down. He broke the edge of the cage and smashed into the ground. Like a comet hitting the ground cracked and a bottomless pit appeared. Wang Xianji's fingers intertwined, and his hands clenched into a fist. With a loud shout, His burly body was about to fall. A sword pierced through the air. It came from the lotus peak of Wudong Mountain in Beiliang. Someone's sword was even stronger than the wind. A sword and a person hit the side of Wang Xianji, who was falling. Wang Xianji was knocked out dozens of feet. On the ground, Su Fengnian jumped out of the huge pit. Blood was still flowing from between his eyebrows, blurring his eyes and even blurring his face. The sword immortal, who was like a celestial being, drew an arc with his sword and landed beside him. The two Su Fengnian stood side by side. Wang Xianji, who stopped in the air, narrowed his eyes, and looked down at the ground with a slightly gloomy face. The Su Fengnian, who had just arrived at the battlefield, smiled and said, "I have a sword to walk 6,000 miles. Chapter 1109. The peachwood sword that once pierced through Wang Xianji's chest was still sheathed, quietly hovering beside the Su Fengnian. The Su Fengnian who rode on his sword smiled and said, "Let's go." The peachwood sword was connected to the person and slowly left the scabbard. At first, it was unusually slow, but gradually, it moved as fast as a rolling thunder, leaving a long rainbow mist in the sky. Even those who did not know martial arts could see it clearly. The foundation of this sword was like the old servant who lacked front teeth nicknamed Jianjiuhuang in Jianghu. He did not practice many sword moves because he thought he was clumsy. He was afraid of biting off more than he could chew, so he walked slowly and leisurely in Jianghu. It did not matter where he went as long as he did not miss the scenery along the way. When Jianjiuhuang struck, the peachwood sword disappeared without a trace. Wang Xianji, who was high above, flicked his finger several times. He was the Xuanlong Dianxue in the mysterious realm, but he could not break the Qi meridian that the sword traveled 6,000 miles. Wang Xianji did not want to waste his time. He stopped his finger but did not hurry to withdraw it. He was like an imperial scholar who was trying to solve a question. Wang Xianji suddenly turned his head. At the same time, a wisp of sword qi brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of the old man's snow-white hair. Wang Xianji did not strike his finger again. He remained motionless and then took a step back. A wisp of sword qi flew past his chest, cutting off some linen shreds. After that, Wang Xianji maintained the posture of bending his finger, but occasionally moved his feet. Each time, he narrowly avoided the hidden sword qi. Wang Xianji was a little surprised. He had once faced the yellow formation map at the top of the martial emperor city, and was familiar with this sword. The 8-finger swords did not make him take it seriously. The 9th sword had indeed ruined his sleeves. Although it was only the celestial phenomenon sword, Jianjiuhuang's celestial phenomenon was very innovative. The origin of a normal celestial phenomenon master came from a good work of a sage. Generally speaking, if things are not balanced, they will sing. All things in the world, birds sang in spring, thunder shook summer, insects mourned in autumn, and the wind blew in winter. Therefore, scholars and officials often wrote poems. Since ancient times, the reason why swordsmen could dominate the world was that they could naturally use the sword in their hands to complain about injustice. Wang Xianji once told Chao Chongqing in private that he should give up the country and forget about his feelings and practice swordsmanship, and he would be able to become a saint early. Jianjiuhuang's 9th sword had clearly crossed the threshold of heavenly phenomenon, but had yet to reach the level of a sword immortal. Yet it did not give off the slightest feeling of injustice. On the contrary, it had caught Wang Xianji off guard. Logically speaking, a good person with a gentle temperament would never be able to practice a good sword. This was the same principle as a scholar who was happy to see injustice in the mountains. It was the same principle with swordsmanship. The advantage lay in the profoundness of each move, and the emergence of one strange force after another. The sword's current style was also eccentric. After the move, there was no grand sword momentum like dark clouds. Instead, it was tirelessly swinging the sword back and forth. It was full of the earthly atmosphere like dogs barking and chickens crying. It was like neighbors quarreling, but because of their relationship, they only used their mouths and not their hands. It gave people the feeling that it was noisy and annoying. This new sword was only slightly different from the old sword that Jianjiuhuang had handed over. It was in that the latter was more skillful and crafty. Immortals rode on their swords in the wind and frosted 19 provinces in one night. This saying was used to describe the swiftness of sword immortals. The peachwood sword flew around Wang Xianji. It was unknown how long it had traveled. A few 100 miles? 1,000 miles? Wang Xianji knew. She had already wandered unscrupulously around him for a full 3,000 miles. The furthest she went was 9 miles. The closest she went was naturally brushing past him. She went back and forth tirelessly. Sometimes she drew an arc to escape for more than 100 feet. And sometimes she flew in a straight line for 3 to 4 miles. There was no pattern and no trace. Wang Xianji was still waiting. She was still bending her fingers without flicking them. Until the 7th time she missed the peachwood sword by a hair's breadth. After a short moment, she finally tapped her finger lightly. Her finger tapped the air, but suddenly there was a very subtle sound of metal colliding with stone in front of Wang Xianji. The further she was from Wang Xianji, the louder the sound became. 6 miles away, the peachwood sword, which was made of ordinary material but had caused Wang Xianji great trouble, exploded in midair with a bang, turning into a pile of wood chips. Su Fengnian waved his hand. The chips returned from afar, condensed into a sword, and gently returned to the scabbard. After returning to the scabbard, the sword dissipated again. The scabbard was the tomb of the sword. Su Fengnian inserted the scabbard into the yellow sand by his feet. Clearly he had decided not to use it again. Old Huang was never one to talk about fancy principles. He couldn't say something like, "Where my heart is at ease is my home." He only knew one thing. He was an old man who had left his hometown. Wherever he could sleep comfortably was where his home was. As long as he could sleep comfortably in the simple and crude room next to the stable on Mount Qingliang, that would be his home. Lying on a pillow, thinking about the few jars of old wine under the bed, he didn't lack anything and didn't need to think too much. Therefore, old Huang's sword was fearless when it left the scabbard, and he had no regrets when it returned to the scabbard. Therefore, on his last trip to the Jianghu with his sword, returning the sword to the scabbard was like returning home. Swordsmen of my generation were not afraid of death. They didn't hesitate to break their beloved sword. Su Fengnian, who only occupied 1 spiritual and 2 physical forms, said softly, "After Saber 9, it should be Saber 10. He extended a hand and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle swipe, a long saber formed from purplish gold energy appeared under his fingers. It was shaped like a new 6th generation Bailiang saber. It was not recorded in the orthodox Taoist scriptures that living people had 3 spiritual and 7 physical forms. People were skeptical. However, Su Fengnian, who had withstood Wang Xianji's heaven and earth pressure, was extremely certain. Apart from his living body, he was only left with 1 physical form, filth remover. The 3 spiritual and 6 physical forms that the other 3 possessed were each in their own dreams. Su Fengnian squatted beside the pit. When another version of himself appeared, he did not watch the battle. Instead, he squatted down and hurriedly took in deep breaths to cleanse and remove the turbid energy in his body. Gao Shulu's physique was originally a pure body. Wang Xianji's shrewdness was to see through his filth remover with a glance. Under the overturning of heaven and earth, she forcefully stuffed him with countless amounts of filth. Gao Shulu's vigorous physique could almost ignore ordinary injuries. His recovery speed was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary Vajra realm cultivators. Even if his internal organs were destroyed, or even his heart was pierced, he could still defy heaven, and continue to live for a few hours. Chapter 11:10. The squatting Su Fengnian was surrounded by black qi. He stared intently at the cracks on the edge of the crater. A small clue revealed the general situation. After Su Fengnian became the 6th in the world, many outsiders began to study the martial arts process of this new Prince Liang. Most were surprised by Su Fengnian's secret learning. They didn't know that after his battle with Luoyang in Dongtai, in order to understand the sword intent in Beimang's Dunhuang city, he had memorized the small cracks created by the flying swords of both sides. They also didn't know how much effort he had put into controlling Lu Hao's entry into the city and Song Nianqing's stagger. And after the peachwood sword that could be considered Wang Xiaoping's relic returned to the top of Lotus Peak, it wasn't to indirectly impart the sword intent, but to search for clues, to investigate Wang Xianji's unique qi circulation. Xianyuan Qingfeng blocked the way only to repay his debt, to cut off his thoughts. If he couldn't pass, then everything would be over. Once he passed, he would be able to surpass all others on the martial path. But the Wudong sword maniac and useless monk's block was not so simple. One was asking for a clear conscience, the other was offering incense. But without question, both were trying to find a flaw in Wang Xianji that might not even exist. Other than Miss Haha, who was originally unexpected, it was Su Yambing's turn to block Wang Xianji's path single-handedly. He was definitely prepared to die. This man had once joked that even if Su Yambing died in Bailiang, the king of Bailiang must die. The words that came out of his mouth were definitely not a joke. Crouching down, Su Fengnian didn't bother to wipe away the bloodstains on his face. Actually, when he had withstood the pressure of the world, the boots that had touched the ground had long been worn away. His feet were badly mangled. At that time, when he tilted his head and slant his shoulders had also been worn to the bone. However, after being thrown to the ground by Wang Xianji, these injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the torn clothes and bottomless boots on his shoulders were proof of the dangerous situation at that moment. How many people could make Su Fengnian, who was now strong enough to dominate both the Separation Sun and Northern Mangjianghu, suffer such heavy injuries? Other than Wang Xianji, who had not used all her strength, there were only Tuoba Bodhisattva and Dong Tai, who wanted to fight to the death. Su Fengnian continued to stare at the cracks on the ground. Only when his vision was blocked by the blood did he raise his arm and carelessly wipe away the thick blood on his face from between his eyebrows. Standing, Su Fengnian held the hilt of his saber and looked down at the extraordinary Bailiang saber. He said to himself, "This saber should have been for Zhao Huangchao." He closed his eyes and took a big step back. His right hand opened in front of him, and his left hand held the saber behind him. The wind and clouds surged, and the yellow sand floated. Su Fengnian finally stood up from his squatting position, as if he wanted to witness himself wielding the saber. He pressed a finger between his eyebrows. The blood was blocked, but it still seeped through the gaps between his fingers. The face that Bailiang's old man said was very similar to the princess's face, flowed down in a zigzag way. He wielded the saber. First, there was the continuous sound of thunder. Then, the gang-chi of the saber tore the sky in a line. This was a saber move that Su Fengnian had comprehended on his own. The first half of the saber move came from observing the Guangling River's tide from a close distance. Before the head of the tide could be seen, the sound of the tide was like thunder piercing one's ears. Only after that could one see the misty river, the head of the tide gradually rising, like a row of majestic snowy mountains cascading down from Mount Kunlun. The second half of the move was more spiritual. It came from when he was in an out-of-body state. He saw the stirring battle at the western wall with his own eyes. White clothes and white mourning clothes beat the war drums, and a few people led their horses back in armor. Then there was this saber move that had never been seen before. Old Huang did not know how to name the move, and Su Fengnian did not even have the time to name it. This saber move was like a free hand splashing ink on paper. The saber blade was the tip of the brush, and the ink spilled out in a huge arc. Wang Xianji did not dodge. She pressed her hands on the top of the arc of gang-chi. She was brought up to the sky by the saber arc until she disappeared into the clouds. Even higher up where Wang Xianji stopped, the stellar energy that had been cut through did not dissipate into the 9 heavens. Instead, like the Guangling River surging past a line of waves, it formed an even more majestic returning tide in the old salt storehouse. The tide poured down majestically from the sky. Since Wang Xianji smashed Su Fengnian into the ground after showing her killing intent again and again, it was only right to reciprocate politeness. Su Fengnian did not wait for Wang Xianji to break the waterfall of gang-chi. Instead, he took out a Bailiang saber. It was simple and heavy. It was the Su family's first-generation saber. Su Zhao's troops went south all the way. He crossed the river to the south time and time again. He fought to the death time and time again. He narrowly escaped death time and time again. He was laughed at by outsiders. He was mocked as a mad dog willing to bite people without the mercy of the Liang imperial court. Su Zhao never opened his mouth to argue with anyone. He also never explained anything to his eldest son Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian only knew the answer when he was in a trance. Su Zhao had always been a pawn crossing the river in precarious times. He did not want to die, but he was not afraid of death either. Who cares about your mother's world structure? Who cares about your mother's emperors? Who cares about your mother's chessboard rules? Su Fengnian took a step forward with the saber in hand. He pointed the tip of the saber upward at Wang Xianji, who was in the clouds. He whispered softly, "Cross the river." A black rainbow hung upside down from the ground. Wang Xianji, who was fighting against the inverted waterfall, was hit in the chest by the saber. The two Su Fengnian standing on the ground could see the black dot being slowly pressed down by the waterfall. Then, the saber violently slammed back into the distant dome. The Su Fengnian who had traveled through the black and white seasons sighed and said softly, "It's difficult." Su Fengnian nodded but soon smiled and said, "But this time, the old man won't dare to only use 70 to 80% of his strength." Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light descended from the sky. The earth trembled with it. Wang Xianji was like a god of the heavenly court. He walked out of the heavenly gate and descended to the world. A fist-sized wound appeared on the chest of the hemp-clothed old man. Even though the body of this world's most powerful man was not inferior to that of Gao Shulu, who had been at her peak for 400 years, there were still no signs of recovery. There were sprouts in his flesh. The scene was strange. They suddenly grew and suddenly died. What was even more mysterious was that after Wang Xianji was knocked into the clouds, he actually dragged down a bolt of lightning as long as a spear. Wang Xianji, whose shoulders were severely damaged, asked with a cold expression, "Is that all you've got?" Who in the world could be a match for this martial artist who was probably above the celestial beings? How could he kill him if he won? Moreover, Su Fengnian most likely would not be able to wait until the last pair of spirits who had not returned from their long journey. Chapter 11:11. Su Fengnian, who only had one spirit of filth removal left, had stopped the bleeding between his eyebrows. The Su Fengnian beside him, who had just returned from an out-of-body state, had one spirit and two spirits. Although he still lacked 2 spirits and 4 spirits, he was still able to hurt Wang Xianji. Su Fengnian didn't think he was weak. However, arguing with Wang Xianji was useless. Therefore, facing Wang Xianji's question, he didn't argue with this angry old man. Instead, he just repaired the body gifted by Gao Shulu. Wang Xianji sneered, "So you don't have any last words?" Su Fengnian stretched out his hands and covered his face, wiping off the blood with his 10 fingers. His eyes were clear. Wang Xianji said the word "good" heavily. Then Su Fengnian, who had just returned on his sword, saw Wang Xianji step out and throw out the long spear made of thunder and lightning from the sky. However, when he saw this scene, Su Fengnian, who had a physical body, had already been sent flying backward, crashing to the ground 1,000 feet away. His uncontrollable body even bounced a little on the ground and continued to slide for over 100 feet before coming to a stop. Wang Xianji's move was so fast that Su Fengnian, who was still standing, could only see the residual shadow of Wang Xianji after throwing out the spear. Su Fengnian, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up and bent over. His chest was badly mutilated, with white thunder and lightning twirling around and sizzling. When Su Fengnian reached out his hand, countless thin red threads and red snakes swam out of his arm. When Su Fengnian's fingers touched them, the red threads and the white lightning died together. It was obvious that the secret skill Su Fengnian stole from Han Diaoxi's head didn't work immediately. The long spear of thunder and lightning in Wang Xianji's hand was still there, but its momentum was reduced by 20%. Another footprint appeared in the sand in front of the old man. Su Fengnian, who had just stood up, was hit by the lightning spear again. However, he wasn't knocked down this time. He tilted his head back slightly and held a piece of thunder and lightning in his hands to prevent it from stabbing his neck. Then he stepped back lightly on the ground. The first time, he deliberately opened his door and took the thunder strike, because Su Fengnian wanted to learn more about Wang Xianji's qi flow with the help of Gao Shulu's pure body. Since Wang Xianji's second spear was the same, there was no need to take all the attacks as before. The footprint in front of Wang Xianji was getting deeper and deeper, and the gap between throwing the spear was getting shorter and shorter. In the distance, Su Fengnian could only retreat again and again. He retreated 8 times in a row and used the nameless fist technique taught by Wudong's Su Fengnian for the last time. His waist was like an axle, and his body was in a circle. His hands followed Su Fengnian's body and moved around in circles. When Su Fingnian finally stood still, his spine was straight and his back was not hunched. His hands gently swayed up and down. A few inches above his palms, there was a ball of thunder and lightning that rose and fell. They looked playful and light, but it was easy to underestimate the power of thunder and lightning contained in them. Su Fingnian's hands moved in an arc, and the two snow-white balls of thunder and lightning merged into one and gradually dissipated in front of him. At the same time, Su Fingnian, who had returned from the black and white spring-autumn, had a drastic change in expression. He began to turn around and rush toward himself. The ninth footprint appeared in front of Wang Xianji, who only had 3 feet of thunder and lightning left in her hands. Before Su Fingnian's soul was about to crash into Su Fingnian's body, Wang Xianji had already closed in on the latter. She took the initiative to make a move, but it was unknown whether it was a spear or a sword. The 3 feet of thunder and lightning instantly pierced through Su Fingnian's body like a knife cutting through tofu. Wang Xianji's right hand held the 3 feet of thunder and lightning that had successfully broken through Su Fingnian's body. She suddenly lifted it up and lifted Su Fingnian's entire body into the air. The next scene was puzzling. Before Wang Xianji could pull out the thunder and lightning, Su Fingnian took the lead. His hands pressed down on the immortal weapon that seemed to have come from the ninth heaven, and he kicked Wang Xianji's shoulder. His body floated 2 feet away and staggered. Not only did he not take the opportunity to pull out the thunder and lightning, but he also fiercely slapped it and took the initiative to pierce through Wang Xianji's body. Wang Xianji did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. He stood in place and nodded. For the first time, he showed a bit of appreciation. If he had pulled out the thunder and lightning, then this kid would have suffered the first 8 spears and the last sword for nothing. The 8 spears were just a smokescreen. The key was the sword that Wang Xianji had just created. Originally, he wanted to give it to Dong Tai, who had just returned from a visit to immortality. Everyone in the world used the 3-foot sword to describe a long sword, and his sword move was called 3 feet. The superior way of the sword always emphasized the idea rather than the technique, and the deep meaning of 3 feet naturally lay in the 3 feet. If Su Fingnian had pulled out the thunder and lightning to lessen his injuries, he naturally would not have understood the profound meaning. However, even if he understood the meaning of 3 feet sword, what could he do? Even if he, Wang Xianji, was only a swordsman, he still had 4 sword moves that were no less than 3 feet. The reason why he chose this move was that since Su Fingnian had injured him with a single strike, he wanted an eye for an eye. Even if the size of the wound was the same, it had to be exactly the same. As for the other 4 Earth Immortal swords, Wang Xianji's original intention was to kill 1,000 horsemen with 1 strike, and the imperial court was nothing to him. Wang Xianji was born in a poor family. At that time, it was far from the currently young imperial court, where all rivers flowed into the sea. He was truly from a poor family with no noble children. He still remembered that after he abandoned literature to practice martial arts, after going through many hardships, he finally learned a rough lightness skill for the first time. However, he did not dare to show his skills in the streets, so he could only experience the feeling of flying on the grass in the wilderness and stepping on the snow without leaving a trace. When he was exhausted, he used the heaven and earth as his bed and blanket, and casually lay down on the grass or the snow. He still remembered the smell of mud and grass, and the cold feeling of washing his face with snow. Later on, by chance, he switched to practicing swordsmanship midway. When the sword produced sword chi, the ecstasy at that time was still fresh in his memory, no matter how many years had passed. After that, step by step, he stood at the peak of martial arts, overlooking the world and flying with the wind. When he looked around, there was no one to stand shoulder to shoulder with, so there were not many things worth remembering. The 2 Su Fingnian stood together, but their souls did not merge into one. This was because Wang Xianji's sword had injured the qi far more than the body. Since Gao Shulu's body could still withstand it, there was no need to draw legs on a snake. If they rashly merged into one, it would be like walking into a trap. Moreover, it would damage the originally invincible golden body that could be said to be free of filth. Wang Xianji's wound had already sprouted tender shoots all over the place. One after another, new muscles and bones were growing out. The injury on his chest was no longer shocking. It was now the Su Fingnian's turn to suffer. The red snake struggled to cling on to him, but it was still unable to completely dispel the remaining thunder and lightning sword qi. Wang Xianji suddenly said. When this old man was still a scholar, he had a heart-to-heart talk with a senior scholar. He said something to him. Today, I'm afraid the senior's bones have already turned to dust in his grave, but this old man still remembers it. Instead of being recorded in the annals of history, it's better to be hanged at the gate of the country. But in those troubled times, this scholar died in the midst of the turmoil and chaos of war. He did not put his ambition into the imperial court, nor did he die a worthy death. When this old man heard the news of his death, when he went to collect his body, he simply dug it out from the hundreds of corpses lying on the ground by the roadside and hastily buried it. The long sword that this gentleman wore when he was alive was probably worth several dozen taels of silver, but it had long been taken away. The gentleman's remains were given to me as goods to exchange for official hats or wine money. When has Wang Xianji ever blocked the path of a younger generation? This old man oversaw the Eastern Sea. As long as he was alive, has there ever been a martial artist like Lu Songtao, who was confident in his backing and brought disaster to the world? The imperial court was powerful, with armor on their backs and cavalry galloping, while the common people were unarmed and defenseless. The world was divided into ups and downs, and the ones who died the most were precisely these innocent people. This old man did not want these people to encounter the oppression of the government in times of peace and prosperity, as well as the wandering bandits in times of chaos. He did not want everyone to be able to easily deal with them. He only hoped that more people, when they were at the end of their rope, or even before death, would be able to take a step forward, instead of only being able to kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy. Wang Xianji did not ask for much. He only wanted to give the people of the world one step only. Su Fengnian calmly asked, "Why are you saying these things?" Wang Xianji indifferently said, "This old man has lived for too long and has seen too many things. Usually, he has nothing to say to anyone. You, kid, are not willing to say your last words, but this old man wants you to die with a clear understanding. If you were an ordinary descendant of a vassal king, relying on the machinations of 2 generations to inherit the throne, why would this old man talk nonsense with you? Even killing you would dirty his hands." Su Fengnian was about to speak, but Wang Xianji waved his hand and said, "This old man is well aware of what you want to say. It's just that whoever has the bigger fist has the bigger reason. No matter what you say, this old man is not willing to listen to you. It's as simple as that." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's still too early to decide who has the bigger reason. It's hard to say." Wang Xianji neither denied nor admitted. He said, "This old man has finished speaking. Who deserves to die more? The truth will be revealed very soon." 100 li away, a worry-free man with sleeves fluttering in the wind was carrying an instant spear. Purple qi came from the west. Chapter 11-12. Wang Xianji looked around with a bleak mood. Although the Su Fengnian in front of him brought some surprises, it was still inferior to the battle that he imagined. If Chen Jibao did not come out of the cold, if Su Yambing came with the instant spear, and if Luo Yang, who seemed to have a secret relationship with Bailiang, the 3 of them joined forces to suppress the young king. Only then could they really fight a hardy battle. Only 2 Su Fengnian showed up. Even if there were many traps, it was still not enough to fight. Su Fengnian looked up and saw that in the sky where Wang Xianji was standing, the wind was rolling and clouds were surging. Large pieces of colorful clouds were quickly gathering, like a huge brocade that was spread out by the immortals. In the priceless advice of the Danding sect of Taoism, there was a saying, 3 flowers at one's head and 5 qis at one's origin. But the current scene was obviously far beyond this category. A sage who was both a wine immortal and a writer, and even a swordsman, once left a popular poem, "Between the clouds of the White Emperor, 1,000 miles of Jiangling returned in a day." The later generations often did not have deep feelings, and did not know the true meaning of the poem. Su Fengnian sighed. Wang Xianji finally could not hold back, and was ready to use his killing move. After killing people, he would open the gate of heaven. However, he would not fly to the heavenly court and become an immortal. Instead, he would guard the gate of heaven for the martial artists in the mortal world. Su Fengnian exhaled deeply. He was still not in a hurry to merge the out-of-body soul beside him with his body. Instead, he stood still and waited for Wang Xianji to reveal the truth and launch a thunderous attack. Wang Xianji took a deep breath. Her head of silver hair instantly turned dark green. She was originally a burly old man, but now she looked like a man in the prime of his life. Su Fengnian didn't admire the mysterious technique that turned something rotten into something magical. He gently closed his eyes, and a purple-gold radiance lingered on his face. After taking a deep breath, his sleeves swelled up, and he seemed to be in a trance, giving off a feeling of being detached from the world. This was the mnemonic of the Dahuang imperial court. Don't care about the bustling city outside the door, close the door and face the mountain stream. Both offense and defense had their own wonders. In the blink of an eye, no less than 20 tall figures of Wang Xianji appeared between Su Fengnian and Wang Xianji. Their postures were slightly different, but they completely displayed Wang Xianji's charging momentum. This was the first time Su Fengnian was pushed back, and in one breath, he was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. During this distance, nearly 100 figures of Wang Xianji appeared. Su Fengnian seemed to have no power to fight back as he retreated a second time, retreating 150 feet. Wang Xianji became more and more courageous as he fought, and his figure became more and more complicated. On a line, there were more than 200 figures of Wang Xianji that did not dissipate in time. Su Fengnian, who was passively taking the beating, kept retreating. Relying on Gao Shulu's vigorous physique and the Dahuang imperial court's clumsiness, he did not show any signs of being defeated. However, if one looked closely, the human cat Han Diaoxi's red snake that was previously pierced by Wang Xianji's 3-inch thunderbolt had completely given up struggling. However, before the blood could seep out of the wound, it turned into a faint mist like boiling water poured on snow. On the contrary, it made Su Fengnian's clothes look clean. Wang Xianji did not stop punching. Even though she knew that Su Fengnian had the intention to use other people's stones to improve jade, Wang Xianji was very conceited. Even if Su Fengnian wanted to use his fist aura to train Gao Shulu's physique, which was not completely integrated, she could make him suffer. One of these punches would become the straw that broke the camel's back. On the straight line that cut 2 miles of the ground, more and more Wang Xianji appeared. It could be said that there were countless of them. Even if the experts of the 10 martial arts evaluators were to watch from the sidelines, their scalps would go numb. However, if Wang Xianji's disciple, the female Grandmaster Fistmaster Linya, were present, she would be able to observe Wang Xianji's attacks with her own eyes. She would definitely be able to benefit greatly, and would be able to reach a higher level of enlightenment on the path of martial arts. This was because this was the world's most brilliant fist manual. Wang Xianji punched no less than 600 times. Su Fengnian did not refuse any of them, and received more than 600 fist auras. Finally, a turning point came. The distance that had been constantly lengthening began to shorten for the first time. Because Wang Xianji's movements were too fast, and her attacks were too fierce. Even though Su Fengnian had retreated for nearly 3 miles, not a sound was heard. Finally, a loud rumble exploded behind the old man in the distance. Perhaps this was what people were used to. First see the lightning, then listen to the thunder. The first drum of energy was strong, the second was weak, and the third was exhausted. This was the common sense of the world. However, at the end, the figure of Wang Xianji that stayed in the same place began to dissipate. It seemed that Wang Xianji's momentum could not continue to rise endlessly. Like a climber, after resting for a moment, she continued to climb. Moreover, she suddenly sped up her pace. Wang Xianji, who had been punching with one hand, punched out with both hands. The great drum momentum. Wang Xianji's fists hit Su Fengnian's arms, which were crisscrossing in defense. This beat of the drum sounded at the same time as the belated thunder of the fist aura behind him. Su Fengnian's body leaned back, his feet planted on the ground, and he slid backward at an angle. The second Wang Xianji at the beginning also began to dissipate. However, the original Wang Xianji that was facing Su Fengnian suddenly sped up. She raised her arm and heavily smashed down on Su Fengnian's chest. She punched Su Fengnian into the ground and then kicked Su Fengnian, who had bounced up from the ground, more than 100 feet away. Su Fengnian, whose body was more than a foot above the ground, stretched out his hands and hooked his fingers into the sand to stop his retreat.